Imagine waking up one day inside a world you wrote yourself. That's exactly what happens to Ning Chu, a college freshman who suddenly finds himself living inside his own harem novel. At first, it sounds like a dream come true. Handsome roommates, a campus full of stunning girls, even catgirls and elves straight out of fantasy. But there's a catch. Ning Chu isn't the male lead. Instead, he slowly realizes he might be cast as the trap heroine of his own story, the one destined to be conquered by the protagonist. While his roommate Wen Yang is supposed to be the charming harem hero, in reality, he's just an awkward virgin. Their other roommate, Zhang Xiaoqing, should be a scheming villain, but here he's oddly normal, though still quick with cutting jokes. As Ning Chu struggles with his delicate, almost feminine looks and unsettling changes, he fears the novel's NSFW plots are about to begin. Desperate to avoid being dragged into the story's steamy chaos, he tries to alter the plot, keeping Wen Yang away from girls, outsmarting the so-called villain, and hiding his own secret. But the more he resists, the more the novel's absurd events creep closer. Military training, drunken nights, sudden catgirl appearances, and even terrifying hints that his body might not stay male for long. Now, Ning Chu faces a race against fate. Can he rewrite his role, or will he be trapped as the heroine in his own hentai paradise?
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The moon hung high in a quiet sky, its faint glow spilling across the university city that had long since fallen silent. By 3 a.m, only a handful of dorm windows still shone with light, belonging to those with the stamina to keep fighting battles in front of their screens. But Ning Chu wasn't one of them. He sat slouched at his desk, chin resting on his hand, listlessly clicking through random web pages. His mind was a mess, too restless to sleep, too weary to play. "You're still not sleeping?" A deep voice broke the silence. The bunk bed creaked, and a tall figure dropped down from the top bunk. Ning Chu glanced at him briefly, lips pressed tight, before turning away. More than a week had passed since he woke up in this parallel world, yet he still couldn't bring himself to accept it. Among his new roommates, he came across as quiet and withdrawn. "It's been 2 weeks since school started. Why don't you ever talk?" his roommate muttered, heading toward the balcony. With a sigh, Ning Chu opened a folder on his computer and pulled up a document, a novel he himself had written. If transmigrating into another world had any benefit at all, it was this: he had landed inside his own story. But not just any story. A harem novel. A hentai harem novel. Who would have thought he'd actually end up trapped inside the world he created? If he had known, he never would have written such a ridiculous plot. Scrolling through the pages, Ning Chu matched the characters to reality. Wen Yang, the supposed charismatic protagonist, was his very own roommate, though in reality, Wen Yang was still a clueless virgin. Wang Jie, another roommate, was only ever a minor supporting character. And Zhang Xiaoqing, the wealthy troublemaker meant to be the story's antagonist, seemed far more easygoing in person than the schemer Ning Chu had penned. If the characters weren't lining up with the script, maybe the story hadn't begun yet? After all, each chapter of his novel was a standalone, just a male lead conquering yet another girl. That left Ning Chu with one burning question. If Wen Yang's the protagonist, Wang Jie's the side character, and Zhang Xiaoqing's the villain, then who am I? He scrolled faster, searching for any sign of himself in the plot. Just then, "Ning Chu, get some sleep already," came a teasing voice. Startled, he snapped his laptop shut and turned to see Wen Yang standing behind him. Heat rushed his cheeks. "You walk like a cat," Ning Chu muttered awkwardly, pretending to be unbothered. Luckily, Wen Yang didn't seem to notice that the hero of the novel was himself. But Ning Chu couldn't shake a creeping dread. His slight frame, delicate face and barely 1.6-meter height already made him look more like a fragile girl than a college freshman. Then he stumbled upon a particular chapter, one where the male lead found a mysterious girl secretly living in the dorm, and things quickly spiraled into chaos. His eyelid twitched as he read. Wait, that woman can't be me, right? Panic surged. He rushed to the bathroom to confirm his gender. Relief washed over him. Still a man. Maybe this was just the novel correcting itself, filling in the missing fourth roommate slot he'd forgotten to write. Exhausted, he returned to bed, pulling the blanket over his head. Don't think about it. Just go with the flow. Yet as he drifted off, one thought refused to leave him. In a world full of gorgeous women, and even catgirls, why did he have a sinking feeling he'd been cast as the heroine of his own hentai story? So, when Yang didn't go on the date, and the first scene in the hentai novel didn't happen, does that mean the subsequent NSFW plot that happened because of that first date won't occur? Ning Chu followed behind his three roommates, looking down at his toes, thinking deeply about this. It's probably still going to happen. After all, the hentai novel that he wrote is not one single story that are made using a single plot line. Rather, it's a gathering of hentai one-shot. Each one of those have different heroine, with the only thing that stay the same is that when Yang is the hentai protagonist. He sighed with concern. Having stayed in the dorm for a while, he found it hard to imagine that when Yang would turn into a playboy that could seduce any girl into his arm in the future. He also didn't want to accept Zhang Xiaoqing becoming the hentai story bad end villain. What's more, his role in the book seems to be that of a heroine, the kind that's written to be conquered by Wen Yang. That thought brings fear into him. He's currently a perfectly fine male. He couldn't suddenly become a girl overnight, right? How about we eat at this Sichuan restaurant? Ning Chu's eyes went dark, and he bumped his head into Zhang Xiaoqing's back, taking 2 steps back with his nose covered. Zhang Xiaoqing's figure didn't sway at all. Instead, he turned around blankly. Why did you bump into me? You're the one who is treating us, so we are fine eating whatever. Wang Jie asked from the side. Is this Sichuan restaurant good? Not sure, but you heard the advertisement, right? Spend over 200, and you get a box of beer. Ning Chu rubbed his sore and red nose, silently complaining about Zhang Xiaoqing generous and exceptionally good at living. He followed the footsteps of his 3 roommates and entered the private room of the restaurant. Sitting down absent-mindedly, he stared at a painting in a room, daydreaming again. I wonder what he thinks about all day. Zhang Xiaoqing glanced at Ning Chu, who was in a daze, picked up the menu, and greeted, Order, order, don't save money for me. While waiting for the dishes, a box of liquor had already been opened. Ning Chu was pushed, and he snapped out of his daze, only to see Wen Yang sitting beside him, pouring a glass of wine for him. Here, have some. Don't always daydream and be unsociable. Uh-huh. He casually pushed the wine glass back. I'm allergic to alcohol. Give me a cola. In this dangerous world, with male leads and antagonists all around him, how could he dare to drink? What if the plot related to him advanced prematurely? Ning Chu went to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of cola, and as he returned, he turned his head with a bit of suspicion towards Wen Yang. Why is this guy staring at me? He's always sensitive to eye contact and could feel Wen Yang's gaze on him. From standing up and leaving the private room to coming back with cola, Wen Yang's eyes always lingered on him. What's up? I feel like you've gained weight. Wen Yang muttered, turning his gaze away. Gained weight. Ning Chu scratched his head, looking down at himself. Although he was sitting in a relaxed posture, there was no excess fat on his stomach. His figure could be described as slim and weak. He couldn't see any signs of gaining weight. Where did he gain weight? The gaze shifted from his stomach to the legs and shorts, then to the slender arms and the chest. Nothing unusual. Tomorrow is military training. Huh? Wen Yang leaned to the side, making space for the waiter, serving the dishes, complaining, My friend are starting military training after the National Day. Why are we so early? With the food on the table, the people at the table exchanged cups and enjoyed the meal. Although Ning Chu was full of concerns, he didn't fall behind in eating. Why think so much? Fill the stomach first. Even if he were the girl destined to be feasted by his roommates in the novel, it wasn't something to consider right now. They left around 6, and the four roommates finished eating around 8. When Yang stood up first, glanced at Wang Jie lying on the table unconscious, looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, who was pouring air into an empty wine bottle while hugging it, sighed helplessly. I knew they would drink too much. Let's go. The two of us. He looked at Ning Chu's thin figure and shook his head resignedly. I'll take them back. I'll help you support them. Ning Chu happily complied, getting up to assist in putting Wang Jie and Zhang Xiaoqing on Wen Yang's shoulders. With shoulders pressed against Wen Yang's sides, standing up, taking a step forward, his body swayed left and right, almost falling. This won't work. Ning Chu furrowed his brows, turned around and left the private room. Put them down. Wait for me outside. Where are you going? Wen Yang was a bit worried, but he saw Ning Chu's figure rushing out of the private room. His expression was a bit strange, and after putting down the two drunkards, he mumbled to himself in confusion. Why does Ning Chu's figure look like a girl? In just a few minutes, Ning Chu had already returned with a small trolley. He smiled triumphantly. I borrowed a trolley from the restaurant. Although it's a bit dirty, but they shouldn't mind. It was a four-wheel trolley used by the restaurant for transporting ingredients, not too big. Great. Wen Yang looked surprisingly pleased. He always thought his roommate was introverted, but in just a few minutes, he had communicated with the restaurant and borrowed a trolley. Zhang Xiaoqing hadn't fallen asleep yet. He sat on the trolley, hugging his knees, curled up, trying to occupy as little space as possible. Wang Jie also reluctantly sat on the trolley. Two big men squeezed onto the trolley that wasn't even a square meter, looking like a 200-pound child. If they go back to school like this, they'll ruin their reputation tomorrow. Wen Yang laughed, pushing the trolley. Turning his head, he saw Ning Chu suddenly hide the phone he had raised behind his back. No problem. Take their embarrassing moments. Send me a couple of pictures when we get back to the dorm. Getting Wen Yang's approval, Ning Chu's eyes sparkled, shamelessly capturing the two drunks' embarrassing moments from various angles and saving them on his phone. Seeing Ning Chu's lively behavior, different from usual, and looking at the slender legs and shorts and the white, delicate thighs that peeked out, when Yang squinted his eyes, his expression a bit hesitant. What do you want to ask? Ning Chu noticed his subtle expression, asking, I've had some family troubles recently, so I'm not in a good mood and don't feel like talking. I seem more introverted and withdrawn. That's all. No, I was thinking that you. Yeah. Wen Yang's gaze moved over Ning Chu's waist, legs, and hips, not knowing where to start. Forget it. You're an interesting person. You start a sentence and leave people hanging. Ning Chu turned his head with a bit of anger, glaring at Wen Yang. Even with a hint of anger, his big, watery eyes looked more like a girl's coquettishness. Quick, say it. What's the question? Well, what shower gel do you use? I smelled it during dinner. Quite nice. He paused, lowered his head to smell his own arm, then looked back at Wen Yang in confusion. Where's the smell? I've been sweating a lot. Isn't there a sweaty smell? Really? Ning Chu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Then what else could it be? More and more signs made him realize that the role he played in this world was most likely the girl in the novel, the one who hid in the boys' dormitory and was devoured by Wen Yang. That's so unfair. The transmigration and other stories all end up becoming a great person, recognized and praised by many. At worst, they become a villain seeking revenge. But why did he become one of the favored conquests of the male protagonist in this novel that are created to help some youngsters pleasure themselves? Dragging two drunkards, the group of four finally returned to the dormitory. Ning Chu, unlike his previous lively self outside, sat in front of the computer with a stern face. As usual, he clicked the mouse on web pages randomly, remaining silent for a while without speaking. All signs indicated that in this world, he played the role of the girl hiding in the boys' dormitory. If the plot followed the novel's development, he was destined to be devoured by the male lead and the antagonist. But he was a man, without a system, a witch, a black cat, and without gender identity disorders that would prompt him to undergo surgery in Thailand. Could he suddenly turn into a girl overnight on the eve of the plot's development? Although this world also had magical creatures like catgirls and succubi, the few magical elements available seemed to be used for other purposes. Ning Chu fell into contemplation, while Wen Yang, After settling, the two intoxicated individuals looked worriedly at the slender figure in front of the computer. Why did he suddenly look gloomy on the way back and then start brooding when they arrived at the dormitory? Wen Yang scratched his head, suspecting that his words unintentionally touched Ning Chu's fragile inner self. But he just asked about the brand of Ning Chu's shower gel. Could it be that wasn't the scent of shower gel? His gaze followed Ning Chu's profile, scanning from head to toe. Why are you staring at me? Ning Chu suddenly raised his head, questioning with an unfriendly expression. I was just looking at your sudden change in mood. No, it's just some personal matters. Speak up. Maybe I can help you. His eyes lit up, feeling somewhat moved. However, after a brief hesitation, he lowered his head, shaking it slightly as a sign of refusal. Forget it. Ning Chu almost wanted to spill the entire plot of the novel. But then he thought about it. His current advantage in this world was the knowledge of the plot. If he informed Wen Yang about it, the subsequent developments would become completely unpredictable. Who knows how Wen Yang would react to knowing the plot? He might get overly excited. Currently, he could prepare for the future plot and try to avoid the fate of becoming a girl and getting devoured by the male lead and the antagonist. Wen Yang didn't pay much attention to Ning Chu's refusal. After all, they had only been roommates for 2 weeks. He stretched lazily, yawning as a reminder. We have military training tomorrow. Let's go to bed early tonight. Okay. Glancing at Ning Chu's absent-minded expression, he knew his words weren't really being heard. Wen Yang walked to the wardrobe, took out a pair of boxers to use as pajamas, and was about to head to the bathroom for a shower when he heard a light knocking on the door. He casually opened the door, but his expression suddenly froze. Ling, how did you come here? I came to find you to hang out. The girl with cat ears on her head rushed into the room as soon as the door opened. She hugged Wen Yang's arm. Let's go. Didn't the dormitory gathering end? No. How did you get up here? I jumped over the wall. The girl proudly tilted her head, and the cat ears on her head swayed gently. Cute and charming. Wen Yang looked embarrassed, torn between early military training the next day and his girlfriend's invitation. Just as he was being pulled out of the room, suddenly, shouts came from inside the room. Wen Yang, we agreed to play duo tonight. Turning around, he saw Ning Chu already wearing a refreshing smile. I've never played before, still a newbie. You have to teach me how to fly. His heart had already tightened. He thought the first chapter's plot had ended, but he didn't expect this girl named Ling to directly show up at the door. Well, in the plot, this girl pursued Wen Yang actively, a bold and fierce girl. And she was also a cat girl. Why isn't the male lead me? I'm so jealous. Wen Yang looked at him in confusion. Did we agree to play duo? We did. Ning Chu nervously stared at Wen Yang, wanting to see if, for this man, the game was more important or the cat girl. Clearly, it was the latter. She's a cat girl. Wen Yang looked again at the cat girl Ling, with her gently swaying cat ears, watery eyes filled with pleading, and he could still feel the soft curve belonging to Ling on his arm. On the other hand, there was the usually introverted roommate asking him to play a game together. Any man would know how to choose. How about next time? Wen Yang's choice left both Ning Chu and Ling stunned. After a while, Ling reacted. She pouted, and her cat ears drooped on her head. Why like this? We have military training tomorrow. It's too late to go out to play. Besides, my roommates drank too much. Look, they're still lying on the ground. What should I do if I leave them like this? Ling glanced at the ground, and her cat ears suddenly perked up. Brother Xiaoqing is in the same dorm as you? How did he drink so much? Do you know him? We grew up together. Seeing that Xiaoqing got drunk, Ling became much more accommodating. Before leaving, she pulled Wen Yang and kept advising, why did you let brother Xiaoqing lie on the ground? Make sure he goes to bed later. Watching this couple leave the dormitory while talking, Ning Chu's lips twitched, almost bursting into laughter. Luckily, Wen Yang, for now, wasn't the scumbag protagonist who accepts anyone. Faced with the girl's active invitation, he remained indifferent and chose to play the game. Perfect. In about 10 minutes, Wen Yang returned, shaking his head and sighing, women are really troublesome. How wonderful. Ning Chu's tone was full of envy and jealousy. He also wanted to find a cat girl as a girlfriend in the future. What's so good? We've only known each other for 2 days. Wen Yang grumbled as he sat at the computer. We just held hands. Suddenly she's so proactive. It scared me. He looked back at the still drunk Xiaoqing on the ground, puzzled. Is this a coincidence? Xiaoqing and Ling Ling grew up together. Yeah, quite a coincidence. Ning Chu nodded expressionlessly. If Zhang Xiaoqing and Ling Ling weren't childhood friends, and he didn't worry about Zhang Xiaoqing turning into a villain after Ling Ling's pursuit, he wouldn't have tried so hard to prevent the plot from unfolding. Knowing the role he played had intimate connections with both the male lead and the antagonist, he added a reminder. I think it's better not to tell Zhang Xiaoqing about Ling Ling. After all, they're childhood friends. Okay, I'll take a shower first, and then we'll play duo together. Ning Chu's expression stiffened, and he glanced at the game icon on the computer desktop, showing a puzzled and hesitant expression. The problem was, he had never played the game in this world before. You guys, Ning Chu is really bad at playing games. He can't even grasp the skills and often gets distracted. Last night, after you guys went to sleep, I played with him for 2 hours, and he didn't win a single round. At 8 in the morning, on the school's large playground, the 4 roommates had already gathered on the lawn, sitting cross-legged together. When Yang was complaining about Ning Chu's terrible gaming skills, I was wondering why he never played games with us. Turns out he's just too bad. Hey, Ning Chu, why are you being so introverted again? Ning Chu sat alone on the side, hugging his knees, curled into a ball, chin resting on his knees, staring blankly ahead. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqing's inquiry, he lazily shifted his gaze and glanced at the 3, answering weakly, stomachache. Since 6 in the morning, Ning Chu had been awakened by the continuous abdominal pain, tormenting him until now. Did you eat something bad? Zhang Xiaoqing, who was supposed to be the antagonist, shuffled a bit closer, showing concern, and asked. His body curled up even tighter, his lips turned pale, and he complained, it must be that Sichuan restaurant with problems. Really? I didn't feel any pain. Zhang Xiaoqing turned to look at the others. How about you guys? Any stomach issues? If there's a problem, I'll talk to them at noon. No, when Yang shook his head. Maybe Ning Chu can't handle spicy food? Just drank a bit too much, and now I have a headache. Wang Jie covered his head and lay directly on the lawn. Seeing that everyone else was fine, Zhang Xiaoqing had to turn his gaze to Ning Chu. It's almost time to assemble. Why don't you quickly go to the toilet? Forget it. If it worked, Ning Chu wouldn't be in pain now. He suspected that his chronic gastritis from his previous life had been brought into this world. Fortunately, although the pain was continuous, it wasn't too intense, just making him unable to muster any energy. Assemble, assemble, get up and line up. The class instructor noticed the few people still sitting on the lawn, walked over to urge them, and kicked Wen Yang's butt. Hurry up. Did you have breakfast? Don't embarrass yourself on the first day of military training. Breakfast? What's that? It's already 10 minutes to 8. Did you even have breakfast? The group laughed and joked as they got up, following the pace of the class instructor towards the class assembly point. Ning Chu half opened his eyes, still looking lethargic. After forming the queue, due to his height, he ended up in the front row of the class. Originally a bit unhappy about it, he instantly perked up when he saw the legal lowly with D cups standing next to him. Looking further back, in a lineup of female students from just one class, there were lowless teenage girls, mature women, beastier girls, succubi elves. Not only various types, but even non-human girls were included. Truly the world of a typical harem story. LSP. Life is short, play more. Ecstatic. Ning Chu stood upright, and with the comparison to the shorter girl beside him, his previously somewhat insecure height now seemed to have gained the capital of swagger. Similar to military training in his past life, the new students lined up in long queues, and on the stage ahead, several school leaders picked up the microphone and began lengthy speeches. The early morning sun gradually became intense. At first, Ning Chu was interested in observing the 1-meter-4 beside him, but as the sun shone, and after listening to a few minutes of the speech, he started feeling drowsy, with yawns coming one after another. Do leaders in every world like to say a bunch of nonsense? The words of the school leaders went in one ear and out the other for Ning Chu. He yawned repeatedly, covering his continuously aching abdomen with one hand. Standing there in a daze, when he finally snapped out of it, he saw a military instructor right in front of him. March in step. Keep up. Come to think of it, the novel probably doesn't have any plot related to military training, right? Ning Chu subconsciously kept pace with the instructor, his brain recalling the novel's plot in a daze. Indeed, there isn't any. That means during the 2 weeks of military training, he doesn't need to worry about his roommates becoming a harem scumbag and one turning into an antagonist due to plot developments. Thinking about this, his mood, which was terrible because of the stomachache, lifted quite a bit. The entire class followed the instructor to a corner of the field, stood in formation under the instructor's guidance, each person standing tall, hands pressed tightly against the sides of their thighs. First, stand at attention for 10 minutes. Although it's the world of the little emperor, when there's no plot development, the people here seem quite normal. Ning Chu was initially concerned that the people in this world might have overly open-minded values, but during this time, it seemed that there wasn't much difference from his previous life. Military training has always been boring, especially when standing at attention. The overhead sun became more intense. Sweat had already broken out on his forehead and back. The pain in his abdomen surged more, forcing him to frown and concentrate on resisting the pain. His fingertips began to tingle slightly, and the numbness flowed from the fingertips to the limbs. Breathing unintentionally became heavier. Ning Chu suddenly realized something, but found that any movement of his body was extremely difficult. He lifted his foot to take a step forward, but his mind went blank in an instant. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting on the ground. He subconsciously looked around, and the gazes of his classmates were already focused on him. His face felt hot and flushed. Ning Chu couldn't believe that he was the first in the whole class to collapse. Not even as good as those girls. Ning Chu, what happened? When Yang had already rushed over to him, squatting down and asking, "Why did you suddenly collapse?" Just felt dizzy for a moment. Zhang Xiaoqing also came over, opening his mouth with a teasing tone. "Your physical fitness is not even as good as a girl's. Really, why don't we just take a trip to Thailand?" This antagonist's mouth is truly wicked. Ning Chu glared at him with an unpleasant expression. "I had a stomachache today, all thanks to you making me eat something bad last night. We're both fine. Are you sure you are not on your period?" Originally, it was just a playful tease without malicious intent, but it made Ning Chu's pupils dilate, and for a moment he stood there stunned. "What? Period? That's impossible, right?" The instructor had also approached. Seeing that Ning Chu seemed okay, he patted Wen Yang on the shoulder. "You two take him to the infirmary and have him drink some glucose water. Tomorrow during military training, make sure he eats some breakfast or his body might not hold up. Go on, don't just sit there." Wen Yang lightly pushed Ning Chu's shoulder. "Stop daydreaming." Zhang Xiaoqing leaned in, peering at Ning Chu's vacant gaze, and mocked. "You won't faint again, will you?" "No." Ning Chu had recovered by now, standing up with the support of the two, and his complexion gradually improved. It was just Zhang Xiaoqing's teasing. Why did he care so much? He had checked everything earlier. He still has his dick. Inside the school infirmary's single resting room, Ning Chu sat on the pristine bedding, holding a cup of grape glucose water in his hands, sipping it slowly. In his past and present, it was the first time he fainted and also the first time he drank glucose water. Slightly sweet, not bad in taste. He lifted his gaze, scanning Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing standing on the side, and his lips twitched. The male lead and male antagonist in the book are both serving me now. Unfortunately, he's not a girl and doesn't like men. This world isn't a derivative of any Otome works, but rather a male-oriented story. If it weren't for the fact that there is still a chance to turn things around now, and he's not familiar with this world, he would have dropped out and run away. "Ning Chu, how about you faint again later?" Zhang Xiaoqing smirked. "We can bring you here again and take a break." Ning Chu turned his head, too lazy to bother with him. He shifted his buttocks, leaning his back against the bed head, half closing his eyes as he looked towards the window on the side. Subconsciously, he pressed his hand against his abdomen, as if it could suppress the abdominal pain. This kind of pain is different from his usual gastrointestinal pain. It's a cramping sensation that gradually spreads from a point to an area. The pain isn't intense, but it's continuous, exceptionally tormenting. Ning Chu remembered something and noted down a line in his phone's memo. September 16th, abdominal pain. Even though he thought it was impossible, if this pain continued for a few days and the same symptoms recurred next month, then he should go to the hospital for an examination. Although it's far-fetched, but what if it's really a period? I can't possibly have my period, right? Ning Chu muttered to himself in a low voice, rubbing his temples in distress. Wen Yang, who was playing a mobile game on the side, turned to look at him. What did you just say? Nothing, just that my stomach hurts a lot. Isn't this the infirmary? Ask the doctor for some medicine. Zhang Xiaoqing's gaze stayed on the phone screen, not bothering to lift his head. He walked a few steps towards the door of the restroom, then bumped into a pillar. Damn, this broken pillar. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqing venting his anger on the pillar by kicking it twice, it's hard to imagine how this fool would become the vile antagonist described in the book. Ning Chu once again sighed with emotion in his heart. Then looking at Wen Yang, an honest and seemingly innocent guy who, they say, had never held hands with a girl since he turned 18, and whose first date with a girl was ruined by Zhang Xiaoqing. How did this guy evolve into a harem protagonist scum? This is medicine for treating gastrointestinal issues. In no time, Zhang Xiaoqing brought a small bottle of medicine. Take one pill at a time. Haven't you seen a doctor yet? The doctor is busy. There's 7 or 8 girls outside. Fortunately, you fainted early. Otherwise, you would also have to sit on a stool outside. He tossed the medicine bottle onto the bed and continued. For such a minor illness, do you still need to see a doctor? I can buy it for you from a drugstore myself. Ning Chu took the medicine bottle, indifferent. He took a pill while sipping grape glucose water and continued to sit there, staring blankly into space. Wen Yang finished his mobile game and looked at his roommate lying halfway on the bed, asking, How are you feeling? Your complexion still looks pretty bad. I still feel uncomfortable. Then take the morning off? Wen Yang said with concern, Say that Xiaoqing made you eat something wrong last night, got gastroenteritis, and the counselor should be able to approve it. Zhang Xiaoqing, however, continued to babble on the side. How could there be a problem? We ate the same thing and nothing happened to us. While they were chatting, a middle-aged man entered the restroom. Ning Chu subconsciously looked up, observing the well-dressed counselor, and was momentarily stunned. How are you? The counselor walked to the bedside, scanning Ning Chu's face up and down. Seeing Ning Chu instinctively shrink his neck, avoiding eye contact, he said, If you're fine, continue with the military training. Also, you too. Have you been slacking off here for half an hour? Zhang Xiaoqing unreasonably argued. I'm taking care of my sick roommate. How can that be considered slacking off? He looks fine now, but his stomach still hurts. We went out for Sichuan cuisine last night, and he got gastroenteritis from it. While they were trying to continue their clever debate, Wen Yang's gaze shifted to Ning Chu. He clearly noticed Ning Chu's somewhat unnatural expression. Approaching him, Wen Yang asked in a low voice, Where does it still hurt? Nothing. Ning Chu regretted and blamed himself, rubbing his temples, mainly because he felt a bit uncomfortable seeing this gentlemanly counselor. In the book, this counselor used his position to coerce and entice female students. He didn't know if such things happen in reality now. After all, it's a little emperor's world. Many plot lines in the book violated morality, laws, and ethics. When written in the book, it was purely fantasy, but if it happened in reality, it would only result in physical discomfort. Why did I write little emperor stories back then? All right, you two go back to military training, and I'll stay here. The counselor was too lazy to continue arguing with Zhang Xiaoqing. Waving his hand, he signaled the two to leave. What are you talking about taking care of a classmate? I heard you playing games outside just now. Playing games to accompany a sick person is also taking care. Why doesn't that count? Zhang Xiaoqing continued to argue, but reluctantly walked outside. muttering to himself, "The sun is so strong. I don't want to attend military training." Wen Yang helplessly got up to follow, while Ning Chu, after a second thought, quickly climbed down from the bed. "Wait for me. Are you okay now?" "It's fine. Give the restroom to other girls. I'll go to military training." The counselor looked at Ning Chu's still somewhat pale face and frowned slightly. "Okay, go ahead." Approaching noon, the sunlight became more intense and glaring. As soon as he stepped out of the infirmary, Ning Chu's eyes were stimulated and couldn't open them. He hurriedly caught up with his two roommates. However, he heard Wen Yang's surprised inquiry. "Why do I feel like you have a bad impression of the counselor? It's as if you're avoiding him, just like your attitude towards Xiaoqing before. You're talking nonsense. I've always had a good relationship with Ning Chu." Ning Chu silently gave Xiaoqing a side-eye. At the beginning, he certainly had to be vigilant about the main antagonist described in the book. This guy was much more perverted than the counselor. But after spending some time together, didn't he know that Xiaoqing was a simpleton? As long as the plot about them two didn't happen, the simpleton would always be a simpleton, and a virgin would always be a virgin. "Hey, how about we order takeout together for lunch? Let's meet the minimum order for a discount." Xiaoqing approached with his phone. Wen Yang shook his head and refused. "I'll go to the canteen. I made plans with my girlfriend." "Ning Chu? Wow, why are you so spirited?" Wen Yang turned around, only to see Ning Chu full of fighting spirit, looking at him confidently. "I want to have lunch at the canteen too. Let's sit at the same table." "Ah, that stinky girl is trying to take advantage again. Perhaps in this matter, it's time to cooperate with Xiaoqing." Ning Chu hooked his arm around Xiaoqing's neck, smiling slyly. "You come too. I don't want to squeeze in the canteen, and beside, what does it have to do with us if he talks about his girlfriend? I'm not going." Perhaps after collapsing for the first time and replenishing with glucose, eating some bread, and starting military training again, Ning Chu did not faint once more. Thinking about it, it was absurd. A healthy young man like him shouldn't be less resilient than delicate girls. Finally, around noon, with the instructor's command, Ning Chu's body immediately relaxed. His legs went soft, and he sat on the ground. "I'm exhausted." He took off his hat, fanned himself with it, tugged at his collar, and breathed heavily. "They've worked me to a sweat." In the scorching summer, the training uniform consisted of long sleeves, long pants, and a hat. Sweat had soaked through his clothes and hair. Ning Chu, not even having a minute to rest alone, Xiaoqing had already trotted over. Just as he was about to speak, he sniffed a few times with a sensitive nose. "What's that smell? It's quite nice." Alarm bells rang loudly in Ning Chu's mind. His eyes narrowed, quickly changing the subject. "What do you want?" "We agreed to go and be a third wheel for Wen Yang at noon. It's time to go. Didn't you say you didn't want to squeeze in the canteen and wouldn't go?" Xiaoqing scratched his head. After some investigation, he found out that Wen Yang's girlfriend is actually his childhood friend, Ling Ling. After a slight hesitation, he approached and lowered his voice, saying, "Actually, Wen Yang's girlfriend, Ling Ling, grew up with me since childhood." And what of it? I like Ling Ling." As expected, Xiaoqing's blackening was triggered by Ling Ling. Ning Chu stared straight into Xiaoqing's eyes, clearly seeing possessiveness deep within them. "Don't worry, they've only been together for a few days. At most they have just been holding hands." His comforting words made Xiaoqing visibly relieved. "If you like her, why don't you confess?" He helplessly smiled. "She sees me as a brother, and besides, they say rabbits don't eat at the same burrow, so You're silly. Why would you let some old people saying stop you from confessing?" Ning Chu rested for a few minutes, catching his breath. Propping himself up on his sore legs, he stood up and looked into the distance to find Wen Yang. Target locked. Completely ruined Wen Yang and Ling Ling's relationship. In reality, there wasn't much of a relationship between them. These two had only known each other for a few days. To call it a relationship was more like being attracted to each other's bodies. After considering for a moment, he turned to Xiaoqing and asked, "If you tell Wen Yang about this, would he break up with Ling Ling?" "Let's try." "Hey, over there, Wen Yang and Ling Ling are about to leave the playground. Ning Chu's eyes lit up, finally spotting the target in the distance. He pushed Zhang Xiaoqing's shoulder, urging him, "Hurry, go be a third wheel, so they won't publicly display affection." Once he heard the words, "public display of affection," Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes turned red, and he rushed out, sprinting towards the playground exit. Ning Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Defeating the plot with plot characters. He didn't have to personally intervene. Now he could put his mind at ease about this plot. With Zhang Xiaoqing's personality, he would never let the plot of Ling Ling pushing Wen Yang come true. After sweating through military training, feeling sticky all over, Ning Chu wrinkled his nose in disgust. He decided not to join the hustle and bustle of the canteen and headed back towards the dormitory. He planned to take a shower and change his clothes, but the training uniform would have to wait until evening to be washed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anything to wear in the afternoon. On the way from the playground to the dormitory area, he had to pass through a large square garden. Entering the square, Ning Chu's gaze was quickly drawn to the numerous booths. Club recruitment, muttering to himself, he looked around and noticed that school clubs in this world were more open and bold. Look at the swimming club. Several bikini-clad beauties attracted countless gazes. In fact, the attire of women here was also more revealing. In the scorching heat, most female students were wearing shorts and skirts, their long legs on full display. Ning Chu's mood was good at the moment. Although his lower abdomen still throbbed slightly, he stood in place, seemingly looking at the booths for club recruitment. However, his gaze was actually drifting towards the legs of the girls. The quality is exceptionally high. If this were my previous life, it would at least be the standard for a talent show. Enjoying the view of beautiful girls on the square for about 10 minutes, Ning Chu happily hummed a song and returned to the dormitory, feeling content. Coming to this world also had its benefits. As long as he prevented the novel's plot from happening in reality, he would have a wide range of choices for his future wife. Pushing open the dormitory door, Wang Jie was already sitting in front of the computer with a takeout box, glancing at Ning Chu before continuing to focus on the computer screen, watching a game livestream while eating. Ning Chu took a glance at his screen, then walked directly to the mirror on the wall. Feeling the refreshing coolness from the air conditioner and fan, he surveyed himself in the mirror. The training uniform was unusually large, and, coupled with his small stature, the sleeves were a full section longer than his arms. The top covered his buttocks, and the pants were loose, sagging down. If he wasn't careful, he might step on them. He looked like a child playing dress-up in his father's clothes, cute yet messy. A bit dissatisfied, Ning Chu rolled up his sleeves and tucked the hem of his shirt into his pants. This looked much neater. When he tightened the belt, his slender waist was completely highlighted, making him appear more like a young girl. He returned to the desk, opened his shirt, and lazily lay back in the chair. It's unbearably hot, and it hurts. It wasn't the pain in his lower abdomen, but rather the result of the intense activities during military training and the rough texture of the short sleeves that caused discomfort in the front of his chest. Ning Chu looked at the fabric lifted on his chest, his eyebrows furrowed, feeling increasingly uneasy. Fortunately, there was still a training uniform to use as a cover during military training. It seemed like he was developing from red beans towards small buns. The uplifting effect of looking at beautiful girls had suppressed his spirits. Ning Chu pursed his lips, contemplating all the possibilities of turning into a girl. He lowered his head, held his phone absent-mindedly in his hands, and absent-mindedly selected some takeout. Since he was playing the role of a female in the plot, how exactly would he transform into a girl? His hands involuntarily rested on his still, throbbing lower abdomen. Could it be a gender abnormality? Combining today's abdominal pain, excessively short stature, and the painful sensation of development in the chest. Ning Chu could only come up with this guess. But if that were the case, wouldn't he always become a girl, no matter what he did in the future? It could even be said that he was already a woman now. That would be too terrifying. Ning Chu, good news. The dormitory door suddenly burst open with a kick. Ning Chu shivered, and the phone was scared out of his hands. He looked bewildered as the phone landed on his thigh, bounced up, and tumbled toward the ground. Miss Zhang Xiaoqing, why are you staring at me like that? Hang Xiaoqing. It must be said that Ning Chu's crisp, neutral, and tender voice lacked the imposing presence when he angrily shouted. Even with his eyes glaring in anger, it looked more like a pitiful and coquettish expression. It's a shame he's not a woman. Seeing his upset and angry appearance, Zhang Xiaoqing subconsciously felt guilty. He awkwardly lowered his head to glance at the phone lying on the ground. Its screen turned green. He still insisted, just get it fixed. Why are you so angry about such a small thing? I don't have money. Could you be a bit quieter when entering the room? Ning Chu glared at him again, then squatted down to pick up the phone. Most of the screen was covered in green, and the touch screen was completely ineffective. Obviously, the internal screen was completely damaged. The deed was done, and Ning Chu could only sigh softly. It's okay, I'll pay to get it fixed for you. Zhang Xiaoqing crossed his arms, leaning against the wardrobe door nonchalantly. But what will I use in the meantime? Ning Chu muttered sadly. Zhang Xiaoqing frowned, searched his pockets, and slapped his own phone on Ning Chu's desk, saying, use mine. What's with the huh? Just don't delete my stuff. My watch can make calls anyway. Zhang Xiaoqing looked dissatisfied, took the broken phone, and stuffed it into his pocket. He continued, I'll get it fixed for you tonight. For now, use my phone. All right. Zhang Xiaoqing's way of handling things left Ning Chu with no reason to argue. Look at that blonde hair, always looking like a carefree delinquent, but when it came to taking responsibility, he seemed quite manly. A small conflict made the atmosphere between the two a bit awkward. Ning Chu, with a straight face, emotionless, opened a small game, but within 2 minutes, Zhang Xiaoqing playfully approached again. Ning Chu, when Yang agreed to break up with Ling Ling. Oh, anyway, there are plenty of girls pursuing him, and he doesn't care about this one. Besides, they've only been together for a few days. Yeah. With two indifferent responses, a smile inadvertently appeared on Ning Chu's lips. Now the first scene of the novel's plot would never happen. If the plot also had a butterfly effect, it might even lead to subsequent events not occurring. Then the probability of him turning into a girl would be reduced. As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Chu's lower abdomen suddenly experienced a severe cramp. He couldn't help but inhale sharply, his body instinctively curling up, hands covering his stomach. What's wrong? The sudden situation caught Zhang Xiaoqing off guard, and Wang Jie, who was playing a game, also hurriedly stood up, rushing over. Nothing, it's fine. Ning Chu curled up on the chair, his tear glands already breaking down, tears streaming down, his body trembling. He bit his lower lip, trying to suppress the painful cry. What's wrong? I'll check if there's any pain reliever. Take one for now. What's going on? Acute gastroenteritis? Should we call an ambulance and go to the hospital for an 4-drip? The two roommates were in chaos. Wang Jie was preparing to call for an ambulance, while Zhang Xiaoqing rummaged through the dormitory looking for the first aid kit. The surging tide of pain quickly receded. Ning Chu's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Weakly, he rested his forehead on the desk, letting out a long sigh. The sudden pain made him think of the punishment for changing the novel's plot. According to his speculation, the pain earlier in the day, the slight cramping, was due to him preventing Wen Yang's date last night. The intense pain just now was the punishment for Wen Yang breaking up with Ling Ling, causing the complete breakdown of the first scene of the plot. But this kind of pain couldn't defeat him. After a few minutes of rest, Ning Chu weakly lifted his head. I'm going to take a shower. His eyes, still with tears, looked at Zhang Xiaoqing behind him. Help me with my delivery when it arrives. Seeing the redness in his eyes from the pain, Zhang Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, somewhat awkwardly avoiding his gaze. Are you okay? It's fine, just a sudden pain. Feeling the ease and nonchalance in Ning Chu's tone, Zhang Xiaoqing suspected that this roommate had a tendency for masochism. Don't you need to go to the hospital? Wang Jie interjected with concern. No need. After experiencing such pain just now, He now seemed carefree and had no intention of going to the hospital for an examination. He even appeared quite happy. Zhang Xiaoqing watched as Ning Chu went to the wardrobe, removed the training suit jacket, took off the long pants, revealing the tight little buttocks supported by boxer briefs and those slender, fair legs. Although he saw this scene every night during their showers, this time, Zhang Xiaoqing felt something different. That buttocks seemed to be more lifted. It looked more rounder than before. Fortunately, he had no issues with his sexual orientation and already had a girl he liked. After a quick glance, he turned back to sit at his desk. However, a sudden confusion popped into his mind. Did Ning Chu have leg hair? It's not that he wanted to check out a man's legs. He was just curious if Ning Chu had leg hair. Zhang Xiaoqing turned to look again and saw that Ning Chu had already picked up his clean clothes, holding them in a way that was directly in his line of sight. What are you doing? You wash quickly. I'll need to wash after you. Ning Chu quickly came up with an excuse, but Zhang Xiaoqing's gaze inadvertently fell on Ning Chu's chest. I understand. Ning Chu noticed where his gaze had landed, furrowed his eyebrows, and instinctively raised his arm, using the clean clothes he was holding to cover up. While it's normal for men to have visible arousal, he felt inexplicably embarrassed and worried about being teased. He put on a pair of slippers and hurriedly walked towards the balcony. What's wrong with him? When they heard the sound of the bathroom door closing from the balcony, Wang Jie couldn't help but discuss curiously. Could it be that he really had a stomachache from last night? Then aren't you the culprit? Why are you talking nonsense? It's none of my business, Zhang Xiaoqing cursed and shifted the blame. None of us had any issues, but he got a stomachache? I'd believe it if you said he's about to give birth. Well, he seems to be in quite a hurry. The dormitory door was opened, and when Yang walked in, looking bewildered at the commotion in front of him. What's going on? It's quite lively here. Did something happen? At the same time, inside the bathroom, Ning Chu was humming an off-key tune, standing beneath the shower, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, enjoying the soothing warmth of the water. After he completely disrupted the original plot of the novel, he felt that the punishment that had come out of nowhere had landed on him. Perhaps the current situation was something that someone, or some god, didn't want to see. If I continue to disrupt the plot like this, then I won't have to be a woman anymore. And I won't have to endure getting pierced through. Being a man in a world full of beautiful women, with feminine men everywhere, getting married and spending the second half of my life peacefully, it's not a bad choice. Partial victory. Feeling pleased with himself, Ning Chu applied shower gel to his body, but his hands suddenly stopped at his chest. Why does it feel like there are two soft lumps on my chest? Attention. At ease. Roll call. Everyone is here. Let's start with a 2-lap run. Keep up and maintain formation. In the afternoon, the sunlight became even more glaring and intense. The air on the sports field felt as if it had been warped by the heat, and as soon as you stepped into the sunlight, your skin quickly started to sweat, making you feel sticky and uncomfortable. Due to his height, Ning Chu became one of the leaders in this formation. He had a stern instructor by his side, which made him behave and focus on running. Fortunately, his stomachache had lessened considerably in the afternoon, and it was no longer a hindrance. At lunchtime, he had eaten a good meal, with 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a glass of yogurt. He had eaten to the point of almost feeling stuffed, and had even taken a nap. As long as he ate well and rested well, he had confidence that he wouldn't embarrass himself by being the first one to faint while standing at attention. After 2 laps, Ning Chu's breathing became rapid. As the order to rest was given by the instructor, he sat down on the grass of the sports field, massaging his sore legs and taking a few gulps from his bottle of mineral water. I'm so tired. Wang Jie, a self-proclaimed otaku who never exercised, complained incessantly as he nearly lost his breath after the 2 laps. Why are they making us do this early in the morning? Don't they want us to survive? Ning Chu gave him a glance, but was immediately caught by something. Wang Jie shuffled over to Ning Chu and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Much better. It's not a problem anymore." "Oh," Wang Jie sighed. "If I had a stomachache, I would definitely ask for a few days off." I heard that military training comes with academic credits. If you take a leave this year, you'll have to make it up with the freshmen next year. Is that true? Ning Chu remained noncommittal, but that's how it worked in the university he attended in his previous life. During the break, he scanned the sports field with his gaze, eventually stopping at an energetic girl in the adjacent class. He thought he should find a girlfriend. In a world where high-quality girls were everywhere, aside from disrupting the plot for his own benefit, it wouldn't hurt to have a girlfriend and enjoy life, right? But that girl seemed to be around 1.6 meters tall, a bit taller than him. Short girls usually had a cute and youthful look, and although he knew that the girls on the sports field were all over 18, it wasn't like the world of anime. He felt a strange sense of guilt about pursuing a girl with a lowly look. Moreover, why did he suddenly have an extra layer of soft flesh on his chest when he took a shower at noon? Suddenly, he remembered the sensation on his chest while showering, and his thoughts about dating quickly dissipated. He lay back on the grass, staring blankly at the clear blue sky. In the first week of his world travel, he had little red beans on his chest, and now it seemed like some sudden growth had turned his little red beans into dumplings. There must be some connection between these events, right? Why is the counselor here? The conversation nearby drew Ning Chu's attention back. He turned around and immediately saw the counselor approaching with a cardboard box in hand. Scenes from a novel about the counselor flashed in Ning Chu's mind, leaving him with a very negative impression of the counselor. He muttered under his breath, "A hypocrite. Come on, I bought some water and bread for you all. It's in the box." The counselor's smile was exceptionally sunny, and his gentle and approachable appearance quickly gained the favor of the students. "I'll leave the box here. Feel free to take some during breaks. Let's have a good military training, and after that, we'll have a meal together to replenish our strength." Yawning, Ning Chu discreetly observed the counselor while maintaining a straight posture. He watched as the counselor approached the instructor and engaged in a hushed conversation with him, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. He remembered that the counselor's plotline was later in the story, so there shouldn't be anything strange being planned at this point. Hey, if the counselor is still a normal person and not a pervert, does that mean there's hope? Just like Zhang Xiaoqin? If there's no hope, why not send the counselor to prison in advance, preventing his storyline from happening? This idea suddenly occurred to Ning Chu. He didn't need to wait for the plot to unfold before sabotaging it. He could take proactive measures and deal with key characters in advance. To achieve this, the original novel that came with him in his computer was crucial. Just as he had this somewhat unusual idea, Ning Chu suddenly shivered. He looked up and saw that the instructor and the counselor were looking at him and seemingly discussing something about him. Are they talking about me? I haven't turned into a girl because of the storyline yet. Why are they staring at me? Could it be that they're into both men and women? Are they that perverted? Ning Chu kept a vigilant eye on the counselor. His casual sitting posture had straightened up, and his muscles tensed involuntarily, as if he were a vigilant cat. Fortunately, the counselor's gaze didn't linger on him for too long. After conversing with the instructor for about a minute, the counselor walked straight to the front of the students. Tomorrow evening at 5 p.m., we'll have a class meeting in classroom D203. Students with ideas for running as class representatives can start preparing in advance. Only fools become class representatives, especially positions like class president and vice president, where you gain no benefits and are just running errands and potentially offending people. Ning Chu glanced at his 3 roommates, only to find them all buried in their phones, looking completely disinterested. Military training continued. After the initial 2 laps of warm-up, it was time for the long and boring standing at attention exercises. Their location was at the edge of the sports field, with green trees casting a shadow nearby. Unfortunately, only their feet could find shade, while their heads were exposed to the increasingly scorching sun. Ning Chu, do you want to become a class representative? I heard it can earn you extra credits, and scholarships become easier to get, whispered Wen Yang from behind, taking advantage of the instructor's inattention. Ning Chu was about to shake his head when a sudden idea crossed his mind. Since he wanted to get close to the counselor to find out if he was a pervert or not, Being a class representative could be a good cover identity. Moreover, he wasn't a girl in the storyline yet, so there shouldn't be any danger in getting closer to the counselor. He didn't think too much and nodded slightly. You want to run too? Two. Ning Chu turned curiously to look at Wen Yang and was about to gauge his reaction when the instructor lightly tapped the back of his head and sternly reprimanded, "Why can't you stay still?" Ning Chu turned pale and quickly closed his mouth, not daring to say another word. "Hey, nice perky butt." In the dorm room during the evening, as Ning Chu bent over and leaned on the desk to check the Ethernet cable on his laptop, he suddenly felt a slap on his rear end. He instinctively turned around and delivered a swift kick. Ouch! Damn! Zhang Xiaoqing playfully retreated to the side, but quickly approached again with a cheeky smile. "Come on, let's buy some fruits. It's so hot. Don't you want some watermelon? Why don't you order takeout? It's expensive. Plus, we'd have to go outside to buy a knife. How about fruit salad? That's expensive too. And it's not always fresh. Who's this penny-pinching rich kid, meticulously calculating every penny?" Ning Chu rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to argue further. He double-checked the laptop's network connection, made sure it was working fine, and then turned to open the wardrobe door. He stood on tiptoes to peer inside, searching for the clothes he would change in later that night. During the military training period, he had to take 2 showers a day, but his movements were somewhat slow, and his expression carried a hint of uncertainty. When he had taken a shower at noon, he was certain that he had felt extra softness on his chest. At that time, he had been a bit panicked, but with limited time during the lunch break, he couldn't thoroughly investigate. Tonight, he needed to check it thoroughly. Just as he was lost in thought, his butt was smacked again. Why was Zhang Xiaoqing so mischievous? Ning Chu turned around in annoyance, but saw that it was Wen Yang standing behind him this time. Oh, the male lead. All right, then, building a good relationship with the male lead would be a good idea. Having the male lead's help in disrupting the plot in the future would make things much easier. Hands off. He gave Wen Yang a stern look, but then softened his tone. If you're running for class president tomorrow, it's best to talk to your classmates first. Yeah, I've already arranged it. Wen Yang nodded with a smile. Most of the girls in the class are supportive. TSK, being handsome has its perks, huh? Ning Chu enviously and jealously sized up Wen Yang. At this moment, Wen Yang was only wearing a pair of boxer shorts, and his sun-kissed skin had a light tan. His well-defined muscles seemed as solid as rocks, with 8 neatly sculpted abdominal muscles and a V-shaped line formed by the long, slender muscles on his waist. With his strong physique, his facial features remained rather delicate, which reminded Ning Chu of a fitness poster featuring Eddie Peng he had seen in his previous life. Oh, how envious! Why couldn't I have transmigrated as the male lead instead of being a supporting character who gets sidelined? Even if it were a villain role, that would be fine. Ning Chu's gaze then shifted to Zhang Xiaoqing, who was shirtless. Although Zhang Xiaoqing didn't have prominently defined muscles, his face alone could make him an internet sensation even without any talents or skills if he were in a modern world. Now look at me. Thin arms, slender legs, a face that looked like an underdeveloped little boy, a voice that leaned towards neutral, and not even 100 pounds on the scale. Slightly better than Wang Jie, the gaming nerd who nearly died from running 2 laps. Inwardly lamenting the unfairness of life, Ning Chu found his pajamas and prepared to head to the bathroom. But just as he turned, he saw Zhang Xiaoqing grabbing a pair of underwear and rushing into the bathroom ahead of him. What's wrong with him? That's just how he is, always messing around. Wen Yang leaned against the ladder on Ning Chu's bunk, playing with his phone, and hesitated as he asked, "Ning Chu, can you help me choose?" "Choose what?" "A girlfriend." He scratched his short hair in frustration. Even girls from other classes have added me and sent me photos asking me to be their boyfriend. Due to his strict upbringing, he had never even held a girl's hand before going to college. Now that he was being pursued by numerous girls, he was feeling overwhelmed. Ning Chu could only widen his eyes in disbelief. "Why choose? Take them all." Wang Jie chimed in from his side. Ning Chu didn't hesitate to grab an empty bottle and toss it at Wang Jie. "Stop talking nonsense." Once when Yang got a taste of it, it wouldn't be so easy to prevent him from going out for overnight stays with girls in the future. No way. I haven't even talked to girls much. I can't handle even one of them. When Yang shook his head, complaining, like that Ling Ling from yesterday, I was having lunch with her in the cafeteria, and she got mad out of nowhere. I can't understand women at all. No wonder you agreed so readily to break up with her. However, Ling Ling getting angry, it's highly likely that you didn't satisfy her. After all, she's the supporting character in a steamy hentai, and usually, the reasons for her anger are related to unfulfilled desires. What's the point of women anyway? I'd rather play games. Ning Chu slipped in his own thoughts and tried to influence Wen Yang. Look at those games, they cost millions of dollars and involve hundreds of people. Isn't that better than one woman? Even duo Q with me is more interesting than women. Wen Yang hesitated for a moment, then turned to him and said, "Forget it, playing games with you is like being in jail." That's because I haven't played much. His pride as a man in games suddenly surged. Even if his record was 0-16, he would never admit that he was bad. Ning Chu crossed his arms, unwilling to back down. Give me a couple more weeks to practice, and once I'm familiar with the game, I'll be able to carry you. Although this world also had competitive games similar to League of Legends and CS. Go. He wasn't familiar with the characters at all. Even if he had played in his previous life, he still needed to go through a beginner's period. I used to be Diamond Eye in games. He mumbled quietly, then opened the game and immediately raised his head, squinting slightly at Wen Yang. Wen Yang finally averted his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. From his perspective, looking down, he could see Ning Chu's delicate and snowy white collarbone through the wide neckline. Looking deeper, he seemed to capture a slight undulation. Do you have a problem? Why are you staring at me like that? Ning Chu felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, and at that moment, Zhang Xiaoqing, who was still soaking wet, entered the room. Ning Chu picked up his pajamas, rushed to the balcony, and accidentally bumped into Zhang Xiaoqing on the way out. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoqing was about to curse, but he saw Ning Chu had already run out of the dormitory, and the back door was slammed shut. He could only mutter in annoyance, "Stop running around in the dormitory. What's the matter?" In a hurry to change sanitary pads. Inside the bathroom, Ning Chu had already undressed, standing stark naked on the tiled floor. He lowered his head, lost in thought as he examined his flat chest. It was indeed like an airport, but that was in comparison to females. He placed his hands on his chest, furrowing his brow, feeling a slight discomfort beneath the small red beans and the soft sensation. It's confirmed, it's developing. Could it be some kind of sexual dimorphism? Was I originally a girl? But girls don't develop this quickly, do they? It's only been a few days, and he's already gained some flesh. He slightly spread his legs and looked downwards. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen little Ning Chu have any energetic moments since he transmigrated, even early in the morning. But he wasn't ascetic, and occasionally, he also had impulsive desires. It's just that there were wolves on both sides of him, the male lead and the villain. And as a supporting character who was eaten by both in the original story, he didn't dare to mess around. Nobody would do that kind of thing in the dormitory, right? I'm afraid it really is a punishment from hindering the plot development. Well, that's just terrible. After the first day of military training, even the physically fit Wen Yang felt a bit tired. The dormitory was unusually quiet, with Wang Jie already in bed, snoring loudly shortly after 9 p.m. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoqing and Wen Yang were playing games in duos, but they were too lazy to speak. The whole dormitory was filled only with the sound of keyboards and mice clicking. After taking a shower, Ning Chu put on a set of comfortable silk pajamas and climbed into bed. Although these pajamas had a soft touch and were extremely comfortable to wear, the only problem was that they were thin for summer, making the little red beans on his chest quite conspicuous. Lying in bed, Ning Chu felt tired but not sleepy. He turned to look at the computer screen opposite, where Zhang Xiaoqing was playing games. He tried to pick up some game skills secretly to avoid being called a noob by Wen Yang the next time they played. He had been in this world for more than a week now, and it seemed that there wasn't much difference from his initial expectations. There were just a few more cross-dressers, and the girls were prettier, with lighter and more revealing outfits. It seemed that they were also more proactive. Why hasn't any girl approached me yet? Is it because Wen Yang is the protagonist? Ning Chu sighed lightly and buried his face in his pillow. His peripheral vision glanced at Zhang Xiaoqing's computer screen again, and he saw the victory symbol already appearing on the screen. Afterward, Zhang Xiaoqing switched to a video player and leaned forward, propping his head up with one hand, completely absorbed in watching a movie. The sound coming from the speakers also attracted Wen Yang, who put aside the game and moved his chair next to Zhang Xiaoqing. He reminded him, "Lower the volume. Wang Jie is already asleep." Okay. Watching movies together was a common activity in the dormitory. Lying on his side at the head of the bed, Ning Chu glanced at the movie screen a few times. The exquisite and delicate visuals, the beautiful female lead, the quality of the visuals was so high that one could tell it was a big-budget film at first glance. It instantly caught his eye, and he curiously asked, "What movie is this? Why don't you come down and watch? What's with all the questions?" Zhang Xiaoqing crossed his legs and took out a bag of potato chips from the drawer. "I'm coming down right now." Ning Chu eagerly climbed down from his bunk, brought his chair over, and was about to sit down next to Zhang Xiaoqing. However, he hesitated and quickly moved to sit next to Wen Yang. This guy is the villain, and although he seems psychologically healthy for now, it's safer to sit next to the male lead. "Why are you avoiding me like this?" Zhang Xiaoqing turned his head and muttered, "Are you holding a grudge against the rich? It was fine these past few days, but before, you looked at me like you'd seen a ghost." "Yeah, I hold a grudge against the rich." "Hey, then the efforts of 2 generations of my ancestors, the result of my father and my grandfather's hard work, why are you not blaming your dad for not working hard enough? Why hold a grudge against me?" Ning Chu couldn't be bothered with this twisted logic, and he wasn't really against the wealthy. He simply turned to the screen and focused on watching the movie. As they watched the movie, Ning Chu suddenly felt that something was off. Wasn't this movie a bit too explicit? In the first 2 minutes, the female lead was already getting intimate with someone, and her clothes were halfway off. There wasn't even any censorship. His body unconsciously leaned back, and he felt like an elderly person on the subway watching inappropriate content on their phone. He glanced at the 2 guys beside him, who seemed to be engrossed in the movie, finding it quite intriguing. "This isn't just an action movie, is it?" Wen Yang was somewhat reserved, watching silently without saying a word. However, Zhang Xiaoqing immediately commented, "Wow, the female lead is really something so alluring." The movie had reached a critical point, and Ning Chu awkwardly turned his head away, looking towards the dormitory door. But his eyes couldn't help but sneak a few glances at the screen. It's not that he's interested, but he's just curious about the differences in the movie industry in this world compared to his previous life. It's quite vivid and bright. Ning Chu was having this kind of experience for the first time. In fact, in this lifetime, he had only watched a few of these out of curiosity. As for the likes of Tsang, Luo, and other teachers, he had only heard of them, and he hadn't watched them with others either. His 2 roommates beside him made him feel extra self-conscious, and he couldn't even keep his gaze on the screen for long. Embarrassment had taken over him, and his ears were turning red. The sound from the speakers was very soft to avoid disturbing Wang Jie, who was already asleep. However, the seductive gasps were still clearly entering Ning Chu's ears. He felt an unexpected desire rising, an inexplicable attraction towards Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing. His body temperature was rising, his heart rate was gradually increasing, and his legs involuntarily pressed together, while his hands held onto his lower abdomen with a slight frown. Something didn't feel right. He suddenly yearned for an embrace for no apparent reason. The attraction he felt towards Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing was making him anxious, and he found himself involuntarily rubbing his legs together. He breathed out softly and suddenly stood up in a panic, rushing out of the dormitory. "Tisk, look at him. He's acting like he's never seen anything before," Zhang Xiaoqing muttered while looking at Ning Chu, who was washing his face on the balcony. Could he still be a virgin? Wen Yang's smiling face, ready to tease, froze for a moment. "What's wrong? Are you two?" He awkwardly explained. "You see how many girls are chasing me in our class. How could I be like Ning Chu?" Oh, Zhang Xiaoqing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, our dormitory has one poor little Ning Chu, but should we take him out to see the world on the weekend? Is that a good idea? Getting cold feet. I don't think Ning Chu would want to go, to be honest. All right, I'll go if you treat. Suddenly hearing Ning Chu's voice, when Yang's words stumbled to a halt. He turned to look at Ning Chu, standing by the balcony door. Are you really going? Zhang Xiaoqing scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's not that he didn't know the place, but looking at Ning Chu's innocent face, he suddenly felt a strange sense of guilt. Well, you're probably someone who has never been there yourself, Ning Chu said sarcastically, snorting through his nose, then turned and climbed onto the bed. On the one hand, he was genuinely curious about what kind of customs and women he might encounter in this place. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoqing had a strict upbringing, as said in the book. Before he turned into a villain, daring to go to such a place would likely result in his father breaking his legs. Ning Chu suspected that this guy had become so psychologically messed up in the book because of his overly strict upbringing. After climbing onto the bed, Ning Chu couldn't help but sigh. He turned his face to the wall, curled up his body, and covered his head with the blanket. He always felt like his life was getting worse and worse. The entire day, Ning Chu drifted through in a daze. Perhaps it was because of the lewd thoughts that had filled his mind the previous night, or maybe he had thought too much before going to sleep. But in any case, he had not slept well. He kept having nightmares where he turned into a woman, being ravaged by Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing. It was terrifying. Usually, when he had a dream, if he woke up in the middle of it, he couldn't return to it. However, the nightmares from last night kept resuming every time he fell back asleep, leaving him restless throughout the night. Damn! With a sleep-deprived brain, Ning Chu's thoughts were in a chaotic state. He sleepily completed the morning military training and followed his classmates in a classroom D203 in the teaching building. It was a plain classroom with rows of desks and chairs. Ning Chu randomly found a seat, slumped over the desk, half opening his eyes, and gazing at the counselors standing at the front. Let me introduce myself again, just in case some of you have forgotten. The counselor turned and wrote his name and phone number on the blackboard. If you have any minor issues, contact me through the group chat. For major matters, call my phone directly. Hanjingya? The name sounded quite pleasant, and his appearance was refined and well-groomed. Ning Chu wondered if the shady things involving female students behind the scenes had occurred in this story. Next, students who want to run for class committee positions can come up and give a speech. Ning Chu yawned, rested his cheek on the cool desk, and paid no attention. He had no interest in class committee elections unless he suspected Han Jingye of wrongdoing. Wen Yang. Yeah. Sitting at the same table as Ning Chu, Wen Yang lowered his head to look at him, his face squished by the desk. After some consideration, Ning Chu continued, If you become a class committee member, please keep an eye on the girls who interact with the counselor. Oh, interested in dating someone? Why specifically those who interact with the counselor? Ning Chu couldn't explain his baseless suspicions to Wen Yang, so he simply replied with a soft Then, without making any excuses, he responded to Wen Yang's confusion with silence. Why don't you give it a try too? Being a class committee member is not bad. It can help you develop your personality since you're a bit introverted. No thanks. He had too many confusing matters to sort out. Becoming a class committee member was out of the question. Although he had entertained the idea of taking the initiative to approach Han Jingye, there was Wen Yang now, as Ning Chu had imagined. As expected, when Wen Yang stood up to run for the class committee, the outcome was already predetermined. Unsurprisingly, Wen Yang became the class president, a mature-looking wolf girl became the vice president, and a friendly guy from the same table became another vice president. Ning Chu was only interested in the wolf girl, admiring her fluffy tail. When he found out that she became a vice president, her tail wagged like a small toy windmill. Even from a few meters away, the breeze generated by her tail reached Ning Chu's face, more refreshing than an electric fan. The vice president is really something, isn't she? Zhang Xiaoqing leaned over, nudging Ning Chu with his shoulder, his tone full of innuendo, and he grinned in a slightly creepy manner. Look at that hourglass figure. Look at those thighs. Ugh, she could probably punch me to death. The tank top and hot pants showcased the wolf girl's figure perfectly, but Ning Chu seriously doubted that she could punch him to death on the spot. Her wolf ears twitched, and suddenly she turned her head, locking her gaze onto him. Wow, her ears are that sensitive? He immediately backed down, leaned on the desk, lowered his body, and hid behind Wang Jia, one of his classmates. Don't be scared. Zhang Xiaoqing playfully smiled at the wolf girl. By the way, what's her name? How would I know? I didn't listen to what they said during the election. He had almost fallen asleep earlier. Zhang Xiaoqing chuckled wickedly. You were gossiping behind her back. I was just joking. Besides, aren't your comments even more inappropriate? Nah, I was praising her figure. Fortunately, the wolf girl didn't pay much attention to their remarks. Her ears twitched again, and she continued chatting with her friends, swaying her tail. Ning Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the girl who stood at around 1.7 meters tall with a visible hourglass figure and compared it to his own feeble appearance. He didn't feel very manly at all. He didn't bother complaining about his appearance. In fact, he had no intention of working out to change it. If it weren't for the possibility of turning into a girl in this world, he would be a content underachiever. Besides, even if he were to become a muscular man at 1.6 meters tall, it wouldn't make much difference. All right, the 3 class committee members stay. The rest can go. As soon as Han Jingye spoke, the students quickly scattered, rushing to the door. In the future, class meetings will mostly be held here. Before he could finish his sentence, only 3 newly appointed class committee members remained in the classroom, along with Ning Chu, who had just yawned and stood up from his seat. He looked around with bleary eyes, a bewildered expression on his face, and his gaze finally settled on Wenyang. Wait for me. I'll be down in a moment, and we can go to the cafeteria together. Yeah. He sat down again, his face buried in his arms as if taking a nap, but his ears were perked up, listening intently to Han Jingye and the class committee members' discussions, afraid of missing any details. Last night, Ning Chu had carefully searched the book for information about the counselor and had only found a short subplot about a hidden rule. In essence, the counselor used a scholarship as leverage to make a high-achieving female student willingly offer herself. The key was the use of a scholarship as leverage. What a scumbag. In the evening, collect information from your classmates and fill out the forms to send to me. Starting tomorrow, Wenyang will be responsible for roll call. Report to me if anyone is late or absent. During the military training period, buy 2 cases of water and bread every day. If it's not enough, buy more. Oh, I also bought a sun umbrella. Tomorrow, take it to the office. It can be used to shade from the sun during breaks. Ning Chu didn't hear anything valuable. In fact, he felt like this counselor was quite dedicated. Let's go. Wenyang lightly tapped the desk with his knuckles. We're done here. Let's go eat. Didn't you sleep well last night? You've been half asleep all day. Ning Chu yawned and sat up, stretching his arms high above his head. Yeah, I didn't sleep well. While he was chatting with Wenyang, he kept an eye on Han Jingye. In fact, he had been observing Han Jingye's expressions since the class meeting, trying to figure out which girls this guy might be interested in. Why does he keep staring at me? Ning Chu stood up, quickened his pace to catch up with Wenyang, and quietly asked, Did you notice? The counselor keeps looking at me. Maybe he's wondering why a girl entered the boys' dormitory. Wenyang smiled and looked down at Ning Chu's clean and innocent face. With your height and looks, it would be strange if others didn't notice you. That makes sense. Are you particularly interested in the counselor? Ning Chu hesitated for a moment. Is it that obvious? Yeah. Are you into the counselor? I cough. Ning Chu was caught off guard by this question and choked, his face turning red. He struggled to catch his breath and finally retorted indignantly after recovering. I like women. Why was even Wenyang, the straightforward guy, teasing him like this? Must be the influence of Zhang Xiaoqing. The class meeting took about half an hour, but the cafeteria was still crowded, filled with new students in their military training uniforms. Ning Chu, feeling angered over the misconstrued sexual orientation, followed Wen Yang with a cold and distant expression, not saying a word for quite some time. Tomorrow, we're supposed to wear those quick-dry clothes. They said there's going to be physical training. Oh, do you have sunscreen on your side? I've gone a shade darker in these past couple of days. No. Wen Yang ordered his food, sat down, and looked at Ning Chu's cold demeanor. He sighed in helplessness. I was just making a joke. Fine, I was wrong. He placed a piece of sweet and sour pork onto Ning Chu's plate. Here's a piece of meat as an apology. I won't bring this up again. Lured by the offer of a piece of meat, the icy expression on Ning Chu's face softened slightly, and the tension in the air was diffused. He sighed in resignation. Being mistaken for a woman and having his sexual orientation questioned were the most sensitive issues for him right now. Your reaction wasn't this big when Xiaoqing mentioned it. Well, I didn't have any expectations for him in the first place. Ning Chu gave Wen Yang an indignant look. That guy was a ruthless villain in the book, having preyed on countless girls. Ning Chu only hoped that Zhang Xiaoqing would be a decent person, and he couldn't ask for more. Wen Yang, on the other hand, was different. Although he was a harem scum in the story, all the girls he had relationships with did so willingly, and some even initiated the seduction. Ning Chu had higher expectations for the protagonist. It would be best if he remained a virgin forever. If the male protagonist was a virgin, even if the heavens themselves intervened, they wouldn't be able to advance the main plot. Wen Yang, lost in thought, Ning Chu suddenly heard a cheer and looked up in confusion. He saw a girl from their class approaching, holding her tray with excitement, and plopping down beside Wen Yang. Who is this? Yuan, what's up? Wen Yang glanced at her and continued eating. Are we going to the bar tonight? I don't think so. I'm broke. Yuan leaned seductively against Wen Yang's shoulder. I'll treat you. Ning Chu furrowed his brows in annoyance. Where did this seductive vixen come from? She's flirting with the male protagonist right in front of the author? Damn, he was so envious. Was it just because he looked a bit handsome and had the aura of a male protagonist? Wen Yang hesitated for a moment, as he had never been to a bar before and was curious yet apprehensive about the idea. He was torn between going and not going. Oh, by the way, the twins from my dorm are also going. Twins, huh? Ning Chu suddenly remembered when she mentioned twins. The chapter where the twin is the heroine was quite straightforward. Both of the sisters and a tipsy Wen Yang ended up having a rough and raw baby-making sex in a bar. It was an exceptionally intense storyline, since the story of the twins spanned for 3 chapters and 8,000 words. The current girl, Yuan, wasn't mentioned in the book. She probably got drunk by that time. Are you going? If you're going, we can leave now. Seeing Wen Yang's excitement and his impending temptation by the twins, Ning Chu quickly intervened. No, we said we're playing doubles tonight. Huh? Wen Yang looked at him with a puzzled expression. You said that last time too. After experiencing the ordeal of being locked up in a double cell once, Wen Yang no longer looked forward to playing games with Ning Chu. Ning Chu racked his brains for a new excuse. Didn't the counselor ask you to fill out forms for us? It's not a good idea for both vice class monitors to be assigned tasks right after taking office. What if they mention it to the counselor? Ning Chu put on a concerned expression, trying to convince him. Let's do it next time. We're pretty tired from the military training lately. Yuan turned to look at Ning Chu, her eyes filled with a strange suspicion. She scrutinized him from top to bottom, completely bewildered. Why does it matter to you whether we go to the bar or not? That makes sense. Wen Yang accepted Ning Chu's advice and, with a somewhat embarrassed expression, said to Yuan, we have a few things to take care of tonight, so how about another time? Yeah. Yuan's expression turned cold, and she let out a soft hum of discontent, casting a suspicious glance at Ning Chu. Reluctantly, she nodded her head. Fine. Fortunately, the current Wen Yang, although a bit awkward, wasn't the kind of womanizing character who thought with his lower body. Men can be quite stubborn, that's normal. But he was worried that if he didn't keep an eye on Wen Yang, he might end up going out with some girl one day. Watching the girl leave, Ning Chu's tense heart finally relaxed, and he sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. Now he had to watch over Zhang Xiaoqing to prevent him from getting hurt emotionally and turning into a villain. while also keeping an eye on Wen Yang to ensure that he didn't get taken advantage of by aggressive girls. Women are so troublesome. If you don't want to go, just say so. No need to make a face, Wen Yang muttered, focusing on his meal. Ning Chu nodded in agreement. You can't stand such women. They're just annoying. But suddenly, Wen Yang looked up, his gaze strange and direct as he stared at Ning Chu, startling him into immediate silence. He didn't find out anything, did he? Are you jealous of my good luck with women? You won't let me go out both times, Wen Yang teased with a smile. How about I introduce you to a few? Can you? Ning Chu's eyes lit up, but he quickly sighed dejectedly. Forget it. While he was tempted by Wan Yang's proposal, he still hoped to find a good girl in Little Emperor Wen's world without being too much of a playboy. That requirement seemed to be quite challenging. I'll go get some more rice. Wen Yang had a big appetite and had already finished his meal, so he reluctantly scooped some of his own dishes onto Ning Chu's plate to avoid wasting them. Burp. What's wrong? I can't eat anymore. Ning Chu pushed his plate forward and started playing with his phone with one hand. I'll share my dishes with you to avoid wasting them. Wen Yang was stunned for a moment, looking at the food that Ning Chu had barely touched. He asked, Can you get full like this? Yes. You need to eat more to grow taller. Ning Chu let out a belch and said with a wry smile, I know, I'm full. His appetite really wasn't that great. He couldn't even finish half of the rice from a normal fast food meal, and whether it was ordering takeout or eating at the cafeteria, he always ended up with leftovers. Okay, fine. Wen Yang continued to eat heartily, but his gaze remained fixed on Ning Chu. No wonder they said that good friends are like siblings. Having a good friend did indeed make one feel at ease. It was just that this friend looked too young, had a feminine appearance, and was a bit prone to jealousy and meddling. Another date had been ruined. Wen Yang sighed deeply in his heart, but he couldn't blame Ning Chu for it. After resolving another crisis and thwarting the bar event plan for tonight, Ning Chu is in a reasonably good mood, having kept Wen Yang's virginity intact. However, the punishment he expected didn't come, suggesting those seductive individuals haven't completely given up on Wen Yang. This incident also made him realize that the short stories in his novel don't have much connection in terms of plot. After completely disrupting the opening scenario, he thought there wouldn't be any more plots related to Wen Yang, but that wasn't the case. The twin scenario is actually the fourth short story. What about the second and third? Is the order of the stories mixed up because the timeline isn't clear? Having just returned to the dormitory, Ning Chu opens his novel on his phone and quickly reviews the twin story again. This is troublesome. It's hard to predict the plot now. He initially thought the incidents would follow the order of the stories in the novel, but they are scrambled. What are you mumbling about? Wen Yang comes up behind him, reminding, Send me your home address, your parents' job phone numbers, and your ID number. I'm starting to fill out the forms. Okay. Ever since he was caught reading the novel at midnight by Wen Yang, Ning Chu transferred it to his phone. With the small screen, it's hard for anyone to notice, even if he reads it openly. Xiaoqing, you need to send me that information too. Wen Yang turns to Zhang Xiaoqing. After waiting a moment without a response, he gently nudges Zhang Xiaoqing's shoulder and looks down at the computer screen. Why aren't you responding? You're not even playing games. I know, stop bothering me. Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly looks up, replying irritably. Wen Yang, confused, scratches his head. Just remember to send me the information. He doesn't pay much attention, but Ning Chu turns around and stares at Zhang Xiaoqing, suspecting something is wrong. Since receiving a phone call earlier in the evening, Zhang Xiaoqing has been in a bad mood, cold-faced and unfairly snapping at his roommates. Ning Chu suspects either a problem with the girl Zhang Xiaoqing likes or some family issue. Wen Yang and Wang Jie are preoccupied with their own things, and everyone has their off days. However, Ning Chu is particularly concerned, frequently glancing at Zhang Xiaoqing while playing games on his computer, his face full of worry. He hopes Wen Yang won't suddenly turn into the ruthless villain from the book, involved in all sorts of immoral activities like drugging, hypnosis, coercion, confinement, and S&M. In a lawful society, such actions could lead to a life sentence. If Wen Yang truly turns evil, Ning Chu's only option would be to flee. Hearing the noise of a chair moving, Ning Chu looks back to see Zhang Xiaoqing stepping out to the balcony and lighting a cigarette. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Chu quickly adjusts his mood and expression, then follows Zhang Xiaoqing to the balcony with a warm, concerned smile. Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing, with his head down, merely glances up and coldly replies, "Go away." Caught off guard, Ning Chu's smile freezes. As he steps into the bathroom, without hearing Zhang Xiaoqing call him back, Ning Chu turns around and approaches again with a look of concern. "What's wrong? Tell me about it." "Yeah, so you can have some fun?" Zhang Xiaoqing's response is aggressively defensive. "Not really." Ning Chu struggles to maintain composure. He's not good at offering advice and feels like he's met with a cold shoulder. Zhang Xiaoqing sighs deeply, turns around, and leans on the balcony railing, looking out at the small garden outside the dormitory. He remains silent, expressionless, smoking his cigarette. But soon, he notices the subtle fragrance of a young man standing beside him, looking out in the same direction. "I'll keep you company since I've got nothing else to do." "No need." Ning Chu looks down, playing with his nails, and sighs. "They think I'm too unskilled to play games with them, and playing alone isn't fun. Anyway, I've got nothing better to do, so I might as well come out for some air before the lights out, and then take a shower and sleep." Zhang Xiaoqing glances at Ning Chu beside him and offers him a cigarette, which Ning Chu hesitantly reaches for. "Forget it." Seeing him about to take it, Zhang Xiaoqing puts the cigarette back in his pocket. "What's a kid like you doing smoking?" "Ugh." The evening breeze on the summer night is refreshingly cool, unlike the scorching heat of the day. They stand side by side on the balcony, enjoying the gentle wind and the brief moment of peace. Ning Chu initially wanted to keep Zhang Xiaoqing company, hoping that if Zhang Xiaoqing ever became a villain, he would remember Ning Chu's kindness and spare him. However, the peaceful summer night leads him to reminisce about his past life. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had no parents, no girlfriend, and owed 500 yuan on his Alipay credit. In retrospect, he feels like he came out ahead. Not many people can claim to have gotten one over on Jack Ma. After some time, Zhang Xiaoqing finally speaks up. "Does your stomach still hurt?" "Yeah, a bit, but it's not a big deal. We won't go to that Sichuan restaurant again." "You act like a fussy woman." "Your mom's fussy." Angered, Ning Chu retorts with a curse, frustrated that he has to be so delicate with Zhang Xiaoqing, given his special circumstances. But from inside, Wang Jie calls out, "Ning Chu, Xiaoqing, I bought some barbecue and drinks. Come have some." "See, that's a normal guy." Zhang Xiaoqing chuckles softly and heads back inside. "I can't really drink, though." Moreover, now that he knows the plot doesn't follow the order of the novel, he worries that if a plot involving him suddenly happens and he's drunk, he might end up in a bad situation. "Don't just stand there like an idiot." Not a single nice word. Ning Chu glares at Zhang Xiaoqing's back, clearly annoyed. Although he didn't find out why Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly became so moody, it seems like it was just a minor issue affecting his mood, as he seems to have recovered quickly. Entering the dorm, Ning Chu sees 2 boxes of barbecue and crayfish on the table. Wang Jie and Wen Yang, not waiting for him, are already enjoying the food with gloves on. Zhang Xiaoqing quickly rushes forward and grabs the last chicken leg. "Leave some for me." "Don't worry, you don't drink alcohol, so just eat a little." "I'll have cola." Ning Chu hurries to the table, looking for his favorite skewers and asks, "Where are the gloves? Are there no more gloves?" Make some room. Make some room." Except for fainting on the first day of military training due to skipping breakfast and lack of energy, Ning Chu's next few days go quite smoothly. His stomach pain, which started on the 5th day of training, also ends. He suspects that the stomach pain was a punishment mechanism triggered by preventing Wen Yang's involvement in the bar event. Just one more hour, and then it's the weekend. Wen Yang lies on the grass of the playground, staring at the sky lifelessly. Why is it always sunny during military training? Not even a cloud in sight. Ning Chu, more reserved, sits cross-legged, drinks half a bottle of water, and then stares blankly with the bottle in hand. He's slowly getting used to the intensity of the training, but his skin has darkened from being in the sun all day. A little darker is good. It makes him look more manly. He looks around at his classmates, noticing that almost everyone's skin has darkened to some degree, with some even peeling from the sunburn. What's the plan for the weekend? Ning Chu looks down at Wen Yang. Staying in the dorm, playing games? You and Wang Jie should also get out. Always staying in. Even on the weekend, you want to stay in? How about we go out together? Find a place to visit. As long as he can occupy Wen Yang's weekend, those seductresses won't have a chance to tempt the main character. Wen Yang hesitantly turns to Zhang Xiaoqing and shouts across a few meters. Xiaoqing, want to hang out this weekend? Not going. I have things to do. Wang Jie, how about you? I'm too tired for military training. After asking his roommates, Wen Yang shakes his head at Ning Chu. Forget it, they don't want to go. Ning Chu rubs his nose bridge, feeling a headache. He's not Wen Yang's parent and can't tie him to the dorm, but letting Wen Yang go out worries him, fearing unavoidable plots might find Wen Yang. Should he follow Wen Yang wherever he goes? With him as a third wheel, those women interested in Wen Yang might not go too far, right? After about 10 minutes of rest, they all get up at the instructor's urging to continue training. The college's military training lasts half a month, enough time for them to look decent in formation drills. On the last day, there's apparently a performance. In the evening, the sun is no longer scorching and the wind across the playground is cooler. The last hour of training is much easier. Finally reaching the end, Ning Chu breathes a sigh of relief, stretches, and looks towards Zhang Xiaoqing and Wang Jie. He plans to convince them to join a group outing for the weekend. Though he's just been through a week of training and wants to lie in bed for 2 days, it's vital for his future gender and position. He really doesn't want to be dominated by a man. Too scary. Ning Chu jogs over to his roommates, hopeful in his eyes. Let's go out this weekend? I haven't been out since school started. Zhang Xiaoqing glances at him and coldly refuses. I told you I'm busy this weekend. I just want to lie in the dorm like a salted fish. I asked earlier, didn't I? Wen Yang also shrugs. They don't want to go. Ning Chu frowns, troubled. Wang Jie is easier to persuade. Despite being a homebody, he's mild-mannered and can be dragged out. But Zhang Xiaoqing, usually carefree and jovial, has a cold and heavy expression today, clearly having important plans for the weekend. Ning Chu can't help but overthink. Could Zhang Xiaoqing be harboring some sinister intent, planning to harm some girl over the weekend? In the book, Zhang Xiaoqing's first short story involved his unrequited love for a childhood friend. She ignored his hints of affection, but quickly started dating Wen Yang and soon became physically intimate with him. This triggered Zhang Xiaoqing's possessiveness and anger, leading him to drug and take advantage of his childhood friend. Ning Chu's lips twitch as he thinks about this. If possible, he wishes he could go back in time and slap his past self who wrote such stories. Why not write about pure love instead? Xiaoqing, there's no time to regret the past. Ning Chu must deal with the current problem. He must prevent Zhang Xiaoqing's twisted actions. What are you doing this weekend? He asks carefully, noting Zhang Xiaoqing's expressionless face. You seem to be in a bad mood. It's none of your... Zhang Xiaoqing starts to retort, but seeing Ning Chu's cautious yet concerned eyes, he holds back his words. After a pause, he mutters softly, family stuff, I need to go home. Xiaoqing's family seems pretty strict. When Yang joins the conversation, curiously asking, I often see you calling home at night. Now that when Yang mentions it, it does seem true. Every night, Zhang Xiaoqing steps out to the balcony with a cigarette. Ning Chu, not liking the smell of smoke, hasn't paid attention to what Zhang Xiaoqing does there. With the topic opened by Wen Yang, Zhang Xiaoqing complains, they are strict. I didn't want to go back this week, and we've been arguing about it for the past few days. No wonder Zhang Xiaoqing has seemed so preoccupied lately. Learning that Zhang Xiaoqing's mood isn't due to any sinister plans, Ning Chu's anxiety eases. Then just don't go back. I didn't go back last week. You're an adult. What can they do if you don't go home? When Yang advises, when I lived at home, my parents were strict too. Before university, I never even held a girl's hand. Look at me now, free and unbothered, going on dates with girls. He stops, realizing something. He's been avoiding Ning Chu when going on dates. Wen Yang frowns, suddenly realizing that Ning Chu is just his roommate, Why should he sneak around for dates as if he's having an affair? Let's see, Zhang Xiaoqing sighs, feeling a bit better with their comfort. Lightening up, he suggests, let's go out together when I have a chance. How about bungee jumping? Bungee jumping? Seeing Ning Chu's surprised and wide-eyed expression, Zhang Xiaoqing feels a sense of joy in teasing him, his mood lifting further. But he can't deny Ning Chu's attractive appearance, with lips that could be described as cherry-like. What, you scared? A big man afraid of bungee jumping? It's a bit too thrilling, isn't it? Ning Chu shrinks back. Let's do something else. How about rafting in the summer? I can't swim, no. Zhang Xiaoqing suggests another activity. What about paragliding? It's safe with an instructor. Wen Yang, seeing Ning Chu's reluctance, joins in teasing. How about a massage at a spa? Wang Jie's eyes light up. That, I'm not tired for. That's even worse. Ning Chu vehemently shakes his head. Absolutely not. Zhang Xiaoqing's family situation is quite complex. Although the book never delves into it, Ning Chu has come to understand a bit about his family through their time together. Zhang Xiaoqing's parents are divorced, and he lives with his mother, who is extremely controlling. She calls every night to check his daily activities, even wanting to plan his meals. Both his parents are from business families, so he's never short on money, but his mother's overbearing control has become a psychological burden for him. After showering, Ning Chu returns from the balcony to find that Zhang Xiaoqing has already left the dorm. Did he go back? Wang Jie, passing by with his laundry, replies while heading to the shower. He left just 2 minutes ago. I see. Ning Chu murmurs, tossing his dirty clothes into a hamper and walking to the mirror. He grabs a dry towel and vigorously dries his still damp hair. He looks at himself in the mirror, wearing only a thin ice silk nightgown. His bangs just touch his eyebrows, and his hair is slightly longer than his ears, indicating that he might need a haircut this weekend. After the shower, his already fair complexion looks even clearer, free from any dust. His skin, pale and delicate, seems to glow under the room's light. He has an oval face with a hint of baby fat on his cheeks, making his features look cute and youthful, albeit a bit too young. His body is clearly that of a first-year university student, and his ID confirms he's over 18, but his appearance still resembles that of a young boy. Having seen girls in his class with youthful looks, he has come to accept his own boyish face. After all, in the world of his novel, all kinds of beautiful men and women are expected. He believes that in a few years, his looks won't be inferior to the male protagonists. Satisfied with his face, he looks down towards his neck and sees a delicate collarbone and prominent small red bumps on his chest, noticeable through the nightgown. Around these bumps, there's a slight swelling, which he can feel more clearly when he showers. Just a week ago, there were only these small bumps. Since he completely disrupted the first plot, his chest started to feel more fleshy, maintaining that state until now, with a tendency to grow larger. Continuing to disrupt the plot might make me more and more like a girl, maybe even turn into a girl. Ning Chu has long suspected this, but he's been reluctant to choose between becoming a girl and being taken advantage of and just becoming a girl. If possible, he wishes for neither. Ning Chu, are you using the washing machine? Wen Yang pokes his head in from the balcony. I'm too lazy to wash clothes this weekend. That's fine. There's a hot water room and laundry on every 2 floors of the dorm, but Ning Chu typically avoids using the communal coin-operated washing machines. He always feels they're somewhat unclean. My clothes are in a basket. Could you take them down for me? I have coins in my drawer. Ning Chu usually doesn't refuse requests from this son of the world. After agreeing, he picks up 2 baskets of dirty clothes and coins, ready to leave the dorm. However, he suddenly pauses, looking down at the noticeable bumps on his chest and the slight swelling. It's manageable in the dorm, despite occasional curious glances and teasing from his roommates, since they're somewhat familiar with each other. But the thought of being stared at outside makes him feel embarrassed. He grabs a jacket from the wardrobe to cover up before heading to the laundry room, also keeping an eye out for any characters related to the novel's plot in the dorm. The dorm has many handsome guys, and he even sees a girl boldly dating her boyfriend in the hallway. Without knowing their names and judging only by appearances, it's difficult to identify the characters from the book. Upon entering the laundry room, his attention is immediately drawn to a middle-aged man squatting by a washing machine, holding a wrench. It's the dorm supervisor. Ning Chu's mouth twitches, and he tries his best to shift his gaze away from the dorm supervisor. This uncle, who has a minor connection to a subplot in the novel, is indeed extraordinary for his age. Despite being in his 40s or 50s, he boasts muscular arms and a robust physique. His face, though weathered by time, is ruggedly handsome and exudes the charm of a mature man. Perhaps this is what those with a preference for older men would call a real uncle. The subplot involving this character should have nothing to do with Ning Chu, but he still contemplates disrupting the uncle's love life. After all, he's at odds with the god who threw him into this world. After dumping his clothes into the washing machine and starting it, Ning Chu glances back at the dorm supervisor. However, their eyes meet accidentally. Feeling guilty, Ning Chu quickly averts his gaze and hurries to leave, his mind filled with the thought of disrupting the uncle's romantic life. Wait, which dorm are you from? Just as he's about to exit, a deep voice from behind stops him. He nervously replies, Dorm 203, Ning Chu. The dorm supervisor pauses to recall, remembering the unusually short freshman from the enrollment day. He's seen many attractive students, but a boyish 18-year-old like Ning Chu is rare, making him memorable. He gives Ning Chu another once-over, noting the slender build and delicate features that, at first glance, make him look like a girl, but barely discerns a trace of masculinity. Acting like seeing a ghost, the supervisor mutters while continuing to fix the machine, "No need to be so nervous if you're not doing anything wrong. I thought someone sneaked a girl in here." Feeling awkward under scrutiny, Ning Chu smiles sheepishly and quickly leaves the laundry room. He wonders if he should report the girl he saw in the hallway openly dating in the male dorm building. Back in his room, Ning Chu sits at his desk, resting his chin on one hand and biting his nails as he contemplates the problems he's encountered so far. The morally questionable counselor Han Jingye is being monitored by Wen Yang, a situation requiring patience. The dorm supervisor's story is about mutual affection, but if possible, Ning Chu hopes no novel plotlines manifest in this world. Zhang Xiaoqing, the unpredictable element, seems all right for now. And the protagonist, Wen Yang. Wait, where's Wen Yang? Ning Chu suddenly realizes Wen Yang is missing. He turns to look at Wen Yang's desk, then stands up and peers over to Wen Yang's bed. What are you doing? Wang Jie, who is focused on his game, is startled and turns to ask, Where's Wen Yang? Ning Chu's tone is unusually frantic. He scurries around the dorm like a headless chicken, desperately searching for Wen Yang. Confused, Wang Jie scratches his head. He just went out. What for? How should I know? Oh no, he set me up. He told me to go to the laundry room, and then thinking optimistically, maybe Wen Yang just went out to buy something. But recalling the bar incident triggered in the cafeteria, Ning Chu's expression darkens. Though he temporarily interrupted that plot, the girls involved haven't lost interest in Wen Yang. Like lions lurking in the grass, they could strike at any moment. Putting himself in Wen Yang's shoes, if Ning Chu were tipsy in a bar with two twins seducing him, even the most disciplined person would struggle. But he could resist his weapon having long since decayed. What should I do? Ning Chu frets, constantly shaking his leg while sitting at the computer. If the plot continues, I'm sure to be in trouble. Once Wen Yang gets a taste of romance, he'll never be as obedient as before. Ning Chu's face is filled with anxiety. After sitting in indecision for a moment, he gets up, intending to go look for Wen Yang, but then hesitates and starts pacing the room anxiously. Having finished his game, Wang Jie turns back and curiously watches Ning Chu's agitated state. Do you need Wen Yang for something? Why not call him? Yes, it's somewhat urgent. Call him. Ning Chu looks at his phone on the desk, considering. But he realizes that constantly restricting Wen Yang, even with good intentions, could lead to resentment. Even parents who overly control their children often face rebellion. Yet, if he doesn't act, and Wen Yang falls for the twins. While Wen Yang might enjoy the moment, Ning Chu would suffer in the future. Ning Chu sits back down, frowning deeply at the computer screen. Damn it. If authors are supposed to treat their main characters like children, then why can't he be strict with Wen Yang? Being disliked is better than being violated. He quickly opens WeChat and sends a tactful message to Wen Yang. I put the clothes in the washing machine. Where did you go? Bring the clothes back when you come upstairs. The message is meaningless except for the part about Wen Yang's whereabouts. Ning Chu, I'm off to shower. Wang Jie yawns and stretches. Looks like it's just the two of us tonight. Pity Xiaoqing isn't here. We could have asked him to treat us to a late-night snack, he says, walking towards the bathroom like an old man. Yeah. Ning Chu absent-mindedly responds to Wang Jie, his gaze fixed on the WeChat screen, waiting for Wen Yang's reply. But no response comes. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. He surely couldn't have succumbed to temptation in less than half an hour after leaving. Could he? Ning Chu anxiously dials Wen Yang's number, but after several minutes, there's no answer. Holding his phone, Ning Chu slumps onto the desk, his normally taut nerves relaxing in defeat. That's it, I give up. Why can't this guy control himself? Staring blankly at the desk, he feels utterly exhausted, his efforts over the past week seeming to have been in vain. After all, he's the male protagonist of a racing novel. It's impossible to keep him in check, Ning Chu sighs despondently. I should have used more drastic measures. Like kidnapping Wen Yang, tying him up in a basement. If I restrict his freedom, there won't be any plot to worry about. No need to live in fear every day. Or, under cover of darkness, take a knife to Wen Yang's, castration on the spot. Eliminate all future problems. Or, add some hormones to Wen Yang's water to chemically incapacitate him. Wang Jie finishes his shower and enters the room shirtless, feeling refreshed, but his smile freezes upon seeing Ning Chu. He instinctively looks at Ning Chu, feeling a chill down his spine, as if witnessing a demon's birth. Ning Chu's malevolence seems almost palpable. Hey, what evil thoughts are you having? Wang Jie steps forward, leaning over to look at Ning Chu's smiling face, waving his hand in front of Ning Chu's eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Ning Chu snaps back to reality, shaking his head to clear the wicked thoughts. Nothing. Nothing? You were smiling like a lunatic. Was I? He glares at Wang Jie and flops down again. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Just as Wang Jie steps away, Ning Chu suddenly exclaims in surprise. Wang Jie turns back to see Ning Chu grabbing his phone and rushing to the balcony, his face filled with joy and relief. What's with him? Acting so erratic. On the balcony, Ning Chu holds his phone, sees the incoming call notification, and hesitates before answering. If he sounds too eager, Wen Yang might get the wrong idea. Clearing his throat, Ning Chu tries to calm himself before answering cautiously. Hello? What do you need? From the other end, he can faintly hear the loud DJ music and the noisy crowd in the background. Ning Chu's heart sinks, fearing the worst. Wen Yang must have succumbed to the twins' temptations and gone to the bar. He imagines Wen Yang getting tipsy, being seduced in a private booth by the twins, his brain eventually overpowered by alcohol and desire, embarking on a wild night. Your place is really noisy. Despite guessing Wen Yang couldn't resist the girl's allure, knowing his efforts have been wasted leaves him feeling down. I'm at a bar. It's so loud it's hurting my ears. I didn't notice my phone ringing, just stepped out. The drinks here are ridiculously expensive. I didn't dare to drink a sip. Feels like I'm imprisoned in a bar. You didn't drink? So, you haven't been? Why did you call me? I was just wondering where you went. Also, to remind you to bring the laundry up when you return, Ning Chu quickly finds an excuse, but after a pause, he asks carefully, when are you coming back? Right now? Waiting for a ride outside the bar. Really? His voice rises in surprise. What about the girls you went with? You just left them. Wen Yang hesitates, sounding a bit embarrassed. The girls, well, they try to get me drunk. I suspect they're bar promoters. I don't have much money. There have been news about such scams recently. I only have a bit over $100 on me. He couldn't admit he chickened out, or else Ning Chu would surely mock him. Ning Chu bursts out laughing, his eyes curling into crescent moons with joy. Sigh. Weary, Wen Yang got off the car, looked up at the school gate, and sighed helplessly and blankly. Originally, he wanted to go to the bar to experience the nightlife, but he couldn't adapt to the bar environment. Moreover, the twin sisters were too enthusiastic, scaring him away. He had thought tonight might be his romantic encounter, but after all, he was still a small virgin, timid and scared. For some reason, running to the bar behind Ning Chu's back actually made him feel a strange sense of guilt. Walking slowly into the school, Wen Yang stopped by the laundry room to pick up his washed clothes. Only then did he push open the door to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he saw those big eyes sparkling with anticipation and surprise turning towards him. Wen Yang! Ning Chu jumped up from the chair, but then quickly lowered his voice, tiptoed, and glanced at Wang Jie's bed. Wang Jie is asleep. Speak softly and don't turn on the light. Got it. Wen Yang put down the bucket filled with clothes, was about to speak, but saw Ning Chu already approaching him. He actively picked up the bucket and hastily walked to the balcony, preparing to air out the clothes for the two of them. He turned to get a clothes hanger and followed Ning Chu to the balcony. I thought something urgent came up when I saw your call. No, just wanted you to bring the clothes. Ning Chu graciously took the hanger, bent down to hang the clothes. Wen Yang wanted to help, but found that Ning Chu, standing next to the bucket, left him no room to intervene. He could only lean on the balcony railing and watch the busy figure. When Ning Chu crouched down, his perky little buttocks were perfectly outlined by the tight shorts. As he tiptoed and raised his hands high to hang the clothes on the hanger, the stretch of his upper garment revealed a fair waist, and one could vaguely see a petite belly button. Wen Yang silently shifted his gaze away from Ning Chu. Is the bar fun? However, Ning Chu didn't let him off, asking with a playful smile, Did you have some company with the girls? Why does this sentence sound a bit ambiguous? Wen Yang nodded honestly. Then why did you come back? Seemingly sensing Ning Chu's confusion in his tone, Wen Yang tried to justify his timidity. I was afraid they might be scamming with drinks, and I'm not that kind of person. In the book, it didn't seem like you were not that kind of person. Almost any pretty girl could get you involved, and you played around quite a bit. Fortunately, he was still a small virgin. Fortunately, when he started writing the novel, he couldn't let go and didn't set Wen Yang as a playboy from the beginning. Ning Chu muttered in his heart, and when he was hanging clothes again, he found Wen Yang's gaze on his chest. He paused, looked down, and on his slender body, the little mound on his chest was somewhat prominent. Chest muscles, he calmly explained, continuing to hang the clothes. Oh, okay. Wen Yang was caught off guard by Ning Chu's preemptive explanation. He awkwardly averted his gaze, but returned after a few seconds. Honestly, it didn't look like so-called chest muscles. The ice silk material of the pajamas was close-fitting, but it could only outline a slight curvature. Alone with Ning Chu on the balcony, he seemed to catch a faint fragrance peculiar to Ning Chu. Curiosity swelled within him, and he couldn't help but ask, Is it a bit bigger than before? Ning Chu's hands trembled while hanging clothes. His face, with a slightly smiling expression, almost instantly turned as dark as charcoal. He stopped his movements, lowered his head, carefully examining his chest. Indeed, he had just taken a bath earlier, stood in front of the mirror, assessed his body, and now, after only a few hours, there was a noticeable change in his chest. Approximately the size of a small steam bun. If it was regular clothing, it wouldn't be too conspicuous, but the current pajamas were light and thin, revealing the clue at a glance. What's wrong? Feeling the low pressure emanating from Ning Chu, Wen Yang realized he had said something wrong. It's nothing. Ning Chu lifted his head, smiling faintly as he hung the last two pieces of clothing. Thinking positively, this was because he once again disrupted Wen Yang's romantic storyline. Some god, who couldn't stand seeing him happy once again, brought down punishment, trying to quickly turn him into a woman to force him to yield. Impossible. Even if he really became a girl, it would be better than being manipulated as a man according to the plot. Here, your bucket. Ning Chu handed the bucket to Wen Yang, turned, and walked into the bathroom, and locked the door behind him. A sour and bitter feeling surged to his nose. He took a few deep breaths, trying hard to suppress the bitterness in his heart. He then pursed his lips, carefully observing the changes in himself. The most obvious change was in the pajama bottoms. The originally comfortable size was somehow a bit small now, squeezing his buttocks and making him somewhat uncomfortable. The fleshiness in his chest and the sensation of pain also became more apparent. The rest seemed fine. Fortunately, not much change. Ning Chu sighed in relief. This time, there's no sudden punishment of stomachache. He was most afraid that after Wen Yang lost his virginity and Zhang Shaoqing turned into a villain, he would suddenly turn into a woman. Then he would truly become the supporting female character in the book, pressed down by Wen Yang, and Zhang Shaoqing's plot would naturally unfold. With his petite height of 1.6 meters, two big men like them wouldn't need any means to completely control him. Too terrifying, much scarier than turning into a woman. Reaffirming his determination to keep Wen Yang as a virgin, Ning Chu put on his clothes and returned to the dormitory. The grievances from earlier had been thrown to the back of his mind. Upon seeing Wen Yang, he immediately put on a slightly pleasing and attentive smile. "Wen Yang, do you have any plans for this weekend?" Wen Yang sat in front of the computer, subconsciously nodding. "Yeah, tomorrow morning a fox girl from the next class invited me to watch a movie. The cafe owner from the off-campus coffee shop asked me to come taste new products in the afternoon. So, your schedule is quite busy. Just solved the bar storyline, and now you're throwing these curveballs at me. Are you going to watch a movie? Or taste new products?" Saying it out loud is embarrassing. Ning Chu turned red with anger. Lips tightly pursed, he angrily tried to kill Wen Yang with his eyes. Also, the day after tomorrow, a succubus senior from the art department. Wen Yang spoke, turning his head to look at Ning Chu standing beside him. However, Ning Chu's hands were crossed over his chest, already losing the sweet smile, his eyes glistening with tears and his face blushing. He stared at Wen Yang with a resentful look. A kind of guilty feeling appeared out of nowhere, as if he had let Ning Chu down, making him stammer in his speech. Do you have something these 2 days?" "I do, but I already made plans in advance." Wen Yang awkwardly explained. "They're too persistent." "Are they just greedy?" Ning Chu asked irritably. "Are you casting a wide net? They invited me so actively. I didn't have the heart to refuse." Indeed, as the male protagonist, Wen Yang was always very popular with girls. And as a man, if girls actively asked for dates multiple times, more often than not, he would agree. Ning Chu suddenly realized that the problem wasn't on Wen Yang's side, but those shameless girls. The changes in the body become more apparent. Waking up one night, Ning Chu looked at the ceiling, and a cloud of worry had already filled his heart. When he first crossed into this world, he thought he would be the chosen one, and the system's golden finger, cheat, would render his ordinary life colorful. Then he discovered that not only did he not have a golden finger, not only did he cross into the novel he wrote, but he was also destined to become a woman, a plaything for men. Although he resisted, his body became more and more feminine, and even because of his resistance, the feminization process accelerated. But it's still better than being dragged along by the plot. Even if he really becomes a girl, it should be easy to find a lesbian wife in this chaotic world. The plot in the book has written about lesbian couples being completely white. It's really difficult. Ning Chu couldn't help sighing, but suddenly, when Yang's inquiry came from his ear, "What are you sighing about again?" He turned over and propped himself up, looking at Wen Yang, who was sleeping face to face with him. "Nothing, just had a nightmare." He suddenly noticed that this guy had a faint layer of black around his eyes, a slightly red face, and a languid spirit. "Didn't you sleep well last night?" "Well," Wen Yang's nose twitched slightly, and his body silently moved away from Ning Chu, both feet already after being teased by a girl at the bar last night. Although his heart was tempted, reason brought him back to the dormitory. However, when he went to bed at night, he found that Ning Chu's breath also made him restless all over, in a constant state of excitement all night. Between breaths, he could always smell the faint and elegant scent of a young girl. Compared to the girls he met at the bar, Ning Chu's breath was more enticing and sweet. Well, you better get some sleep. Ning Chu yawned and buried his face in the pillow, but not long after, he turned uncomfortably to lie on his side. Probably because of the developmental stage, his suppressed chest was particularly painful, making it impossible for him to sleep on his stomach. Ning Chu, how about we both change the direction we sleep in the future? Wen Yang suddenly suggested as he got up. Change direction? What? Ning Chu frowned. Did I snore loudly and disturb your sleep last night? Not really. Ning Chu made a noise with his nose, lightly responded, and, yawning, got up slowly, like a sloth, crawling towards the foot of the bed with all four limbs on the ground, his buttocks raised. Wen Yang subconsciously glanced, but his eyeballs seemed a bit reluctant to move away. The high and raised little buttocks tightened Ning Chu's sleeping pants, clearly showing the outline of his tight buttocks, not large, but swaying with every movement. As Ning Chu moved to a comfortable position and lay down again, Wen Yang immediately withdrew his gaze, as if electrified. He suspected that his thoughts were a bit problematic. Could it be that, because he had never been with a woman, he now had thoughts about men? Ning Chu didn't know what Wen Yang was thinking. He pulled his feet into the quilt, curled up his body, closed his eyes, and thought about future problems. Having triggered two plot lines now, one with Ling Ling and the other with the Bar twins, although he had luckily preserved Wen Yang's virginity both times, he realized that this passive defense was not a solution at all. After all, Wen Yang had his own thoughts. So, how to solve the problem of Emperor when always being seduced? Wen Yang. He hesitated and said, "How about you don't look for a girlfriend? In our dorm, you are popular with girls, and us single dogs need to learn to move forward together." He made a joking and playful expression, but when Yang heard the hesitation and seriousness in Ning Chu's tone, it seemed that Ning Chu really didn't want him to date, rather than just joking. Well, there's no not dating in college. College is for studying, Ning Chu corrected him with a faint tone, already considering other options in his mind. Since Wen Yang had no intention of not dating, how about finding him a fierce, possessive girlfriend? But those enchanting and cheap goods might not stop tempting him just because Wen Yang had a girlfriend. On the contrary, they might be overjoyed that someone was training Wen Yang's skills for them. This is too difficult. You guys already up? Wang Jie woke up because of their conversation. He turned to face the two of them, asking puzzled, "Why don't you like Wen Yang dating Ning Chu?" "Huh? Where did you get that idea? Are you jealous because you like Wen Yang?" This sentence instantly stung Ning Chu's heart. He widened his eyes and immediately broke his defense. "I'm not. Do I like Wen Yang? I wish he were dead." The sharp and excited voice echoed in the dormitory, scaring Wang Jie, who shrank his head into the blanket and explained timidly, "It's just a joke." "Who make that kind of joke?" Ning Chu grumbled, and he no longer had the mood for additional sleep. Although Wang Jie had already apologized, he was still quite angry. His chest heaved heavily, and his breathing became noticeably more labored. Joking about him liking men, especially someone like Wen Yang, touched on his most unbearable sore spot. Even if someone called him effeminate, he wouldn't be this angry. Turning his head, he saw Wen Yang looking at him with a puzzled expression. Ning Chu let out a long breath and forced a smile on his face. "It's my first time seeing you this angry," Wen Yang rubbed his ears. No one knew how a man could produce such a sharp voice. It almost pierced his eardrums, making his head buzz. Ning Chu's smile was a bit stiff. He didn't want to show a bad performance in front of Wen Yang, lest he be disliked and unable to advise Wen Yang against dating as a friend. I'll go brush my teeth." He climbed down the ladder, grabbed his toiletries, and hastily ran to the balcony. Just waking up, Ning Chu's hair was messy like a bird's nest. He casually ran his hands through it, nonchalantly splashing water on his face. This weekend, he needed to find a way to keep Wen Yang completely by his side. For example, find an interesting game, or drag him out for an outing. Then he remembered Zhang Shaoqing, who went home. Who knows what might stimulate that guy at home? What if he turns into a villain, making everyone's future difficult? So many troublesome things. Ning Chu muttered, peeking into the dormitory and shouting, "Wen Yang, Wang Jie, how about we go out later? Perhaps wanted to make up for his earlier mistake. The otaku Wang Jie agreed quickly. Sure. Where to? I made plans in the morning when Yang hesitated. Wang Jie is going. What's fun about being with women? Wang Jie nodded quickly. Exactly. With his support, when Yang became even more undecided. Well, the question is where to? I checked online earlier. There's an amusement park half an hour away from the school by taxi. Okay, who's paying? Ning Chu paused, subconsciously turning to look at Zhang Xiaoqing's bed. Suddenly, he missed the antagonist a bit. Currently, the family situations of the three individuals in the dormitory were quite ordinary, especially for Wen Yang. The attribute poor was mentioned in the book. Otherwise, how could the male protagonist, a university student, frequently work various part-time jobs, encountering various girls, and getting involved in unclear relationships? Although Wen Yang wasn't the male protagonist yet and hadn't started his part-time job journey, money was already tight. It was almost the end of the month, and Ning Chu and Wang Jie didn't have much left either. Standing outside on the balcony, Ning Chu looked at the two inside. The three of them exchanged confused glances. After a moment of silence, Ning Chu lowered his head and commented, "The wealthy guy unexpectedly returned home at this time. If Zhang Xiaoqing were here, he would definitely insist on treating." Thinking about it being the money of the supporting character, Ning Chu found it quite reasonable. Not only did he not feel any embarrassment, but he even thought about bankrupting Zhang Xiaoqing, making sure he had no chance of becoming an antagonist. After a moment of silent eye contact, Ning Chu took the initiative, suggesting, "Let's go take a look anyway. The amusement park doesn't necessarily require spending money." Wang Jie agreed, and Wen Yang, looking at the two, reluctantly nodded in agreement. The university was located on a mountainside in the suburbs, surrounded by a beautiful and quiet environment. The nearby area was a commercial district that had sprung up because of the university. It might be a bit troublesome to go to the city center, but reaching the amusement park, also situated in the suburbs, only required a less than half-hour bus ride. Before this, the farthest place Ning Chu had been to was the Sichuan restaurant behind the school gate. He had also fantasized about what kind of world existed outside the university, which was the main stage for the Hentai Protagonist campus life. Only when he actually boarded the bus did he realize that this world seemed quite normal. There were no perverted men taking sneak photos on the bus, no girls with flushed faces squeezing their legs tightly. There wasn't even any sign of supernatural phenomena. Except for the high attractiveness and bold clothing choices of the people here, there didn't seem to be much difference from his past life. Ning Chu curiously looked out of the window, examining everything around him. Did this indicate that if he left the school, escaped from the side of the male protagonist, he could spend the latter half of his life peacefully? He turned his head to glance at Wen Yang, who was sitting beside him. The guy was tall, with his legs spread out, occupying his space. Ning Chu had to try to bring his legs together and lean towards the window. Wen Yang noticed his gaze, looked down, and said, "Let me make it clear first. I only have 200 left for this month's living expenses. I'll treat you." Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him. This fool, who has the male protagonist of the story worrying about money every day. They still hadn't completely figured out the situation outside. Escaping wasn't a wise choice. What if they encountered a more challenging situation? Besides, the plot had just started, and Wen Yang was still a pure virgin, temporarily posing no threat to him. If one day Wen Yang turned into a scumbag, Zhang Xiaoqing became an antagonist, he would definitely flee overnight carrying a train. Renting a house outside would, at most, change the time and location of the events that had previously occurred in the dormitory. The previous Ling Ling, and later the bar, these two plot lines were both delayed and then found him again at a different time. "Do you think I should get a part-time job?" Wen Yang sighed softly, leaning back in his chair. "Part-time job? Impossible." Ning Chu's mind turned, and he immediately spouted some profound words of wisdom. "Our job as students is to study. You have a school's subsidy. Why go out to work instead of studying?" "That's true. If you're short on money, just tell me." He openly patted his flat chest, making a thudding sound. "Although I'm not as rich as Xiaoqing, I can still afford to feed one more mouth. Do we really need to do that? We're dorm mates. Don't worry about it too much. Ning Chu waved his hand nonchalantly, reassuringly smiling. In Wen Yang's eyes, illuminated by the sunlight from outside, Ning Chu, with a faint glow on his skin, looked exceptionally sweet and warm, almost like a little angel. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy the outing. Yeah. Ning Chu suppressed Wen Yang's intention to work part-time and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to calculate whether his living expenses would be enough for both of them to eat. It wouldn't be a problem to buy buns for Wen Yang for every meal. He was just an author of a hentai story, and now just a supporting character. Why did he have to worry about his parents? Chatting and laughing along the way, half an hour later, the three of them got off the bus and arrived at the bus stop where the amusement park was located. On the weekend, there were quite a few tourists, groups of 3 to 5 people frolicking on the streets. This amusement park didn't have an entrance fee restriction. Only the rides required tickets, which relieved Ning Chu. He thought they might not even be able to enter the park after traveling so far. I'll go buy some water for you guys first. Ning Chu was the initiator of this trip, so naturally he had to take care of the two. It also prevented Wen Yang from not enjoying himself, as he had just scolded Wang Jie earlier and needed to make amends. After buying 3 bottles of mineral water, he walked out of the small supermarket with a plastic bag. When he looked towards the bus stop, he found that his roommates were no longer there. He paused, raised his foot, and swept the large square in front of the amusement park. However, the place was crowded, and even if he tried hard, with his height of only 1.6 meters, he could only see a group of people blocking his view. He didn't secretly get on the bus and go back, did he? Ning Chu muttered to himself. He guessed that when Wen Yang and Wang Jie were waiting for him, they probably were just wandering around nearby. He hadn't written any plots related to the amusement park in the book, so he wasn't too worried. He just hoped Wen Yang wouldn't encounter any girls mentioned in the book and trigger a plot here. He lifted his foot and walked towards the square, his eyes scanning left and right, looking for his roommate's figure. As a man, he shouldn't be afraid of such a situation, but within a few minutes, he became anxious, flustered, and lost his composure. He found that there was a suspicious figure behind him, sneaking after him. It had been 2 weeks since he came to this world. Previously, whether it was eating, sleeping, military training, or lectures at school, he always did activities with his roommates. But this time, he was alone. A strong uneasiness enveloped him. Ning Chu felt a chill down his spine. When he occasionally turned around, the figure quickly hid in the crowd, leaving only malicious eyes staring at him, like a suburban wolf lurking in the dark night. Who is it? Is it a criminal planning to rob or steal money, or the concealed monster that's part of the hentai story's typical setting? Perhaps his reaction was a bit abnormal. Several tourists around focused their attention on him, whispering quietly, seemingly amused by his plight. The sky darkened, and the air became scarce, making his heart beat faster incessantly. He could only breathe heavily, taking in large gulps of air. All the scattered and broken sounds magnified in his brain, coming from all directions. Everything around him felt so unfamiliar, and he felt rejected by the entire world, floating outside, not accepted by anyone. Ning Chu, we've been looking for you. Why are you standing here alone? The distant call suddenly thundered into his ears like lightning. Ning Chu shuddered all over, subconsciously looking back. Wen Yang and Wang Jie were coming towards him, one after the other. Wen Yang, Wang Jie. If there was something he found familiar in this unfamiliar world, it would probably be the characters from his book, his roommates who had lived together for 2 weeks. The heart hanging in his throat peacefully descended when he saw his roommates. The malicious gaze from behind disappeared at this moment. What's wrong? You look haggard. I was looking for you guys. We were looking for you too. Entering the amusement park, Ning Chu had lost the enthusiasm he had at the beginning. His face was gloomy, trailing behind Wen Yang and Wang Jie. Head hung low, eyes fixed on the 2 figures in front of him. A ticket costs only tens of yuan, not too expensive. Wang Jie looked around at the prices of various amusement facilities. The cheapest carousel is only 10 yuan. What do you guys want to play? I'm not interested in anything. Wen Yang didn't answer Wang Jie's question. He occasionally looked back, worriedly glancing at Ning Chu, unable to understand why his lively roommate from the bus had turned into this withdrawn appearance in just 10 minutes. I'll go to the restroom. Before the words fell, Ning Chu suddenly raised his head. I'll go too. He followed Wen Yang's footsteps, glancing around at the vigilant and uneasy looks from the people around him. He had never thought that leaving familiar friends and roommates in a strange world would be such an experience. It felt like getting lost in a bustling mall when he was a child, feeling lost and terrified by everything around him. But back then, his mother would anxiously look for him, and now, his mother had long passed away. He didn't even know what the mother in this world looked like. I'll go buy a grilled sausage. Wang Jie was already attracted by the sausages not far away. Ning Chu followed behind Wen Yang to a nearby public restroom. He didn't really need to use the bathroom. Originally, he wanted to wait outside, but when he saw Wen Yang's figure disappear, an intense panic forced him to hastily rush into the restroom. However, as soon as he entered, he turned his head and bumped into Wen Yang. Covering his forehead, Ning Chu stepped back 2 steps, then lifted his head and let out a relieved sigh. What kind of illness are you having again? Wen Yang looked at Ning Chu's cautious posture, frowning. Why did you suddenly become like this? I'm a bit shy. Ning Chu actually knew that he was reacting a bit excessively, but thinking carefully in this strange little emperor's world, it was reasonable to be cautious no matter how careful he was. Recalling the time alone, the malicious gaze from behind, he deeply felt the malice in this world. Maybe the people here were still normal, but who knows if some tentacle monster might suddenly appear in a corner and do something unspeakable to him. He had written a novel that was a hodgepodge, with classic scenes like magical girls and tentacle monsters. Shy. Wen Yang was stunned for a moment, staring directly into Ning Chu's eyes, and helplessly sighed. I never noticed that before. Yeah, Ning Chu also never thought he would be such a fragile person. He couldn't help but feel a bit lost, lowered his head, and slowly followed Wen Yang into the men's restroom. The cramped space unexpectedly gave him a bit of sense of security. Standing by the door of the men's restroom, he idly played with his phone, his mind wandering about all sorts of random things. Even if he could survive the inevitable crisis in the plot, would he be able to live a peaceful life in such a chaotic world? Not to mention some of the perverted things mentioned in the book. What if his child had naturally curly black skin? Suddenly, his thoughts took a strange turn. Huh? I wonder what kind of capital Wen Yang, as the male lead of the hentai-themed story, really has. Ning Chu raised his head, curiosity getting the better of him for a moment. He took small steps to move closer to Wen Yang, pretending to look like he needed to pee. However, he extended his neck and peeked at Wen Yang ding-dong. Hiss! Dear Lord, it's so big. It's scary. I've never seen such a monstrous creature in this life, or the previous one. Can normal girls really handle this? What are you doing? Wen Yang was startled by him. Facing Ning Chu's innocent, curious, and admiring gaze, his face couldn't help but turn red. Ning Chu nonchalantly turned his head away. Nothing, just taking a look. I'm afraid the supporting female characters in the book are also very talented. Otherwise, how could they have endured it? Since I'm also a supporting actress, am I also gifted? Thinking about his dick that is now no different than a tiny stick, he only felt envy towards Wen Yang. Really powerful. Wen Yang's expression became a bit strained, and after leaving the restroom with a strange look, his gaze kept falling on Ning Chu. This guy is really strange. If he were seen by other males and admired with curious eyes, he might not feel so awkward. However, facing Ning Chu with a showed face, he inexplicably felt a sense of guilt, as if he were corrupting a child. Took so long in the restroom. Back to the previous spot, Wang Jie handed over a grilled sausage to the two. I've finished one, waited for you guys for so long. Thanks. Ning Chu took the sausage and took a bite, asking, shall we explore around first? I just checked the amusement park map. There's also a swimming pool here, and the ticket is not expensive. How about we go swimming? Wang Jie suggested. Wen Yang didn't mind, but Ning Chu frowned and shook his head. Although he still considered himself a man, He couldn't ignore the development on his chest. He couldn't just strip off his clothes and jump into the water like other men. I didn't prepare for it this time, forget it. He quickly found a reason. I don't even have clothes to change into after getting in the water. That makes sense. Let's just look around. The three of them walked around the amusement park, not playing much, but accumulating more and more snacks. Ning Chu held a chicken burger in his left hand and a tower of potato chips in his right. As high-calorie foods were consumed in abundance, dopamine was also being released, gradually alleviating the nervousness caused by the unfamiliar environment. Let's catch goldfish. Suddenly, he saw the goldfish catching game in a corner, and his eyes lit up. I haven't played that yet. It's not expensive. Let's catch a few and keep them in the dormitory. Ning Chu turned to look at Wen-yang. What do you think? Apart from the goldfish catching, that area was mostly filled with games like balloon popping, fishing, and ring tossing. Ning Chu had found a cheap form of entertainment. I have no objections. Wen-yang looked at the ring tossing game and couldn't stop laughing. I can bankrupt the boss with my skills in this. Really? Ning Chu immediately forgot about the goldfish game. What do you want? I'll get it for you. He got excited, stood on his tiptoes, and looked for an interesting little gift at the ring-tossing stall. How about that plush toy? Do you like this? The desk is empty, just for decoration. After buying a few rings from the boss, Wen-yang went to the designated white line, held the ring in his right hand, carefully observed the distance, controlled the force and angle of his hand, and gently threw the ring, but it landed in an empty space. Ning Chu immediately made a hissing sound. You can't do it like this. I haven't played in a long time, lost my touch. Put in more effort. Wen-yang glanced at Ning Chu. This guy, with eyes full of expectation and admiration, was cheering him on, yet his mouth was exceptionally provocative. Stimulated by the dual gaze of expectation and provocation, he was inexplicably enthusiastic. I will definitely win this time. Hey, did you see how angry the shop owner was? That man's face turned red, huh? You brought back so much with just $100. Wen-yang, were you there for restocking? You really are amazing. Ning Chu held a super large plastic bag in both hands, filled to the brim with various ornaments and dolls. It even blocked his vision, making him tilt his head to see the road clearly. Continuous praises and compliments flowed from their mouths, and Wen-yang, with a bashful smile, scratched the back of his head. That's so impressive. Let's go again next week. Stock up again. Although it seemed like they didn't play much on this outing, the constant praise made Wen-yang very happy, and a smile uncontrollably appeared on his face. Ning Chu glanced back at his expression and became even happier. This trip, including bus fare, snacks, and the money spent on ring tossing, only cost around 100 yuan. Yet, they had acquired a bunch of small ornaments that made Wen-yang so happy he lost his sense of direction. Even if they didn't play any big rides, they still saved money by avoiding them. Next time, they could set up a stall on the school square when they had time and sell the surplus ornaments. Who knows, they might make some extra money. Laughing and chatting, Ning Chu walked to the dormitory door and gestured for Wang Jie to open it. I can't, you open it. Sure. Wang Jie, looking rather exhausted, took out the key and was about to open the door. However, with a twist of the handle, the door just swung open. Didn't you lock the door when you left? Ning Chu asked in confusion, leading the way into the room with a pile of things in his arms. After placing his belongings down, he raised both hands, arched his body like a lazy cat, and yawned. Returning to the dormitory felt just like coming home. Although the dormitory looked chaotic and disorderly at first glance, with a faint scent lingering in the air, it still felt more comfortable than the unease experienced outside. Smack! What are you doing? Ning Chu turned back, irritated, covering his buttocks. Are you crazy? Don't block the door. Wen-yang stood helplessly outside the room. It's scorching outside. Ning Chu's buttocks did feel quite soft and bouncy. You little whatever. Turn on the air conditioner. I'm taking a nap. Ning Chu turned to find a remote control, but suddenly realized something, looking up at the air conditioner blowing cold air. He paused for a moment, and at that moment, the back door of the dormitory was opened. Zhang Xiaoqing, holding a cigarette, leaned in, peering at the people inside the room. You're back so early? Can't see people in broad daylight. You returned so early? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqing, Ning Chu immediately dropped his playful attitude and scrutinized him with a serious look. Not bad. Although Zhang Xiaoqing used to have a gloomy expression before coming home, it seemed that he hadn't gained any additional sinister aura since returning. Ning Chu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guy might have undergone some trauma and transformed into a villain after coming home. Miss me after just one night? Get lost. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaoqing's smooth-talking, then turned to Wen Yang and asked, "Are you going to take a nap this afternoon?" With the current temperature nearing 40 degrees, spending the morning outside, staying vigilant in the unfamiliar environment, and trying to keep Wen Yang happy had left Ning Chu exhausted. Not sleeping? Wen Yang had originally planned to go to a cafe outside campus in the afternoon, but changed his mind, thinking about the intense heat outside and the sweat and fatigue covering his body. How about taking a shower and a nap? I'm all sweaty. Then I'll go first. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Ning Chu smiled with narrowed eyes, realizing that Wen Yang had become more obedient and sensible. In the past, Wen Yang would have unhesitatingly chosen to go out on a date. Keep working hard to train Wen Yang into an indifferent old virgin who's not interested in women. Let him know that besides women, there are many other interesting things in the world. As Ning Chu entered the bathroom with a change of clothes, Wen Yang yawned and went to the balcony, leaning against the railing, playing with his phone, and waiting for Ning Chu to finish showering. Don't smoke next to me. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoqing, who was puffing smoke beside him, frowned slightly, and asked, "What's going on between you and Ling Ling now?" Zhang Xiaoqing had initially worn a cynical smile, but as soon as a childhood sweetheart was mentioned, his face immediately darkened. He turned his head, responding indifferently, "Nothing's going on." Wen Yang felt a headache. "If she doesn't like you, find someone else. There are so many girls in the world. Did she tell you?" Suddenly turning his head, Zhang Xiaoqing stared at Wen Yang with a dangerous look. The jealousy and possessiveness towards Ling Ling were already surging within him. His favorite girl looked down on him while having all her attention on Wen Yang, who had never cared about Ling Ling. His breathing became involuntarily heavy, his eyes slightly reddened, and his fists unconsciously tightened. Wen Yang noticed his unusual expression, but still nodded. "She messaged me last night, saying you confessed to her." The bathroom door suddenly swung open, and Ning Chu, with wet hair, entered, holding a pile of clothes. As soon as his feet reached the balcony, he suddenly realized that something was not right about the atmosphere. He glanced at Wen Yang nervously and then at Zhang Xiaoqing, who had a distorted expression. His heart suddenly rose to his throat. "Dear Lord, what happened? I just took a shower. Why does Zhang Xiaoqing have a tendency to turn into a villain?" Ning Chu quickly ran through the plot related to Zhang Xiaoqing in his mind, and immediately disturbed the atmosphere on the balcony. "Wen Yang, I've finished washing. You should go take a shower and go to bed." "Okay." Wen Yang was decisive. Realizing that he had stimulated Zhang Xiaoqing's emotions, he immediately left along the steps. When Wen Yang entered the house to get a change of clothes, Ning Chu turned to look at Zhang Xiaoqing. What's going on? Perhaps it was because he had left an image of a close roommate to Zhang Xiaoqing. Facing his questioning gaze, Zhang Xiaoqing's lips twitched, hesitating for a moment, and then sighed. "I confessed my love last night and was rejected." "Why the hell would you confess your love to her? Doesn't you know that, at this moment, she sees you as nothing more than her brother?" Ning Chu's face darkened in anger, and then said, "Why? Why didn't you tell me in advance?" The characters in a hentai story should not be viewed with normal people's brain circuits, not to mention the darkness in Zhang Xiaoqing's heart. What if Zhang Xiaoqing's failure to express his love turned him into the dark side? He originally planned to take Zhang Xiaoqing to conquer Ling Ling step by step after the military training, and turn his route into a pure romance one, rather than a hardcore BDSM one. Ning Chu was silent for a moment, and continued to wipe his hair with a towel in distress. "Don't worry. Let's think of a solution." He tried hard to calm down Zhang Xiaoqing's impatient mood. "Anyway, Ling Ling doesn't have a boyfriend now, so don't worry about it for a while. I'm worried that this guy can't wait any longer and just chooses to drug her and take possession of her like in the plot. Girls are never wary of relatives and friends, and should Zhang Xiaoqing try to do this, he will most likely succeed. In the ears is the snoring of Wang Jie, and on the bed frame, one can feel the trembling of Wen Yang tossing and turning. Ning Chu lay on the bed, looking at the dormitory ceiling with a sense of despair, his mind full of chaotic thoughts. A group of vixens is still trying to hook up with Wen Yang. If this can't be resolved, Wen Yang may give up at any time. Zhang Xiaoqing went to confess on his own, and he was rejected. It's uncertain whether he would turn dark or not, but if he does, then there will be no peace. He muttered quietly, turning over and placing his forearm on the side of his head, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaoqing playing games on the computer. The plot related to Wen Yang is manageable, as he is just endlessly fighting with girls. As long as the plot doesn't develop into Ning Chu turning into a girl and becoming Wen Yang's comrade, the dormitory just has an additional scumbag. But Zhang Xiaoqing, if this guy really turns into a villain, it's likely that girls will be mistreated by various means every week. As his roommate, he probably can't escape the influence either. That would be too scary. As for reporting to the police, it's probably useless for the main character of this hentai-themed story. Full of worries, Ning Chu couldn't sleep at all. He closed his eyes, but in his mind, there were scenes from novels, all filled with situations where he was surrounded by men. The drowsiness dissipated with his worries. The more he lay there, the more alert he became, but his eyelids were fighting to stay open. Suddenly sitting up, he stared blankly ahead, anxiously running his fingers through his hair. "Aren't you sleeping yet?" Zhang Xiaoqing's inquiry came from below, and Ning Chu looked down to find him casually playing with his phone, legs crossed. "Can't sleep," feeling frustrated. Wang Jie and Wen Yang had already fallen asleep, one snoring and the other breathing heavily. Now, there was no possibility of him falling asleep. Then come down and play a game? Sure, why not? Zhang Xiaoqing watched as Ning Chu slowly climbed down from the bed, and it seemed like his roommate had changed a bit in just a week. The slightly delicate Shota face had an indescribable charm, and the eyes, reddened due to fatigue, added a casual charm to his face. As he got off the bed, the short shorts tightened around his plump buttocks and thighs, outlining the curves. The slender and fair calves swayed gently. The once flat figure left a deep impression, but Zhang Xiaoqing could immediately see the changes in the now fuller figure. "Did you get fatter?" Ning Chu, just getting off the bed, frowned and looked down at his shorts. He murmured discontentedly, "Indeed, it seems I gained a few pounds. The pants are a bit tight." He needed to buy a new set of pajamas online. He wiped his face with a wet towel, sat in front of the computer, and turned to ask, "What game are we playing? Just so you know, I don't know how to play any." "Then what do you know?" "Basically nothing." After coming to this world, Ning Chu had hardly played any games, but Zhang Xiaoqing mistakenly thought he had never played games before entering college. "Then I'll find one that suits you." He agreed with a nod, gazing at the computer screen with his chin resting on his hand. However, within 2 minutes, unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart, he grabbed a chair, sat down next to Zhang Xiaoqing. It was as if a breeze carrying a faint fragrance had swept by. Zhang Xiaoqing didn't turn around, but lifted his buttocks to make some space. Casting a sidelong glance at Ning Chu, he saw the hesitant expression on his face and asked, "What do you want to say?" Don't get angry when I say this. Since Ling Ling isn't interested in you, do you not have any other girls you like?" Ning Chu asked cautiously, afraid of upsetting him. "Or do you have a specific type of girl you like?" "Don't know. Wen Yang is quite popular among girls." "What type of girl do you like?" Ning Chu's words suddenly stopped when he saw Zhang Xiaoqing's suddenly dark expression. Trying to cover up, he said, "I like playing action games." Why did these two people suddenly stop dealing with each other? Obviously, Zhang Xiaoqing and Wen Yang had a good relationship before. Could it be because of Ling Ling, making Zhang Xiaoqing think that the girl he likes is Wen Yang left over? After a simple inference, Ning Chu tentatively speculated about Zhang Xiaoqing's current mindset. Well, I think this game is good. Then let me try. Ning Chu quickly looked at the screen. It was a pink-themed game that seemed nothing like an action game, but more like a romantic adventure game. He hesitated before starting the game, playing it with a mix of confusion and curiosity. But within 10 minutes, his face suddenly turned bright red, and the uncensored action scenes on the screen left him at a loss. He was definitely an LSP, light-shaded pervert, or else he couldn't have written the hentai theme story, but he had never played such a suggestive game in front of others. He stiffly turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaoqing beside him, struggling to find something to say. Seeing Ning Chu's face turning almost smoky red, Zhang Xiaoqing chuckled softly. You want an action game, didn't you? It's not. I wanted a Monster Hunter type game, an action combat game, not a game where I can make a descendant. Why are you so easily embarrassed? It was the same when we watched movies together last time. This is how normal people react, okay? Is this world so open-minded about that? The quality of the movie we watched last time was on par with a theatrical release, and this game can barely reach AAA level. Both times caught me off guard. A world of LSP enthusiasts. If he wasn't trapped in the plot himself, Ning Chu might have found it amusing. He originally wanted to play games and chat to relieve the stress with Zhang Xiaoqing, who showed signs of turning dark. However, now he was just left feeling annoyed after being teased like this. Turning off the game in frustration, he glanced at the game title and then turned back to his own desk. Want some milk tea? But Zhang Xiaoqing shamelessly approached. Buy 20 and get 1 free. Want to order one? Get lost. He leaned casually against the wardrobe, pointed to his own face, and asked, do I look like the kind of person who's emotionally fragile and gets sad for days or months after being rejected by a girl? Why'd I need you to comfort me? No, I'm afraid you're mentally abnormal. Zhang Xiaoqing was stunned, looking confused. How am I abnormal? Ning Chu rolled his eyes, ignoring him. The things this guy did in the novel were already beyond the issue of being mentally abnormal. All right, stop messing around. What's with this tone? Like I'm fooling around with a little girl. Zhang Xiaoqing handed him the phone directly, generously saying, you choose my treat. Really? I'm still missing a few bucks for the milk tea. Ning Chu's eyes lit up, but he still looked unhappy. Reluctantly, he took the phone. If something happens next time, you better tell me. He checked the milk tea options, softly suggesting, it's not good to keep it bottled up. Letting it out is at least a way to vent. However, Zhang Xiaoqing's expression was a bit strange. The way you say that, why does it sound so awkward? Like a confidant, huh? Clearly, it's better for you to take a trip to Thailand. Nowadays, people are not sincere at all. Ning Chu, carrying a bag of snacks, walked out of the convenience store complaining. You're clearly in a bad mood. It's already good I actively asked, but you still don't want to tell me. He'd probably think it better to suffer than to lose his face. Still, he had only known Zhang Xiaoqing for a few weeks, and it was indeed challenging to become close friends in such a short time. Nevertheless, he had to continue working hard to gain the trust of his roommates. If he could really become the confidant big sister, no, confidant big brother, in Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes, then everything would be solved. I'm afraid he keeps holding it in and ends up becoming a weird villain. Arriving at the basketball court between the dormitory buildings, Ning Chu found a bench in a corner, sat down, and, in the shade of the trees, tore open the bag of potato chips, placing it on his lap. While eating, he looked at the students exerting themselves on the court not far away. It's really nice. I heard playing basketball can make you taller. I don't know if that's true or not. When Yang was taking a nap, today he finally had some free time in the afternoon to explore the school. On normal days, he wouldn't let Wen Yang out of his sight. Sipping cola and eating potato chips, Ning Chu leaned back on the bench. His mind finally didn't need to think about how to deal with plot issues. He stared intently in the direction of the basketball court, occasionally getting excited because of a beautiful goal. Meow. A weak and sweet meow caught his attention. Looking down, he saw a small black cat staggering out from the green bushes behind him, its little head looking around. A cat. Muttering, Ning Chu bent down, reached out, and cautiously used his fingertips to touch the kitten's head. The fur was dirty, Obviously not abandoned by some unethical student. It was probably a common stray cat on campus. Although the kitten's movements were unsteady, its eyes were exceptionally agile and intelligent. Sensing the kindness from him, it tilted its body and lay directly on the surface of his shoes, playing with his shoelaces as if they were toys. Meow. Do you want some potato chips? I can't take you back, can I? The guys in the dormitory didn't show any affection for the cat. Ah, that's not true. Zhang Xiaoqing seemed to like cat girls. Oh, cat girl? He suddenly remembered something, squatted down, gently lifted one of the kitten's hind legs with his fingers, and lowered his head to carefully look for the tiny creature. This person is really weird. Hurry up. Two passers-by hurriedly walked past, leaving behind their judgment of weirdness. Ning Chu sat back on the bench in silence, silently rolled his eyes at those two passers-by. God, being treated as a weirdo by the characters in a weird hentai-themed novel. What's wrong with checking if the cat has anything down there? But based on the fact that he personally wrote this weird hentai-themed novel, he really couldn't refute it. It's a pity that you were a female cat. If you were a male cat, I would have adopted you. Meow. No. What if one day you turn into a cat girl and seduce Wenyang? What should I do? Ning Chu pretended to understand the meow of the kitten, shaking his head seriously as he explained. But after all, it was the cat he adopted. What if it turned into a cat girl and chose to repay him? There was a subtle change in his expression, and he was actually looking forward to that moment. This wasn't just a simple fantasy. In the novel, there was indeed a plot where Wenyang's family cat turned into a cat girl to repay a debt to him. Meow. Forget it. I really can't keep you. The little kitten rubbed against Ning Chu's ankle with its head, looking quite satisfied, as if it was pretending to be injured. He liked small animals himself. His face showed a dilemma. After looking around, he had to stand up and go to the convenience store again, buying a piece of chicken sausage for the little cat. Keeping pets in the dormitory was actually a serious matter. Even though he was tempted, without his roommate's consent, he could only frequent this area and bring some food and drink for the little cat. After obtaining a chicken sausage through its injury act, the little kitten finally let go of Ning Chu, burying its head in the food happily. I almost brought a cat back on this trip. The school has a large area consisting of several large campuses, and it is said that there are 3 cafeterias. However, he had only moved around in 4 places before: the dormitory, cafeteria, teaching building, and the playground. Estimating within the dormitory area of a dozen or so buildings, there were sporadic basketball courts and exercise equipment between the buildings. In the center of the dormitory area was a small garden built around an artificial lake. After parting ways with the little cat, Ning Chu came to this garden. Under the shade of trees and the gentle breeze, the afternoon heat was alleviated. He strolled along the cobblestone path in the garden, smelling the fragrance of blooming flowers in the air. The suppressed mood finally relaxed at this moment. Although weird elements like hypnosis and tentacle monsters appear in books, they are completely invisible in real life. Ning Chu sighed. People here are really normal. However, before he could finish his sigh, he heard a coquettish gasp in his ears. His expression stiffened, and his steps halted. Hey, it's broad daylight. Can't they find a hotel or something? This is outrageous. He stiffened his neck and turned to look towards the source of the sound, vaguely hearing the gasping coming from behind a thicket of bushes. Having never experienced such a thing, he felt his face warming up. The shyness of a small virgin made him awkward and nervous. Surprisingly, the students passing by occasionally didn't react much. The openness of the world was beyond his imagination. Although curiosity tempted Ning Chu to take a peek, he chose to return the way he came. Hurry back. This is indeed a dangerous world. He turned his head in a panic and ran, not daring to stop until he entered the cool dormitory, finally able to catch his breath. What's wrong? Why so startled? Hearing a somewhat rough door opening sound, Zhang Xiaoqing, sitting in front of the computer, curiously asked, "Did a guy confess to you when you went out? Why is your face so red?" It's much scarier than that. Ning Chu quickly took a few breaths, then explained with an embarrassed look, "Just now in the garden, I heard someone, doing things. Zhang Xiaoqing was stunned. Where? Can you take me there? No. Suddenly, Wen Yang's voice came from the bed. If the school catches you, at least you'll get a disciplinary warning. If it's more serious, they might expel you. Ning Chu looked up, and Wen Yang was sitting at the bedside, yawning repeatedly. Your door opening was too loud. It woke me up. Sorry. Listening to Wen Yang's words, he felt a bit calmer. Fortunately, although he saw the open side of people today, judging by the school's attitude towards disciplinary warnings and expulsions, it's still relatively normal in societal standards. Perhaps the couple engaging in activities were characters in the plot. So, it was a bit exaggerated? You just heard some little love making noise, and your face is already beet red. Zhang Xiaoqing sneered. You must be a virgin. Why do you care? Isn't Wen Yang one too? Him? A group of girls are waiting in line for him, and he's not in a hurry. What about you? Get lost. Is it true? It's haunted? And you want to go exorcise it now? At night, inside the dormitory, incredulous inquiries from Zhang Xiaoqing could be heard. He looked at Wen Yang in disbelief, scratching his head. It's just for some money. Aren't you afraid of not coming back at all? Ning Chu had already thought about where he should sit at the Wen Yang funeral feast. If it weren't for Wen Yang revealing the information to him today, he wouldn't know that this guy was planning to offer himself to the ghosts. God, not only do you have to be careful of the group of coquettish bitches chasing Wen Yang, but you also have to be careful of the ghosts who are greedy for Wen Yang's body. There's no need to say those curse-like words. Wen Yang helplessly spread his hands. I'm just going to check the situation tonight. Tomorrow, I'll call my uncle and ask how to solve it, or ask my uncle to come do it himself. I think we should just directly call your uncle, or else we'll all lose the chance for postgraduate recommendation. Ning Chu tried to scare Wen Yang as much as possible, hoping to make him give up. My uncle's health is not very good. Wen Yang frowned with difficulty. Indeed, when he was young, his vitality was sucked dry by ghosts. Can his health be good? Ning Chu rolled his eyes silently, basically confirming that he triggered the exorcism plot from a novel. Before writing this plot, he had just watched the Exorcist series because he hadn't seen enough and decided to write a segment himself. The plot roughly is, in the middle of the night, Wen Yang came alone to the school building, encountered a fierce ghost clad in red, quickly and successfully stabbed a sharp weapon into the female ghost after multiple exorcisms. The fierce ghost collapsed on the ground, thoroughly purified and dissipated. For those with innocent mind who doesn't understand the innuendo, Wen Yang fucked the female ghost so hard she goes to heaven. Damn it, what nonsense did I write? Thinking of this, Ning Chu wanted to give himself a big slap. So, there are really ghosts in this world, and people can see and touch them. It felt even more dangerous. I'm going out. Wait, I'll go too. Ning Chu couldn't rest assured. Quickly got up and grabbed Wen Yang's arm. Wait, let's bring some weapons for self-defense. Why take it so seriously? Wen Yang said helplessly. There are no ghosts in this world. Probably just someone playing a prank. Isn't your uncle an exorcist? Yes, he told me that it's just feudal superstition. Is your uncle trying to hide the true nature of exorcism work from you, so he can take all of the pretty ghost girl for himself? Ning Chu was too lazy to continue arguing with him. So he turned to Zhang Xiaoqing and asked, Want to go together? I wanted to suggest going together long ago. What about Wang Jie? Wang Jie was still fighting in the game, speaking rapidly and rejecting. Ranked match. Don't disturb. This gaming nerd. 3 people, plus a 1.6-meter Shota, with not much combat pow. Ning Chu looked around the dormitory, trying to find weapons for self-defense, but Zhang Xiaoqing opened the closet and pulled out a large wrench. Ah, a weapon. He looked quite excited, weighing the wrench lightly, swung in the direction with no one, and smirked. No problem. If there really are ghosts, I'll knock them out with this wrench. You're hiding such a lethal weapon in the dorm. Are you planning to turn into MacGyver at night? Seeing his excited and distorted, creepy smile, Ning Chu couldn't help but shudder and silently took a step back, putting some distance between them. Ah, there's also a fruit knife here. Zhang Xiaoqing took out a short knife from the drawer and handed it to Wen Yang. If you really see a ghost, just run. I've said it, there are no ghosts in this world. When Yang sighed lightly, my uncle is just into feudal superstition. Why don't you guys believe it? He tried to dissuade the two, but Ning Chu had already put on his sneakers, looking worried, while Zhang Xiaoqing, holding the wrench, looked excited, as if he was about to confront a ghost. All right. Wen Yang helplessly shook his head. I think you two just have nothing to do at night and want some excitement, so you're going out with me. That's right. It's little baby Ning Chu worrying about you, Zhang Xiaoqing teased the two. Ning Chu shivered and felt nauseous, getting goosebumps all over. Get lost. Going to the teaching building so late, you'll probably encounter some lovebirds. Zhang Xiaoqing ignored his curses, grinned, and said, Don't mistake couples for ghosts. Why do you always casually mention jungling like that? Are all the couples in this world unable to afford a hotel? Ning Chu sighed silently in his heart. When he looked up, he saw Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing already walking out one after another. He quickly caught up, asking anxiously, What about my weapon? You? Just run fast if you really encounter a ghost. It feels unsafe without a weapon. He jogged behind them, glancing at the dark little garden below the dormitory building. He felt a bit nervous. Although there was no mention of fierce ghosts harming people in the book, the reality was unknown. I've said it, there are really no ghosts in this world. Wen Yang emphasized again, It's just a prank. In late September, the disturbing sounds of cicadas and frogs had disappeared, but the mosquitoes under the streetlights still gathered densely. It was already past 9 in the evening, and on the road outside the dormitory building, only a few students could be seen in pairs or threes. Only the basketball court was still lively, and you could hear the noise from a distance. Ning Chu followed closely behind Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing, nervously keeping his gaze on the dark corners. Even though he knew it was a beautiful female ghost, he still felt a bit scared. It should be this building. Wen Yang stopped in front of the teaching building. Ning Chu instinctively looked up, and the entire teaching building was hidden in the shadows of the night. Vaguely, he seemed to see figures flashing across the corridor. It's a bit creepy. You're so scared. Zhang Xiaoqing teased, as usual. How about you wait here for us? Huh. I used to dance on the grave in the middle of the night. Ning Chu disdainfully retorted. At the same time, he quietly moved behind Wen Yang, continuing to mock. Maybe you'll be the fastest to run when the time comes. Stop arguing. Let's go upstairs. Wen Yang turned on the flashlight on his phone. In the light, the shadowy veil of the teaching building was lifted, and Ning Chu's heart also settled a bit. Following closely behind Wen Yang, the three entered the teaching building. Since the school had just started, Ning Chu had visited the teaching building only a few times, mostly during freshman lectures. The first floor had the lobby, lecture halls, and offices. Walking along the corridor towards the lobby, the three's footsteps simultaneously paused. Woo! Just as they entered the lobby on the first floor, a low, sobbing sound drifted from a distance. In an instant, Ning Chu's entire body was covered in goosebumps. He instinctively moved closer to the side, but suddenly felt a pair of hands tightly grabbing his arms. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Wen Yang tightly hugged Ning Chu's arms, his face pale with fear. Are there really ghosts? Wait, you run first. Well, you might not be able to run with those weak legs. Ning Chu was stunned, then turned his head to see that Zhang Xiaoqing had retreated 10 meters without him noticing. So, am I the bravest here? Woo! The melancholic crying brought a chill, and all three present couldn't help but feel a tightness in their chests. Harder, NH. The hands tightly hugging his arms loosened. Wen Yang nodded with an expression as if saying, See, I told you there's no ghost, just feudal superstition. He glanced at Ning Chu beside him. He had to admit that Ning Chu's body was quite soft and emitted a faint fragrance. Had he not known that it's Ning Chu's body he was holding, he would have thought it's some other girl. We really encountered lovebirds. TSK, TSK. Zhang Xiaoqing, who had returned to his previous position without anyone noticing, commented, The voice is quite pleasant. The performance of you two just now doesn't match the roles of the male protagonist or antagonist at all. After being frightened for a while, The tension among the trio of three people eased considerably. Zhang Xiaoqing shared stories of wild mandarin ducks he had heard with a playful smile, while Wen Yang also wore a calm smile. Only Ning Chu's face was full of disappointment. It wasn't the timid behavior of these two that disappointed him, but rather his heartfelt reflection on the world that he had written. They haven't been here for that long, and yet they've already encountered two pairs of wild lovers. In his past life, although he occasionally heard of people encountering wild mandarin ducks around him, it only happened once or twice. But now, within a day's time, they've encountered two. Are the people here all unable to afford hotels? Although they were a bit abnormal, they were all innocent thrill seekers, not doing anything morally wrong. At least they knew to find a discreet corner. Even if they were caught by the police, at most they would be detained. Ning Chu couldn't help but sigh. He used to naively think that the people here were all normal. I remember my high school classmate once encountered such a situation while buying clothes in broad daylight. It's really something. Zhang Xiaoqing turned his head, just happening to see Ning Chu sighing. What's wrong? Has your pure heart been tainted? Not really. If Ning Chu could be considered pure, then he wouldn't be writing hentai-themed stories, let alone coming to such a strange world. Why are you sighing? I've never seen someone as shy as you. Zhang Xiaoqing gave him a glance and said confidently, "Who gets scared watching a movie?" He intentionally elongated his tone, emphasizing the phrase, "gets scared watching a movie." You weren't even watching a serious movie. If it were with close friends, it would be fine, but Ning Chu had only known them for a few weeks. At most, they were just acquaintances. Stop messing around and focus. Wen Yang, holding his phone for illumination, interrupted their bickering. Who said anything about ghosts? You're probably just scared by the noises of those couples in the bushes, Zhang Xiaoqing muttered, just like we were earlier. Anyway, let's just walk around the teaching building, and if we don't find anything, we'll go back. Zhang Xiaoqing waved the wrench in his hand and shouted, "If we really encounter a ghost, I'll smash its head with this wrench." Who knows, maybe someone else already ran away. Ning Chu ruthlessly mocked them and boasted of his own bravery. Look at you guys, you look manly but act like cowards. Although at the time, his head was blank and his legs were stiff, and he didn't react immediately. Zhang Xiaoqing admitted defeat, the first time he voluntarily conceded, crossing his arms and remaining silent. The suspenseful atmosphere from before now turned into a light-hearted one. Zhang Xiaoqing was full of dirty jokes he had heard somewhere, while Wen Yang, the innocent virgin, remained quiet, just listening. Ning Chu subconsciously remembered those dirty jokes, preparing to write them into his book. Wait a minute, I'm literally in the book right now. He had been intermittently writing this hentai-themed story for several years, often feeling unsatisfied after reading some excellent works, and then writing his own version for self-entertainment. This resulted in this world becoming a modern urban plain filled with all sorts of non-human beings mixed with humans. The trio casually walked up the stairs to the second floor, faintly hearing sweet and breathy sighs coming from somewhere. Ning Chu remained expressionless, even feeling like laughing a little. Indeed, there were no normal people in this world. If this place really had ghosts, they'd be awkward ghosts, Zhang Xiaoqing quipped, thinking of getting thrills with you. But turns out we're just third wheels, huh? Perhaps hearing his voice, the commotion on the second floor instantly disappeared. Wen Yang sighed helplessly. I told you there are no ghosts. You scared that couple away. We might as well stay in the dorm and play games. Listening to their exchange, Ning Chu relaxed somewhat, but still kept an eye on his surroundings, using his phone to illuminate every corner. He wondered if the female ghost would be as beautiful as he described in his book. Perhaps she wasn't even the same female ghost. What if it was a man? His mind was filled with all sorts of nonsense, but suddenly he noticed a fleeting figure at the end of the corridor in the distance. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively grabbed Wen Yang's hand, pointing to the end of the corridor. There's something over there. Don't scare me. Wen Yang calmly looked in the direction of his pointing finger. Let's go and take a look. Huh? How come you're acting like a coward now? Zhang Xiaoqing teased Ning Chu as he led the way forward. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Ning Chu nervously looked around and found it was the entrance to the second-floor restroom. Snap! The three of them were startled, and they all looked down to see Wen Yang stepping into a puddle of water. A puddle of water in front of the restroom door seemed quite normal. Damn, you scare me, Zhang Xiaoqing cursed and walked towards the restroom grumbling. They walked away. I'll go to the bathroom. Never mind, I'll go later. Let's go. Let's check out the third floor. Ning Chu doubted whether the figure he had just seen was a ghost, but made him more timid. He followed behind Wen Yang gloomily, regretting why he had gotten involved in this mess. But if he didn't come, and Wen Yang got ravaged by ghosts, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? If he did come, at least he could see how Wen Yang got eaten, and there would be some closure to his efforts. The teaching building had 4 floors in total. The three of them circled around all 4 floors, took a look at the rooftop, and then somewhat disappointedly chose to leave. Wen Yang probably figured out the situation, speculating that it was probably some timid student who got scared by the wild lovers late at night, which led to the school being informed and rumors of ghosts spreading. But if there were really ghosts, why weren't those lovers scared? Let's go back, what a letdown. Back on the brightly lit road, Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly became brave again, boasting, "Today that ghost was lucky not to run into us." "Yeah, that's right," Ning Chu replied absent-mindedly. "What do we do next?" He turned to Wen Yang and asked. "Report it to the school. Just tell them what happened." Wen Yang shrugged helplessly. "Ask the security to patrol more at night, and there probably won't be any more ghost rumors in the future. It's a pity there's no real ghost. Otherwise, my uncle could make some money." This way of dealing with it relieved Ning Chu. He was most afraid that Wen Yang would be stubborn and wouldn't give up until he found ghosts. It was a false alarm. He had thought he had triggered a demon exorcising plot. The white figure he had just seen still gave him the creeps, and he kept looking back at the teaching building from time to time, feeling uneasy. There were more people this time, so maybe the female ghost couldn't handle the 3 of them and didn't show up. But what about next time? He absolutely couldn't let Wen Yang come to the teaching building alone in the future. Ning Chu comforted the disappointed Wen Yang who had lost the bet. "It's okay. If there really were ghosts, the 3 of us might not be able to go back tonight." That's true. One had to admit that the current innocent Wen Yang was indeed quite naive. If it were him, even if there were no ghosts, he would still pretend to be a god to make some money from a school. "Let's go, let's buy some late-night snacks on the second floor of the cafeteria." From afar, Zhang Xiaoqing could see the brightly lit cafeteria and called out to the 2 of them. "My treat. How about chicken steak and milk tea?" Ning Chu suddenly found this antagonist much more pleasing. "I want to eat scallion pancakes." Upon awakening from his sleep, Ning Chu's brain felt a bit foggy. He weakly half-opened his eyes, wanting to get up and go to the bathroom, but his limbs wouldn't obey him. His body felt heavy, as if it were firmly pressed down by a huge slab of stone. A sense of panic instantly flooded his brain, making him frantically try to pound the bed to make noise and wake up his dorm mates for help. But he couldn't even manage to lift his hand to hit the bed. Is he having a sleep paralysis? Ning Chu could hear the clacking of Wang Jie's keyboard. He didn't know what time it was, but this gaming addict was still playing. He could also hear the sound of the air conditioner running, the occasional chirping of insects outside, and Wen Yang's heavy breathing as he slept, but he couldn't move an inch. Time became particularly torturous. He tried to roll over, tried to open his eyes, and even tried to make a sound, but his body seemed disconnected, unable to receive any commands from his brain. He could hear Wang Jie getting into bed, and soon after, he heard Wang Jie snoring and grinding his teeth. Zhang Xiaoqing was woken up, cursing as he turned over in bed. This feeling of being awake but unable to control his body was extremely tortuous, keeping Ning Chu's nerves stretched to the maximum until they were exhausted, and then he fell into a deep sleep again. When he woke up again, the sky outside was already dimly lit. Ning Chu suddenly sat up, breathing uncertainly, his dilated pupils scanning the cramped dormitory anxiously. His pounding heart gradually calmed down. Sleep paralysis. It used to happen a lot in high school. I must have been under too much pressure recently. He listlessly scratched his head, wiped the thin sweat from his forehead, and slowly got out of bed. He sat in front of the computer. Ning Chu glanced at the time and realized it was almost 7 o'clock. He reached out and grabbed the bread and milk on his desk, turned on the computer, put on his headphones, and found a food video to watch while eating. Today was Monday, and military training started at 8 o'clock, forcing him to have breakfast to avoid fainting embarrassingly again. After finishing the video and satisfying his hunger, Ning Chu didn't go to wash up. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at his chest. The close-fitting pajamas faintly outlined a curve on his chest, and the little red bean was as conspicuous as usual. It hasn't grown bigger. He didn't know whether to feel disappointed or relieved. Disappointed that last night didn't completely ruin the exorcism plot, or relieved that his body didn't further feminize his punishment. It's no wonder I experience sleep paralysis. I deal with frustrating things every day. He felt that the pressure now was much heavier than during the college entrance exam. Even if he failed the exam, he could still attend vocational school or find a job directly in a factory, ensuring he wouldn't starve to death. But now, if he made any mistakes, his fate would be a complete mess. He might end up being laughed at by others, or even end up in the obstetrics and gynecology department. He might truly become a member of the world depicted in the hentai theme story. He didn't want to hear someone say to him in the future, "Madam, you wouldn't want your child to be bullied at school, would you?" It was too terrifying. Just thinking about it drained the blood from his face. Waking up so early, Wen Yang's voice came from above, and Ning Chu looked up to see him climbing out of bed. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Feeling down again, Wen Yang stretched lazily. "How about I tell you some gossip to cheer you up?" Ning Chu shook his head silently. He wasn't interested in gossip, but when Yang paused behind him with his toiletries in hand, his expression becoming strange and somewhat regretful as he continued. "I reported the incident at the teaching building yesterday, and it turns out that while the security guard was patrolling the building last night, he caught a girl." "Caught? A female ghost?" "Not exactly. Have you heard of a fetish called exhibitionism?" When Yang looked at Ning Chu's curious and expectant gaze, at his innocent face, and suddenly found it difficult to continue. "Anyway, it was a girl who was caught in the GHS building." "Geez, and here I thought they caught a ghost." Ning Chu rolled his eyes and flopped onto the table listlessly. Perhaps because he had seen and heard so much, his heart remained unaffected by such sensational gossip. Indeed, there were few normal people here. Just the thought of living in this world for a lifetime made him feel like there would be a vast green grassland growing on his head sooner or later. Those who weren't broad-minded would probably be driven crazy by marrying someone here. Except for the Minotaur enthusiasts. "Didn't sleep well?" "No. I woke up in the middle of the night and experienced sleep paralysis." "You're always overthinking things, brooding too much," Wen Yang said as he headed to the balcony to wash up. "Yeah. If you were carefree, you might be a comrade in arms fighting side by side with you. You might not mind, or even be happy about it." Ning Chu continued to lie on the table, trying to refresh his mind before military training. After about 10 minutes, the other dorm mates began to wake up one after another, and the previously quiet room quickly filled with everyone's sweet talk. "We have military training again. I can't get up. I want to take a sick leave. Damn it. The sun is already so hot before 8 o'clock. How are we supposed to survive? What a stupid principle. Why does he schedule military training during the hottest time of the day? What if our little prince Ning Chu gets heat stroke?" Ning Chu picked up an empty bottle from the table and turned to smack Zhang Shaoqing on the head. This guy was getting more and more out of hand. Zhang Shaoqing grinned and dodged, then eagerly approached Ning Chu like a pet, trying to please its owner. "Ning Chu, did you hear? Last night, in the teaching building." "I heard. Shut up. TSK, people nowadays are really into some wild stuff." Ning Chu felt a headache coming on from the disturbance and covered his ears with his hands, half closing his eyes and staring at Zhang Shaoqing with disdain. "You're even more into wild things in the book. I wrote it all. Too bad the hentai-themed story hasn't finished yet. Otherwise, I'd definitely give you a death by drowning in cement in the river. No, your expression looks so contemptuous, like you're watching a pervert." "Ning Chu, want to go downstairs for breakfast?" When Yang had already changed into his training clothes and put on his shoes, ready to go. Ning Chu glanced at the bread packaging on the desk and stood up without hesitation. Let's go. Although he had already eaten breakfast, it was better to go out with Wen Yang than to face Zhang Xiaoqing's harassment in the dormitory. Plus, he could keep an eye on Wen Yang and prevent any foxes from trying to seduce the protagonist. But as soon as they opened the door of the dormitory, their feet stopped in their tracks. The counselor, Wen Yang, was the first to speak, surprised. Why are you here? Han Jingye had a gentle and elegant smile on his face, accompanied by a few curious students from the neighboring dormitories. Just checking the cleanliness. Is that not welcome? Ning Chu nodded vigorously behind Wen Yang's head, then turned to glance at the dormitory. The cleanliness of the dormitory was a mess, to say the least. Mainly, I came to see if you're comfortable living here. Han Jingye smiled as he walked into the dormitory, scanning the room with his eyes. You need to clean up. Leaders will come to inspect next week. Huh? Which dumbass leader has so much free time? Zhang Xiaoqing cursed as he walked into the dormitory from the balcony, his arrogant expression disappearing in an instant. He grabbed a broom from the corner of the room and muttered, "We don't need leaders to check our hygiene. We'll do it ourselves." You got scared so quickly. As a counselor, it's quite normal to stroll around the dormitory building. However, Ning Chu suspected that this guy was just using this as an excuse. His actual reason for doing this is to scout for potential prey in the girls' dormitory building. If anything in the dormitory is broken, go to the dormitory manager and get a repair form. Generally, someone will come to repair it within a week. If you have any problems in your life or mentally, you can come and ask me directly. Just private message me in the group. Han Jingye always had a gentle smile on his face. With a soft tone, his face looked harmless. When inspecting the dormitory hygiene, he didn't seem like a teacher, more like a big brother next door visiting. He casually walked around the dormitory as if strolling, then looked up and scanned the bed, smiling and asking, "Whose bed is this? Look at others, they all know how to fold a quilt, and then look at you guys." The three people in the dormitory simultaneously looked at Ning Chu. Ning Chu was confused for a moment and looked around blankly. Huh? I just folded it because I woke up too early this morning and had nothing to do. He really didn't want to have any relationship with this counselor. It would be best if he didn't leave any impression on the other party at all, and he wouldn't even remember his name next time they met. Ning Chu, right? The one who passed out during military training last Monday. Several students outside the dormitory burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Han Jingye turned his head and glared at the students at the door, then nodded gently to Ning Chu. It's fine, I'll go to the next room, tidy up a bit, remember to have breakfast, don't be late for military training later. Yes, Ning Chu replied expressionlessly. He hates people like Han Jingye, who are inconsistent, appearing harmless on the outside, but are actually very despicable. They're complete hypocrites. Looking at Zhang Xiaoqing, who is consistent inside and out, he's already disliked even before turning into a villain. Perhaps it was his not very enthusiastic, even somewhat cold and repulsive attitude. Han Jingye frowned slightly and carefully scrutinized him up and down. He was a very cute boy. The top of his training uniform was tucked in his pants, looking very clean and neat, but he seemed very weak, his waist slender like a willow branch. He had no idea what had caused this student to dislike him. Without much thought, Han Jingye still smiled gently and approached the next dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a student using the oven to make egg tarts. He really couldn't keep up his smile. Whose induction cooker is this? And the oven and microwave? Turning the dorm into a kitchen. Huh? Wow. Can the students in the next dormitory really live like this? Through the wall, Ning Chu could clearly hear the counselor's angry shout. Ning Chu, let's go. Have breakfast in the cafeteria. Coming. Ning Chu followed behind Wen Yang with small steps, his face full of envy. The next dormitory is so good. They cook their own food. It's better than the cafeteria and cheaper. Hard to say. After a while, they might have to cook for 10 people. That's true. While chatting with Wen Yang about the next dormitory, images of Han Jingye's looks and smiles occasionally floated in Ning Chu's mind. This counselor seems to be quite responsible. He didn't get angry about the dormitory hygiene issue, just gently reminded them. But he was furious about previously. He had only seen the gentle and sunny side of the counselor, and preconceivedly thought it was all fake and disgusting. But now he saw the counselor's angry side, because of the electrical safety issue, which made the counselor's image more three-dimensional. Is there a possibility that the counselor now is really a good person? Whatever it is, it's none of his business. Now, dealing with the potential villain and ensuring the protagonist doesn't go astray because of some naughty vixen who couldn't keep their lust at check is already quite a headache. Adding a counselor to the mix? He can't split himself in half. It's better to stick to the previous strategy, have Wen-yang focus on the counselor. If he can gather any evidence, it will be better to strike first. Ideally, the counselor would end up in trouble without any female students being harmed. Arriving at the cafeteria, Ning Chu ran to the mini-market and bought a bottle of ice-cold cola, sitting beside Wen-yang. "Aren't you eating?" "I ate in the dormitory. Had some bread and milk I bought last night." He took a sip of the cola, belched contentedly, then turned to look at Wen-yang, considering how to subtly bring up the topic of Han Jingye. "The counselor seems to be quite popular in class," Ning Chu casually mentioned. "He's okay, I guess." Wen-yang only bought 2 large steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water. His breakfast seemed a bit meager compared to the students around him, but he didn't mind. He continued, "I've interacted with him these past few days, and he seems like a nice person. But you seem to dislike him. Even though he didn't like him, why did he seem particularly concerned about Han Jingye? Did he offend you before?" Hearing the question, Ning Chu hesitated, not knowing how to explain. While he had considered telling Wen-yang about Han Jingye's storyline in the book to get help, he realized that Wen-yang was not a fool. How could he just believe him based on his words alone? Besides, Han Jingye seemed pretty normal now. Not really. It's just that his smiles seem insincere, which I find off-putting. Ning Chu hesitated, continuing, "My first impression of him wasn't great." Wen-yang nodded, eating as he spoke. "I actually think he's a good person, very attentive. He knows the family situations of all the students in the class." "He knows their family situations?" "Well, he memorized it for the school's subsidy application. The subsidy is made for impoverished students, but some well-off students are trying to use the subsidy for themselves. That's why he needs to know about the student background." Ning Chu was increasingly puzzled. Could it be that the counselor is really a good person now? Seeing him lost in thought, Wen-yang advised helplessly, "Don't judge people based on first impressions. Look at Xiaoqing with his blonde hair and carefree appearance. Based on first impressions, who would think he's a dork?" "Well, he is a dork." Ning Chu yawned, not thinking too much about it, just planning to put the counselor on his long-term observation list. Glancing at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. It's time for military training. This was the most headache-inducing thing at the moment. He slumped down, feeling hopeless, resting his head on the table. Just the thought of the 3 laps of jogging and half an hour of physical training every morning during military training made his legs tremble. "I really want to skip and lie in the dormitory with the air conditioning on." Wen-yang finished his breakfast and stood up first, looking down at the slumped Ning Chu. "This week will be over soon. Hang in there. The weather forecast said it would rain today, so why do we still have military training?" Ning Chu despondently followed behind Wen-yang. Military training always left him feeling like he was on the verge of death. By the evening, all he wanted to do was rest, sleep, and nothing else. "It looks like it might rain today. Look over there." Hearing this, he suddenly became excited and followed Wen-yang's gaze towards the distant skyline. The thick dark clouds there filled him with excitement. "This looks promising. It's going to be a downpour at least. There's no way we'll have military training." The sky suddenly darkened, the hot sun blocked by dark clouds, and the wind started to pick up. Ning Chu subconsciously looked up at the sky. The thick black clouds were gathering at a visible speed, and there was no sunlight left in the sky. Great! Following the instructor's commands, he marched with his classmates, feeling like crying inside. The previous week's military training was all under the scorching sun, tormenting him almost to the point of tears. Finally, today it rained. He felt a coolness on his forehead and face. The sporadic raindrops had started to fall, causing excitement among the students. but they were quickly controlled by the instructors. Even if the rain today wasn't heavy, at least they wouldn't be training under the scorching sun. Less than 10 minutes later, the drizzle turned into a downpour, forcing the training to temporarily stop, and the students were moved under the trees to take shelter from the rain. If it rains harder, will we not have to train? Wang Jie seemed to be the happiest one. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking up at the sky covered with dark clouds, full of anticipation. If it rains for 5 days and nights, then we won't have to train this week. They'll probably make up for it, right? Ning Chu sat on the circular flower bed under the tree, unable to hide his joy. Wen Yang brought back the bread and mineral water prepared by Han Jingye for the students, sat down beside Ning Chu, and before Ning Chu could say anything, a girl lowered her head and handed him a thermos. I made some plum soup. This, before he could refuse, the thermos was handed to him directly. The girl hurried away, joining the group of girls, and was quickly surrounded, teasing and ridiculing her bravery. For a girl to personally made you food and handed it to you must felt nice. Ning Chu felt sour, like vinegar was about to overflow. Why didn't he transmigrate into the protagonist? Clearly, he's the author of the novel. So why did he become a side character who gets exposed by the protagonist? If he became the protagonist, he definitely wouldn't reject the plot like he does now. After all, when he was writing, he was projecting himself onto Wen Yang and treated Wen Yang as himself. Do you want some? Wen Yang smiled and offered him the thermos. It's from a girl who gave it to you. The sarcastic tone made Wen Yang a bit embarrassed. I don't really like plum soup either. If you don't want it, give it to me. Zhang Xiaoqing appeared out of nowhere, took the thermos, and chugged down half of it. Burp! Ning Chu glanced at him with disdain. Asshole! The wind on the playground became more restless, making the clothes rustle loudly. Someone's hat was blown away and swept by the wind across the playground, into the bushes at the edge. Unfortunately, the girls on the playground were all wearing training uniforms, not the skirts commonly seen on regular days. Ning Chu lowered his head and pressed down on his hat. The circular flower bed was already full of students, and Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing on either side were being squeezed towards the middle. Ning Chu found his space getting smaller and smaller until his shoulders were touching both of them. Well, he was sandwiched between them ahead of time. He could only stand up and give his seat to the other students. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, Wen Yang patted his thigh, gesturing for him to sit down. Scoot! Ning Chu disdainfully turned his head away. Even though he was still a staunch man, he had no intention of having any intimate physical contact with the protagonist or the antagonist. Not even shoulder-to-shoulder contact, let alone sitting on their laps. The rain seeped through the dense branches and fell on the heads of the people taking shelter. The instructor took out his phone to inquire about the superior's opinions. After a moment, he announced in a loud voice, "Military training suspended." Oh! With a cheer from the students, the instructor continued expressionlessly. In half an hour, I will conduct dormitory hygiene and safety inspections with the school leaders. Dormitories that fail will have to run 5 laps tomorrow. Sigh. Dismissed. The hygiene inspection was moved up due to the rain. Ning Chu remembered the messy scene in the dormitory and got a headache. The dormitory had only been cleaned on the first day of school, and no one had voluntarily swept the floor in the following weeks. But magically, there was hardly any garbage on the floor. Let's go back and clean up. Is my hairdryer considered a high-power appliance? I'm so screwed. We'll be confiscated. The students around him chattered as they left in groups for the dormitory building. Let's go too, Wen Yang stretched lazily. What about that girl? The thermos is still with me. She's secretly watching you over there. Zhang Xiaoqing pointed to a girl not far away and joked. She said she wanted the thermos back, but she actually wants to exchange WeChat with you, right? Setting the foundation for future nightlife. Ning Chu shivered and instinctively turned to look at Wen Yang. If what Zhang Xiaoqing said was true, it wouldn't be long before Wen Yang lost his virginity. For some reason, when Wen Yang saw Ning Chu's slightly nervous gaze, Wen Yang actually felt a strange sense of guilt, as if he had betrayed his roommate. I'll go return it for you. Ning Chu grabbed the thermos and ran out. Seeing the petite figure leaving, Zhang Xiaoqing smirked at Wen Yang. Look at him, acting like he's afraid you'll talk to other girls. Don't be ridiculous. Wen Yang rolled his eyes at him. If Ning Chu hears you, he'll get mad and shut himself off again. Yeah. All right. Ning Chu ran back in a hurry, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. I returned it to her. He quickly noticed Wen Yang's slightly odd expression and Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes full of mischief. His smile was a bit stiff, and he realized that his behavior could easily be misunderstood. He stammered, finding an excuse. I think that girl is quite pretty, and she seems shy. Come on, that girl could come out half a head taller than you if she wears high heels. That's an exaggeration. He kicked at Zhang Xiaoqing, who jumped aside with a fuss. Hey, can't kick me. Ning Chu really saw a shy and introverted girl here for the first time. Look at the other girls, each one more fierce than the last, and could easily devour Wen Yang in one fell swoop if he's not careful. Such girls are usually really shy, but girls like this in this kind of world are extremely sensitive, especially in bed. A large raindrop splashed on his forehead, wetting a large area and snapping him out of his strange thoughts. Wang Jie, let's go back to the dorm. The rain was getting heavier. The rainwater under the branches became more and more dense, and it was no longer possible to continue sheltering under the trees. Ning Chu and the others didn't have an umbrella, so they ran madly towards the dormitory building in the rain for about 10 minutes. When they arrived at the lobby of the dormitory building, their clothes were basically soaked. Ning Chu, not being particularly athletic, felt his throat dry and chest heaving after 10 minutes of running. He had to bend over and support his knees to catch his breath. Where's Wang Jie? When Wen Yang asked, Ning Chu turned around and saw that Wang Jie was still far away from the dormitory building, running out of breath. This guy's stamina is even worse than mine. Ning Chu's dorm room wasn't dirty, just messy. Wang Jie's desktop was filled with various cables. The trash can was overflowing with takeout boxes from the weekend. Zhang Xiaoqing's underwear was hanging directly on the bed frame, and Wen Yang's desk was tidy, but that was because he didn't have many things. Ning Chu had intermittent OCD. Sometimes his desk could be so messy that the clutter piled up like small mountains, but after a while, it would start to bother him more and more. Then he would deliberately take an afternoon to organize and clean up until everything was in order. Outside, the rain was getting heavier, and the strong wind carried the torrential rain, making the corridors and balconies high-risk areas. The clothes hanging on the balcony were completely soaked, which dispelled Ning Chu's thoughts of rescuing them. Back in the dormitory, he sat on the chair like a dead fish. Let's clean up. I want to take a shower. I feel sticky, Ning Chu muttered as he took off his training suit jacket, pulling at the collar of his short-sleeved shirt with a look of disgust. My whole body is soaked. Wen Yang had just sat down, but when he heard Ning Chu's complaint, he instinctively looked up. Under the influence of sweat and rain, Ning Chu's white short-sleeved shirt inside was tightly adhered to his skin, making his slender body look particularly fragile. The chest muscles that were not prominent in front now appeared somewhat developed from the side. His hair was still wet, and drops of rainwater flowed down along his soft facial contours, gathering at his chin and then dripping onto his delicate collarbone. Ning Chu wiped his face with a towel, feeling the gaze, and looked at Wen Yang, his slightly damp eyelashes trembling slightly as he blinked in confusion. Wen Yang felt inexplicably guilty and quickly averted his gaze. Let's clean up first. You can shower later. Get up and clean. Yeah, let's move. Listening to the consecutive urging, Ning Chu glanced at the others, only to find that his roommates but seemed to be stuck to the chairs, each of them shouting to clean up but not moving at all. Ning Chu rose to his feet without objection from the others and grabbed clean clothes, giving himself an excuse. I'll clean the bathroom while I shower. I'll leave the rest of you guys. Before anyone could object, he had already dashed into the bathroom. Every time he took off his shirt and pants, he expressionlessly touched the soft flesh on his chest, feeling the trembling sensation on his small nipples, and then glanced down at his always unenthusiastic penis. He sighed and looked at the half-length mirror on the wall in front of him, gazing at his fair and enticing self. His youthful face was still delicate and cute, showing no signs of becoming handsome, like a weak bottom. He was once again grateful that there were no transgender plots in the novel. Otherwise, before even turning into a woman, his storyline would probably have happened prematurely. Since he had only sweated and been rained on, it was more like rinsing off and taking a shower. In just a few minutes, Ning Chu changed into a dry short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and even took the time to wash and mop the bathroom tiles. Returning to the dormitory, the other three had already started cleaning. "I'm done with the bathroom." "I'm done here too," Wen Yang said, putting down the broom. "Sweeping the floor should be enough, right? Is it necessary to mop too?" Zhang Shaking picked up the trash and headed out, saying, "It's not like we have tiled floors. Is mopping really necessary?" Turns out I'm not the only one cutting corners. Looking at Wang Jie, who was still tidying up his cluttered desktop, he hadn't participated in cleaning the dormitory at all. Ning Chu casually tidied his not-so-messy desk and sat down at his computer, about to order takeout for lunch. However, he felt a bit uncomfortable and tugged at his shorts. They were a bit tight, especially when he bent over or sat down with his legs up. The fabric of his shorts would tightly cling to his butt, as if they might burst if he moved too much. The first time he deviated from the plot, he gained a layer of soft flesh on his chest. The second time, it increased his hip size, causing even his perfectly fitting pants to feel a bit tight. This made him hastily buy a new set of pajamas over the weekend, which should have arrived today. But what about next time? Ning Chu's face was filled with worry. He was a bit lost. Following the plot would eventually turn him into a girl, but deviating from the plot might turn him into a girl prematurely. And if he ran away, he worried about facing dangers without the protagonist's halo of protection from Wen Yang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the corridor outside was filled with noisy chatter, interrupting Ning Chu's thoughts. As the door opened, the instructor, Han Jingye, and an unfamiliar middle-aged leader entered the room, with a group of students outside, craning their necks to see the commotion. Ning Chu quickly stood up, nervously scanning every corner of the dormitory. The bedding was folded, the trash was thrown away, and the dormitory had just been tidied up and was not messy. Should be fine, right? But why was this counselor here again? He could clearly feel Han Jingye's gaze on him becoming more frequent, which made him even more nervous, fearing that Han Jingye would target him instead of harassing the girls. Han Jingye also looked at him with confusion. Why does this student seem to dislike me so much? And a bit afraid? It's fine, but the balcony also needs cleaning, the instructor said in his usual serious tone, looking difficult to get along with. Today's military training is canceled. If it rains again tomorrow, gather in the lobby on the first floor of the teaching building. Got it, Wen Yang responded, following the instructor and counselor out of the dormitory. Closing the door, everyone in the room couldn't contain their excitement. No military training this afternoon. Wen Yang, log in for Duo Q. Got it. And me too. The three of them sat down at the computer, already opening the game to prepare for some gaming. Ning Chu looked around, unable to resist saying, I want to play too. If you want to play, just join us. Hurry up and log in. Compared to Zhang Shaoqing's impatience, Wen Yang's tone was more relaxed. He nodded and said, Last time I couldn't carry you alone, but with the whole dormitory, it should be no problem, right? That's for sure. I've watched a lot of tutorials during this time. Ning Chu puffed up his chest confidently, suggesting, since there's no military training this afternoon, can you guys play with me more today? So I won't be rejected by you guys when I want to play in the future. Wen Yang was surprised. About that. Oh boy, the instructor just announced that there's no military training in the afternoon, and you're already thinking about going on a date with some girl? You're going on another date? Zhang Shaoqing turned to Wen Yang, teasing, look at you every time you have free time, there's a girl asking you out. Can you share some of your luck with us? Well done. Ning Chu silently gave Zhang Shaoqing a thumbs up in his heart. It was the first time he felt that this guy's sarcastic mouth could actually be useful. The dormitory is usually the loudest when the roommates are playing games together. Regardless of their usual demeanor, whether they're usually polite and never swear or introverted and silent, everyone would curse and say some really explicit things during gaming. Zhang Xiaoqing had the lowest quality of speech, and Wang Jie, who was usually a shut-in, became quite talkative when playing games. Even Wen Yang, who rarely swore, would occasionally use some rough language. Only Ning Chu remained silent, staring blankly at his black and white screen, unable to say anything, feeling out of place. After 2 hours, the friendship boat had completely capsized. Damn it, I'm done. Zhang Xiaoqing threw his mouse. We played for 2 hours and didn't win a single game. Whose fault is it? Done playing? Then I'll take a nap. Wang Jie stretched lazily and turned off his computer screen, yawning as he stood up. Let's play again next time. When Yang looked at the time, it was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and suddenly he became more active in his thoughts. But just as he was thinking about something not so good, his gaze subconsciously turned to Ning Chu. Surely he couldn't find an excuse to keep him in the dormitory and not go out? He really didn't understand why Ning Chu was doing this. Ning Chu was tired too. As a novice, playing games with his roommates was not enjoyable at all. He slumped onto the table. His eyelids were already fighting each other. He had hoped to play all afternoon and keep Wen Yang in the dormitory. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit drowsy, but he still remembered his mission, to keep Wen Yang's virginity intact. Wen Yang, are you taking a nap? As long as Wen Yang took a nap, this dangerous afternoon would be over. I'm going out. Wen Yang refused. You rest. I'm going to the cafe off campus. The owner invited me to taste some new products on weekends, but I never had time. Taste new products? Are you sure you are not tasting the owner instead? This plotline wasn't in the book, but Ning Chu still wasn't reassured. Wen Yang's hentai protagonist's aura was too strong, and most girls were attracted to him. Even if it wasn't part of the plot, there was still a chance he might give in. It's raining so heavily. Just bring an umbrella. Well, can I come too? I also like coffee. Ning Chu couldn't find any other reasons, so he had to change his plan. Wen Yang didn't mind. He nodded and bent down to put on his shoes, preparing to leave. Stick to me, huh? You two might as well be conjoined twins. Zhang Xiaoqing continued his annoying teasing. You talk too much. Ning Chu suddenly kicked Zhang Xiaoqing's chair and quickly followed Wen Yang out of the dormitory, cursing as he went. The rain outside was pouring down, and flashes of lightning could be seen in the dark clouds from time to time. This rain is too heavy. We'll get wet even with an umbrella. Ning Chu frowned at the rain curtain. Should we really go now? Always acting like a pigeon isn't great, but I don't have much to do this afternoon anyway. When Yang took the umbrella and walked into the rain, continuing, it's fine, it's pretty close by. There are several new types of coffee and snacks. After we come back, you probably won't be able to take a nap. Does this guy really think he's just going to taste new products? Ning Chu remained silent, quietly following alongside. Actually, he wanted to verify a conjecture. Aside for the female characters in the plot who have a comrade relationship with Wen Yang, would other girls not mentioned in the book make moves like offering themselves, seduction, or reverse pursuit because of Wen Yang's protagonist aura? The shy girl who brought sour plum soup in the morning, the lady boss at the cafe, they both belong to characters never mentioned in the book. In the pouring rain, water inevitably seeped under the umbrella. Wen Yang, with nothing else to do, kept shifting his gaze to Ning Chu, taking a few steps closer and starting a conversation. What type of girl do you like? Huh? Ning Chu instinctively responded, good figure, pretty. You don't have any requirements for personality? Wen Yang's words were as if he were saying Ning Chu was extremely shallow. But Ning Chu was willing to be shallow like this. Just as he was about to nod vigorously, he suddenly realized he couldn't convey the wrong values to Wen Yang. So after pondering for a moment, he attempted to brainwash him. Of course, I have requirements for personality. If I were to really date a girl, it would definitely be with the intention of getting married. Being virtuous and gentle goes without saying. The important thing is definitely loyalty. Both she and I are the same, not fooling around, not casually dating, not cheating. He observed Wen Yang's expression, afraid that his words might provoke a negative reaction. Wen Yang nodded in agreement. Makes sense. You might not think, so once you've tasted how delicious girls are. Ning Chu silently criticized his male lead. But fortunately, the current Wen was still a virgin, timid and shy, yet always holding a little hope for pure romantic love between two people. As for the chance of having a pure romantic love story in a hentai world, well, it's better not to have any expectations. The rain is getting heavier. Yeah, I'm all wet. Wen glanced at Ning Chu, whose half-body was soaked by the rain, and handed over his umbrella. Switch with me. Mine is bigger. Huh, but what about you? Ning Chu was startled by his sudden gentleness. I'm fine. Getting a little wet won't hurt me. Don't. Ning Chu's mouth twitched, his eyes immediately becoming wary as he looked at Wen with suspicion. Could it be that he's been too good to Wen, and Wen can't wait for the plot to develop until he turns into a girl? I'm fine too. He quickly shook his head, simultaneously creating some distance between himself and Wen, looking as cautious as a wild cat that had seen a can of food. Having his good intention rejected, Wen looked at Ning Chu's flickering eyes, then lowered his gaze to his chest. But you got wet in the rain. It's quite noticeable. The short-sleeved shirt had a flamboyant pattern on the chest, effectively covering up any prominent features. But with a bit of rain soaking the clothes, the camouflage effect of the pattern was diminished. Just a bit of a chill from getting wet in the rain, Ning Chu stubbornly explained. Subconsciously, he crossed his arms to block Wen-Yang's gaze from the side and casually rested the umbrella on his forearm. Isn't it because of you going out in heavy rain? I didn't ask you to. Internally, embarrassment and awkwardness overwhelmed him. His face flushed red, deliberately slowing his pace to fall behind Wen-Yang by a step. Fortunately, as they walked out of the school gate, the facade of the cafe appeared within sight, located across the street. From afar, looking through the glass in the shop, Ning Chu could vaguely see a figure wearing a black and white maid outfit. Wow, a maid cafe. No wonder Wen-Yang came out in the rain for this. Too bad it's not a cat girl. Outside of school, this cafe had reportedly been open for several years, well received among students for its affordable prices and tasty drinks. So aren't you broke? How can you afford coffee? How did you get to know the owner? It was too hot on the first day of school, so I went in to enjoy the air conditioning and got to know her through a chat. Oh. Ning Chu followed behind Wen-Yang, pushing open the glass door of the cafe. They were greeted by the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans. His gaze immediately fell on the owner. This owner was actually his senior schoolmate, rumored to be nearing 30. Unlike the youthful female university students on campus, the owner exuded a mature charm from head to toe, every gesture and expression carrying an irresistible allure. Add to that the maid outfit, black stockings, and the cleavage that was impossible to ignore. Ning Chu instantly became alert. He admitted that the owner was very charming, and this mature charm was the most fatal to a little virgin. If all the plot characters were fooled, it would end up with Wen-Yang getting into trouble here. Sis, I'm here and brought a friend. He quickly glanced at Wen-Yang's expression. His face now had a slight blush, the gaze of a little virgin unable to meet the owner's eyes directly, his gaze drifting around, not knowing where to settle. It's raining heavily, yet you came all the way here. Her voice was so gentle it made one's bones go soft. The owner stopped her work, warmly welcoming them. You two have a seat. I'll clean the last 2 tables. We only had time after the military training this afternoon. Wen-Yang awkwardly sat at the bar counter. He sneakily glanced at Ning Chu and whispered, "Just call her sis, never call her auntie. Do you think my emotional intelligence is that low?" Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him. The owner quickly tidied up and walked into the bar area with a smile, her gaze scanning between the two, finally settling on Ning Chu's face. What a cute little boy. Leaning forward, she rested her chest on the bar counter with her hands. What does little brother want to drink? Sister will treat you. The more prominent cleavage made Wen-Yang even more uneasy. Even Ning Chu felt a bit embarrassed to look directly at the owner, and he replied vaguely, "Anything is fine." Then try the new products sister prepared, along with some mini cakes. Then write a 600-word essay about the new product experience for sister. Ning Chu was stunned, about to protest, but the owner lightly tapped his cheek with her slender fingers. Before leaving, She deliberately brushed her skin with her fingertips. Just teasing you. Wait a minute. This situation doesn't seem right. He became even more confused and looked at Wen Yang with blank eyes, filled with fear and panic. Wen Yang chuckled. You're being flirted with. No, I know. But why me? You're the protagonist. Ning Chu considered that the owner might genuinely have a fondness for Wen Yang, hence inviting him to try the cafe's new products. Or perhaps the owner, like the supporting female characters in the plot, was lusting after Wen Yang's body, using the tasting as an excuse to lure Wen Yang into her trap. But he never thought that maybe he was the sheep. As the owner turned to prepare coffee and make mini cakes, Wen Yang leaned closer to Ning Chu with a smile on his face. In a devilish whisper, he said near Ning Chu's ear, "The owner clearly likes you a lot. She seems quite wealthy. If you work hard to get her, maybe you won't have to worry about food and drink in this life." Ning Chu panicked even more, his delicate face turning crimson. Though he indeed had a sensitive stomach and wasn't suited for living off someone else's wealth, where was this? This is a hentai world. Can you even live off someone's wealth here? Who knows what kind of twisted gameplay there might be? Just thinking about keywords like steel wire ball, master, his lips started to pale. Here, a latte with latte art. Looks nice, right? Sister specifically learned it for a month. The owner placed several new products in front of Ning Chu and a strawberry mini cake. She leaned forward again, shamelessly displaying a woman's assets. Little brother, my shop also offers delivery. You must take care of sister's business more in the future. Huh, okay, this is yours. She placed another set of coffee and cake in front of Wen Yang. You should try it too. These are new products that haven't been put on the shelves yet. If they're not good, just say it. Wen Yang looked down at his coffee. Why doesn't my coffee have latte art? That's exclusively for little brother. Oh, he nodded knowingly, his eyes showing even more amusement. He genuinely felt happy because his roommate wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. And seeing Ning Chu's embarrassed and flustered appearance was indeed quite cute, making him want to tease the owner a bit more. Meanwhile, Ning Chu froze, trembling with fear, neither sitting nor standing properly, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. He finally experienced what it felt like to be pursued by a girl. Expectation mingled with panic, yet the gentle and sweet request from the girl was impossible to firmly reject. Come on, try it. Okay. Ning Chu took a deep breath to calm his emotions slightly. He picked up the coffee, took a small sip, frowned slightly, and earnestly suggested, "Isn't it too sweet?" He needed to finish the task quickly and leave. The task today was to taste the new products, not to be flirted with by the owner. The cake gets a bit greasy after a couple of bites. Maybe there's too much cream. Ning Chu sneakily glanced at Wen Yang, who was just eating and watching the show. Yeah, that makes sense. People nowadays prioritize health, so overly sweet isn't good. The owner nodded thoughtfully. Let me think about it. Okay, let's exchange WeChat, and next time, I'll call you to taste new products. Wow, she's asking for WeChat directly. Can't she be more reserved as a girl? Sis, don't you already have my WeChat? Ning Chu didn't even have time to shake his head, but Wen Yang had already spoken up. Just call me directly next time if both of us are free. Wen Yang, you traitor. You actually betrayed me. What benefits did the owner give you that you're willing to be her accomplice? The owner nodded with a smile. Sure. We still have something to do, so we'll leave. So soon? Why don't you wait until the rain lets up? Wen Yang shook his head helplessly. It's a prearranged thing. Being late is not good. Okay. Be careful on the way. Come visit often. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't vent his anger in front of the owner, Ning Chu would have started cursing. Who pushes their roommate into the fire pit like this? He left the cafe, following behind Wen Yang with an angry huff. Standing under the eaves, he stared wide-eyed at Wen Yang. What's your intention? Why are you so angry? Wen Yang looked smug. He chuckled. Aren't you always finding excuses to prevent me from dating? Though they're all valid reasons. Isn't it right for me to get back at you a bit? So you weren't planning to be the owner's accomplice, but intentionally prevented her from getting my WeChat? Well done. The rain poured heavily, and Ning Chu's mood was as heavy as the overcast sky. Only now did he realize that even if he didn't turn into a girl, he was still in danger. It wasn't about not being able to enjoy being kept by a rich woman. His sensitive stomach actually found living off someone else quite enjoyable. It's just that from the perspective of a hentai world, with its average level of perversion, his small frame might not be enough to satisfy the whims of these rich women. Furthermore, although there weren't any plot lines involving men pursuing men, what about the extras outside the plot? Who knows if there might be a guy who likes his type of shota? Are you upset? Wen Yang smirked. It's okay. The next time when you go on a date with the boss lady, I'll be your wingman. He had already prepared his conditions, as long as Ning Chu didn't disturb him and his girls' dates anymore. No need. I'm not interested in rich women. Wen Yang was puzzled for a moment, finding it difficult to understand Ning Chu's thoughts. But the boss lady is wealthy, gentle, beautiful, and has a great figure. Apart from being a bit older than you, what's not good about her? I don't want to be dependent on my lover, Ning Chu asserted confidently. Besides, instead of relying on others, I'd rather make my own career and at least be able to support myself. What's the point of depending on others? These words with such upright principles left Wen Yang completely unable to find an angle to refute. The two walked side by side under an umbrella, entering the school gate. In the pouring rain, students were nowhere to be seen on the road. Occasionally, a few delivery men wearing raincoats hurried past. The sound of rain falling filled their ears. Even though they were under an umbrella, Ning Chu's shoes and pants were already soaked, but luckily he was wearing sandals. Let's go back and take a nap. So tired. He couldn't help but yawn, then turned to ask Wen Yang, what about you? Are you going back to play games, or... The rain is so heavy. What else can I do besides playing games and sleeping? Wen Yang shook his head helplessly. That might be true for others, but it might not be the case for you. Ning Chu muttered in his heart, but his gaze was drawn to a ball of coal huddled, shivering at the cafeteria door. He subconsciously quickened his pace, hurried to the shelter of the cafeteria's eaves, squatted down, and examined the curled-up kitten. A stray cat. Wen Yang followed and asked curiously, It doesn't look too good. Caught a cold from the rain, huh? Yeah, shivering badly. Although this little kitten was all black, Ning Chu still recognized it as the one he had fed before. He hesitated, propping his hands on his knees, looked up at Wen Yang standing beside him, and his eyes involuntarily carried a hint of hope and pleading. Want to take it home? Yeah. Wen Yang frowned slightly without saying a word. It's not good to keep a cat in the dorm. What will you do after everyone goes away during the holiday? Leave it again. I'll take care of it. Wen Yang looked down at the dirty, soaked little kitten, his face full of disdain, but still reluctantly nodded, fine. Ning Chu keenly noticed that Wen Yang seemed to not particularly like cats. The plot in the book goes roughly like this. One day, when Wen Yang wakes up at home, he finds that his cat has turned into a cat girl and is lying naked in bed with him. Due to Wen Yang's careful care, the cat girl happens to enter her estrus period, so she actively repays his kindness. He hesitated again. If it's really the little female cat from the plot, then bringing her home would be like inviting trouble, wouldn't it? But the cat that would fuck Wen Yang in the future is his pet cat, not a shivering stray cat that they found under the rain. There is no way that any cat that Wen Yang would find always ends up as a cat girl that would be glad to help him, right? Black Bean, Ning Chu's tone had never been so gentle. He quickly gave the little black cat a nickname, gently stroking the kitten while his brain raced with thoughts. If left alone, this cat would most likely die in tonight's rainy night. He wasn't a saint, but at least he wanted to fed this little cat. Even if this cat really turned into a cat girl, with his experience of disrupting Wen Yang's happiness multiple times, could he not handle a cat? Having made up his mind, Ning Chu stood up and said, I'll go buy some milk. It should be goat's milk. Most cats are allergic to cow's milk. Really? Surprised, he turned back, nodded vigorously, and hurried to buy goat's milk, also asking the supermarket owner for a plastic bag, carefully placing the kitten inside. His footsteps quickened unconsciously on the way back. Arriving at the dorm, Ning Chu put down the umbrella, disregarding his wet clothes, and ran to the balcony with the kettle. Where did you go? It took you so long to come back. Zhang Xiaoqing turned around, only to see a transparent plastic bag on the ground with a little black cat inside. He asked in surprise, "Are you two planning to keep a cat?" Ning Chu wants to keep it. It seems to have caught a cold and looks unwell. That's good, I like cats too. Zhang Xiaoqing happily approached and carefully took the kitten out of the plastic bag. But what about its cold? Should we take it to the pet hospital? I have a new towel here. Let's use it to dry it first. Wen Yang took out a brand new towel from a drawer. Then he rummaged through the drawer and found a box of cold medicine. Ning Chu, give it some cold medicine later. Is this medicine for humans? Ning Chu came back from the balcony, put the kettle on the base, and turned to ask, "Is it okay?" "Why not? Just give a small amount." Wen Yang took out a pill, used his fingernail to break off a small piece, and said, "This is enough. Later, put in the goat's milk and let it drink." Ning Chu realized that this guy didn't seem to be as disdainful of cats as he appeared. He was completely competent in taking care of the cat, much more than him who simply liked cats and acted impulsively. "How do you know so much?" "I don't know all that much. Does your family also have cats?" Wen Yang used his new towel to make a nest for the kitten in the corner. When he heard Ning Chu's question, he shook his head. "My family doesn't have cats. I often come across veterinarians on my phone, and I accidentally read some. Why didn't you say so earlier?" So this little kitten is really the one from the plot. If the plot develops as expected, this cat will be adopted by Wen Yang and taken home during the holidays, right? Ning Chu's face turned black as he subconsciously looked at the curled-up kitten, only to see the kitten staring at him with its big crystal-like eyes, motionless. It's okay, this cat is still young. Even if she turns into a cat girl on the spot, she's still underage, and this little virgin Wen Yang wouldn't dare to do anything. While the cat is still young, I'll focus on brainwashing her in the future. Repay kindness to Wen Yang? Nonsense. You must repay me for picking you up. With this thought, Ning Chu suddenly felt relieved. Wen Yang wiped the cat's fur with a towel while expressing his disdain for the cat, but his hands didn't stop. At the same time, he instructed, "The goat's milk shouldn't be too hot, just a little warmer than your body temperature." Ning Chu quickly responded, got it. Xiaoqing, stop staring at the cat like an idiot. Come and help." "What the heck? When did I become an idiot?" "Black Bean, when you grow up a bit, shall we get you neutered?" Early in the morning, Ning Chu squatted in the corner of the dormitory, hands propped on his knees, whispering devilishly. "In that case, even if you really turn into a cat girl, you'll be a neutered cat girl, right?" The kitten yawned and lifted its head, ungracefully rolled around, and laid down by his feet. "Is it feeling better now?" "Yeah, seems to be much better." Wen Yang sat at the head of the bed, looking at the delicate and lovely figure squatting in the corner from afar. "That's good. Have you thought of a name for it?" Any name is fine. How about Black Bean? How about we call it Chocolate?" Ning Chu suddenly turned his head, looking up at Wen Yang on the upper bunk. "What's wrong?" Wen Yang scratched his head. "I think that's a good name. Chocolate is black, and it's black too." Now it could be completely confirmed that this little cat was the cat girl who repaid Wen Yang from the plot. That cat girl was also named Chocolate. Sure enough, he ends up inviting trouble into the house. If it weren't for him messing things up, perhaps yesterday afternoon Wen Yang would have brought the little kitten back to the dormitory. Not a nice name. Ning Chu was inspired and started naming based on food. "Let's call it Black Bean." "Sure." Wen Yang didn't insist, rolled off the bed. "It's your cat, you decide." "Yeah. Fortunately, it's just a little kitten, currently posing no threat to Wen Yang's virginity. If he's not mistaken, this cat is only about a month old, still almost a year away from maturity. During this year, the plot of the cat girl repaying kindness couldn't happen because minors are forbidden from, well, you know. No need to panic." Ning Chu gently touched Black Bean's little head with his finger, stretched lazily, and stood up straight, looking out the window. The torrential rain ended last night, and the window was met with the annoying bright sunshine. It's time for military training again. Without cat food, Ning Chu could only leave a bowl of goat's milk and a piece of crushed ham sausage for Black Bean. After having breakfast in the dormitory, he followed several roommates out of the dormitory. The sunny day after the rain felt like being inside a huge steamer. As Ning Chu arrived at the damp sports field, sweat had already formed on his forehead. The high humidity combined with the high temperature made it feel like the air being breathed in carried heat. Left turn. About turn. Stand at ease. As usual during military training, the instructor seemed to have a bit more mischievousness today. From time to time, someone reacted too slowly and made mistakes, causing laughter among the classmates, which brought a bit of fun to the monotonous military training. It was rare that Han Jingye also came to the training ground today. He found a place not far away and sat down, gazing at the students undergoing training. He must be looking for prey again. Ning Chu muttered to himself about Han Jingye, but the image of this counselor had already wavered in his mind. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like a bad person. He seemed more like a dedicated counselor. Perhaps sensing the humid weather today, the instructor didn't take long to announce a break. Ning Chu hurriedly ran to the shade of a tree and didn't mind the slightly damp ground as he sat down directly. Crossing his legs, he took out his phone to buy some cat food online for Black Bean. What brand of cat food is good? The prices here were similar to those in his previous life, ranging from tens to hundreds of yuan. He didn't plan to buy top-notch cat food, as long as Black Bean ate something nutritious and didn't get sick. However, even so, he found flaws in all the various brands recommended online. Some had worms, some were moldy, and some caused the cat to die after eating. After struggling, he chose a 200 yuan, 10-kilogram bag of cat food. After clicking to pay, Ning Chu looked at the insufficient balance prompt and suddenly realized that he was completely broke. He had spent quite a bit of money last weekend at the amusement park with Wen Yang, and recently he had been constantly fooled by Zhang Xiaoqing into buying discounted bubble tea and late-night snacks. There was still nearly a week left until the end of the month, but he only had a little over 100 yuan left. Oh no, a little over 100 yuan would be enough for him to save, but what about the cat? He couldn't just drink goat's milk and eat ham sausage every day, could he? Thinking of this, he realized that the day his parents gave him his living expenses was approaching. What would his parents be like in this world? Although his family had left early in his previous life, the inexplicable addition of parents here still made Ning Chu feel a bit repulsed. When Yang sat beside him, hearing him muttering to himself softly, curiously turning his head to look. Ning Chu's hair tips were already wet with sweat, sticking to his forehead and temples. It didn't look messy, but rather gave Wen Yang a sense of delicate beauty. At the same time, he once again caught a whiff of that indescribable fragrance. Every time Ning Chu sweated, this scent became especially clear. Sensing the gaze beside him, Ning Chu looked up in confusion. Wen Yang quickly shifted his gaze to the screen of his phone. Buying cat food for Black Bean? Yeah, but I don't have enough money. Then just buy a sample pack to try. After all, the kitten won't eat too much. That makes sense. Ning Chu's eyes lit up as he immediately searched for sample packs of cat food on the online shopping platform. However, his peripheral vision remained on the pink thermos cup in Wen Yang's hand. As if casually, he asked, "Which girl gave you that? It's nice. I don't like drinking plum soup either. It's from yesterday morning." Wen Yang sighed helplessly. That girl looked so aggrieved. I felt like if I didn't drink it, she would cry. That girl. Ning Chu pursed his lips. It seemed that only plot characters would relentlessly pursue Wen Yang, while non-plot characters behaved more normally. Although they expressed their liking for Wen Yang, at least they didn't directly demand his DNA. Finally, he encountered a normal person, liking someone but not daring to say it, only being able to silently give a bottle of plum soup. Watching the boy you like from afar. This shy and naive romance was so touching in this overly sexual world. What's wrong? Are you upset? Wen Yang teased with a smile. Don't you also have someone who likes you? The owner of the coffee shop is a rich woman. I envy you. My small build probably can't handle a rich woman's fuss. You're thinking too much. Wen Yang glanced at the screen of Ning Chu's phone again and reminded him, the cat food can just scroll past. Why not buy one? Ning Chu shook his head. It's too expensive, 20 yuan. I'll pay for that. Considered a welcome gift for Black Bean. But he looked at Wen Yang suspiciously. You don't even have enough money for food. Where did you get the money to buy canned food for Blackbean? Did you get a part-time job? Or did some girl give you money to spend? Wen Yang felt a strong sense of pressure suddenly emanating from Ning Chu's body, and he instinctively felt a little guilty, his body involuntarily leaning back. No, I just did some gaming boosting for someone last night and earned over 20. Ning Chu suddenly smiled brightly. I see. Wen Yang felt that there might be something wrong with him. Or perhaps it was Ning Chu who had a problem. Could it be because he had been hanging out with Ning Chu since the beginning of the semester? He actually felt like he was Ning Chu's little brother, and he felt a bit guilty and uneasy when he did something against Ning Chu's will. Wen Yang, help me get food. I'll go upstairs to check on Blackbean first. Just after the military training ended, Ning Chu, who had seemed lethargic and on the verge of collapsing just moments ago, now swept past Wen Yang like a gust of wind, quickly running out of the playground. Wen Yang stood still, took off his cap, and muttered, "Looks like he's not going to the cafeteria with me today." Xiaoqing, go to the cafeteria? I ordered takeout with Wang Jie. Okay. Accustomed to eating with Ning Chu, accustomed to having a follower behind him, suddenly going to the cafeteria alone felt a bit lonely. Without Ning Chu, he didn't even know how to refuse if a girl came to pester him. Feeling a bit lonely, Wen Yang walked slowly towards the cafeteria with his hands in his pockets. He recalled the dishes Ning Chu often ordered and calculated how to get through the week with the little money he had. Although he was relatively frugal, having disposable income for the first time in college inevitably led to some overspending. The cafeteria, just after the military training, was as lively as ever, with large groups of students in training uniforms lining up at the food windows. Wen Yang ordered his food alone and found an empty corner to sit down. A serving of shredded pork with green peppers, a bowl of rice with vegetable soup. Ning Chu always seems to have tomato and scrambled eggs. And I need to get something for the cat to eat. He muttered to himself, but suddenly smelled a wave of fragrance. A girl with a smiling face sat down next to him. Without even looking up, Wen Yang knew from the artificial scent of strong perfume that it wasn't Ning Chu. Wen Yang, our club is really great. After the freshmen's military training is over, we're planning to rent a villa for club activities on weekends. Many pretty girls will come then. Wen Yang glanced at the girl beside him. Don't worry, it's free. Our club president is a rich girl, and she's covering all the expenses for the gathering. Since the club recruitment started last week, this girl somehow got his contact information and has been pestering him to join the club every day. This time she came directly to him. Actually, Wen Yang was quite interested in university clubs, but the problem was the name Sleep Club didn't sound very serious. Not really interested in joining clubs, he declined again. I'm not too fond of social gatherings. Social gatherings are necessary. University life isn't just about studying. You also need to broaden your social circle. You'll need connections from university in the future, right? And you can't just stay in the dormitory every weekend, right? Going out with the club and participating in activities can also be a form of exercise. He knew what the girl said made sense, and his expression gradually became hesitant. Rubbing his temples, he put down his chopsticks and said helplessly, "Why do you always come to me? There are so many freshmen who haven't joined clubs yet. Our sleep club was just established this year, but we're short of people. Did girls nowadays like sleeping so much? Okay, just stop bothering me." Wen Yang watched the girl, who was full of expectation, run away with sparkling eyes and a starry smile, feeling a bit headache. I still need to eat. Great. Don't forget the gathering this weekend. Watching the girl leave happily, Wen Yang's mouth twitched, unable to understand the logic of these people. After having his meal, he packed one for Ning Chu and bought a box of goat milk and a boiled egg for Blackbean. As soon as he opened the door to the dormitory, he turned his head and saw Ning Chu squatting in the corner, teasing the cat. Blackbean, can you pay attention to me for a moment?" This guy was smaller and weaker than ordinary men to begin with, and squatting down made him seem even smaller. This made Wen Yang subconsciously slow down his pace, as if he might accidentally step on Ning Chu. Your lunch. Hearing the voice from behind, Ning Chu realized that Wen Yang had returned. He turned his head to look up at Wen Yang and smiled, asking, "You didn't buy me a bunch of food I don't like, did you?" "No, this should all be things you like." Standing up with bent knees, he smiled and approached, reaching out to take the packed lunch from Wen Yang's hands. But suddenly, he paused, furrowing his brows and sniffing a few times. Wen Yang's expression froze. Ning Chu looked at him suspiciously, tilting his head and sniffing, catching a faint scent of perfume on his sleeve. Stepping back a couple of steps uncontrollably, Wen Yang's back pressed against the door, with no way to retreat, but Ning Chu relentlessly approached, almost touching his nose to Wen Yang's collar like a cat. "Wow, I just went to the bathroom for a while, and things got this spicy. What's with the sniffing?" Zhang Xiaoqing returned to the dorm from the balcony and saw Ning Chu pressed against Wen Yang as soon as he entered the room. "No, there's a strong scent of perfume on him." Ning Chu exhaled through his nose, lightly humming, "It stinks to high heaven, mixing with sweat. It's awful." "Really? Do you want to smell? Could it be as bad as you say?" Zhang Xiaoqing immediately became interested and hurried over, pressing against Wen Yang with Ning Chu. Wen Yang was sandwiched between the two guys at the dormitory door, with Ning Chu on the left and Zhang Xiaoqing on the right, his expression becoming increasingly awkward. "Damn, the scent of cheap perfume. Go take a shower." "That's right." Ning Chu nodded vigorously. "It's even worse than the perfume on the bus." Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would be mistaken for something else again. Wang Jie glanced at the three of them and silently complained, "What strange roommates." Okay, I'll go take a shower." Wen Yang helplessly walked to the closet, picked up some clothes, and prepared to go to the bathroom. Wang Jie looked at the two, still discussing the perfume, unable to contain his curiosity. "Hey, wait a minute. What's up? Let me smell it too." What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? Ignoring them, Wen Yang grabbed his clothes and walked straight out of the dormitory. Seeing Wen Yang leave, Ning Chu yawned, glanced at Blackbean, who was still exploring the new world in the corner of the dormitory, picked up the takeout box, and sat down at the desk, opening a TV series to watch while eating lunch. His brows furrowed tightly, and he found it hard to eat. Just letting Wen Yang go to the cafeteria alone for a meal, this guy actually went wandering around again. He just couldn't sit still for a moment. Wen Yang wondered if he had triggered some strange plot again. After lunch, feeling the fullness in his stomach, fatigue and drowsiness rushed to his head. On a normal day, he would choose to take a nap now, but today his mind was heavy with worries. He occasionally glanced at Wen Yang out of the corner of his eye, afraid that this guy would be lured by some girl when he wasn't paying attention. He picked up a plush toy from the desk and stared at the anime playing on the computer, his hand clenched into a fist, repeatedly hitting the toy's head. "I'll beat you to death. Always causing trouble for me." The plush toy that Wen Yang had won for him in the past had now become a symbol of Wen Yang, being abused by Ning Chu's fists. Finally, unable to bear any longer, he spoke up and asked Wen Yang, "Why did you smell so strongly of perfume just now?" He really didn't want Wen Yang to think he had a strong sense of control, but his restless heart and fear of Wen Yang being influenced by other guys made it impossible for him to control himself. "I was just curious," he added. Wen Yang had already anticipated that he would ask, and he could also complain about his encounter in the cafeteria. "A small club insisted on recruiting me. They contacted me online a few days ago, but I wasn't interested. Today, they caught me at the cafeteria. I had no choice but to agree." Wen Yang shrugged helplessly and sighed. "Instead of joining the club, I might as well take on a few more gaming orders online." "A club?" Ning Chu recalled the large square he passed by every day on his way back to the dormitory from the playground, where various clubs would set up recruitment booths. He had also considered whether to join one. Oh, he suddenly seemed to understand, feeling relieved in his heart. He couldn't possibly prevent Wen Yang from joining clubs, right? If he was worried about Wen Yang being lured by girls during club activities, then he could join too. According to Wen Yang, the club was in urgent need of new members, so it shouldn't be difficult. Oh, By the way, they're having a party this weekend, renting a villa or something. Why don't we all go check it out? Wen Yang suddenly turned around and asked the others in the dorm. Wang Jie was a little tempted. I've never stayed in a villa before. What's so special about staying in a villa? Villa? Ning Chu's voice involuntarily became sharper, but seeing his roommates looking at him, he immediately echoed Zhang Shaoqing's words. Yeah, what's the big deal about staying in a villa? Shaoqing probably finds it uninteresting because he's lived in a villa for over 10 years. Wen Yang gave him a disdainful glance. Have you ever lived in one? Ning Chu confidently replied, I have. Doesn't a self-built house in the countryside count as a villa? He was still somewhat unsure whether the gathering Wen Yang mentioned was what he guessed it to be, or if it was a legitimate party. So he casually asked, Who's the president of that club of yours? I heard it's a girl. Probably a succubus, right? Zhang Shaoqing suddenly became interested. I heard succubi are really seductive. You're in luck. Wang Jie's eyes lit up. Is she pretty? How old is she? I haven't seen her. How would I know? We have a guy in our class who might have any with her. As they discussed succubi, the faces of the several guys flushed with excitement as they enthusiastically discussed topics related to succubi. I heard succubi have AD on average. Is that true? I heard succubi have heart-shaped tattoos on their bellies. Haven't any of you seen it? Zhang Shaoqing gave Wang Jie a disdainful look. Who has nothing better to do than show you their belly? You, the rich second generation, haven't seen it? They discussed fervently, each of them showing characteristics of LSPs, low self-esteem persons. Even Wen Yang, who Ning Chu had always held high hopes for, joined in the discussion. The succubus in our class seems pretty aloof. She doesn't seem to like talking to people. She's just aloof in public. Wen Yang, since you're so popular with the girls, hasn't she approached you? Not all. Haha, the abstinent succubus. While the others were joking and laughing, Ning Chu's face turned pale, and he sat on his seat without saying a word. Villa, party, succubus. These three keywords were hard not to associate with something strange. Moreover, there were indeed passages in the book about succubi organizing parties involving multiple people, which gave him a bad feeling. Afraid that Wen Yang had triggered a new plot again. Whether the plot was disrupted or Wen Yang went along with its development. The former would lead to Ning Chu becoming more feminine, while the latter would not only turn him into a girl, but also expose his true feelings. Ning Chu, how do you feel about succubi? Wen Yang noticed Ning Chu's silence and proactively asked him. Not much, although he had been particularly interested in succubi in his past life. Otherwise, the book wouldn't have included such a character. But now, any girl attempting to seduce Wen Yang was considered a bad woman. Do you prefer smaller ones? Zhang Shaoqing teased with a smirk. Well, that's not bad. Small ones have their own charm. Succubi are usually mature types, not really your style. Ning Chu gave him a disdainful look, too lazy to deal with this guy. Previously, he had been worried that Zhang Shaoqing had a low tolerance for setbacks and would turn into a black-hearted character at the slightest frustration. But now he realized that this guy was just a joking goofball who never took anything seriously. I'm going to take a nap. Don't make noise. With that, Ning Chu got up and climbed on his bed, lying down with a series of yawns. Let's break up. We still have military training this afternoon. Go get some sleep. After a few minutes, Wen Yang also climbed on his bed, ready to lie down, but he noticed Ning Chu suddenly sitting up, turning in his direction, with his head facing his bed. He looked at Ning Chu, who was lying on his back with a sleepy expression, occasionally yawning. The healthy flush on his charming face, completely defenseless and innocent, softened Wen Yang's heart. What's up? Ning Chu opened his eyes and looked at Wen Yang sitting at the head of his bed, whispering, I feel like there might be something wrong with that club activity of yours. It might be a group activity. What do you mean? The president is a succubus. Zhang Shaoqing heard his words. Ning Chu, that's not right of you. What's wrong with succubi? Without succubi, what will you show off to us? Get lost. You have biases against succubi, stereotypes against succubi. Ning Chu ignored his words directly and continued to look worriedly at Wen Yang. Can we not go? I'm afraid there might be some problems. Wen Yang scratched his head. looking at Ning Chu's pleading eyes. Since he was already forced to join the club, he simply nodded. Okay, that's good. After more than a week of training, Wen Yang had become more and more obedient to him. Last time, even with the twin sisters and alcohol, they couldn't get Wen Yang down, so it's even less likely this time. Ning Chu turned over, but still felt a little uneasy, tossing and turning without falling asleep. So he looked up a number to report pornography online. If Wen Yang really wanted to go, he couldn't blame him for reporting it. In a world where the plot of hentai happening left and right, can those public security officers be relied upon? It would be best to just not get yourself involved. The plots in this kind of story are usually outrageous, but the inspiration either comes from hentai manga or from real-life news and experiences. For example, this time the triggered plot, a party organized by succubi. The purpose is to share multiple high-quality men with a few good girlfriends, and the party lasts for a day and a night, leaving the antagonists unable to get out of bed for several days. Yes, this plot clearly suits Zhang Xiaoqing. Wen Yang's plot tends to lean towards vanilla stuff. Basically, it's a romance story where the NSFW parts are being hinted to the reader rather than written, with ambiguous plot lines, while Zhang Xiaoqing's plot is more outrageous, such as stalking, tram cars, multiple partners. Having lived in this world for a while, the plots of the two do match their characters. Wen Yang is relatively introverted, but becomes more proactive after experiencing some exciting things. But he's still just a little virgin. Zhang Xiaoqing was strictly disciplined since childhood, and his outgoing and adventurous personality was abandoned after he turned into a black character, but he's still just a two-faced guy. Ning Chu is a bit confused. So, if he stopped Wen Yang from participating in the club activities this time, would it count as him disrupting the plot? A few days later, the military training performance. The students marched into the large playground in formation, gradually filling up the huge space. I bet that's the art school area, right? Lost in thought, Ning Chu suddenly heard Zhang Xiaoqing's exclamation by his ear. He turned his head to look towards the entrance of the playground, only to see rows of handsome men and beautiful women filing into the area. They were indeed from the art school. Even in a world where there were handsome men and beautiful women everywhere, the students from the art school stood out as unique. There is a variety of handsome and beautiful individuals, each one as gorgeous as a flower. The students formed a circle around the playground, and once again, a row of tables and chairs appeared on the stage. Several school leaders sat under the sunlight, with sun umbrellas on their heads, smiling kindly at the group of freshmen. These crappy school leaders, they even know it's hot and to use umbrellas. Zhang Xiaoqing crossed his arms and grumbled, "Military training in temperatures of 30 to 40 degrees. I'm getting sunburned to death." Ning Chu nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were crappy. But looking at his still fair and tender arm skin, he pursed his lips, glaring discontentedly at the sun. Too weak, just turning his somewhat sickly pale complexion into a healthy rosy tone. Why not tan him into a bronze color? Like Wen Yang's skin, so manly. Sit. With the command from the instructor, Ning Chu sat down on the ground. This military training performance consisted of two parts: student talent performances and demonstrations of military training achievements. But he wasn't interested at all. With his legs together and hands resting on his knees, he buried his head in his arms, exuding laziness all over. He was still thinking about the villa party this weekend, so he had no interest in watching any performances. When the last few hours of military training were over, the weekend would arrive. Ning Chu was very worried that pointing out the problem with the club party to Wen Yang would only make him more excited. In a situation like last weekend, he needed to find a way to distract him and let Wen Yang sneak away. But he was just a little virgin, unable to handle Wen Yang even with the twin sisters at the bar. Did he have the guts to attend such a party? Ning Chu. Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly leaned over, smiling mischievously. "Are you going out this weekend? Aren't you going back?" His face suddenly darkened, making Ning Chu tremble with fear. This guy changes his expression too quickly. He was already wary of him turning into a villain, and with that thug-like, gloomy face, it seemed like he could snap and hit someone at any moment. Just go back for half a day, Just say there's something going on at school. Zhang Xiaoqing ruffled his blonde hair, and his gloomy face quickly returned to a smile, teasingly asking Ning Chu, "Are you going?" "Going where?" "That party Wen Yang mentioned." "I can't believe it. How come you're interested now?" Ning Chu leaned back in horror, creating some distance between himself and Zhang Xiaoqing. "No, that party definitely isn't a regular gathering, right? I don't want to go to regular ones. 7 or 8 girls, including a succubus. Tut-tut, it'll be great to bring friends along." Seeing that lewd smile, Ning Chu shook his head vigorously. "No, if you want to go, go by yourself. I definitely won't go." Such a coward." Zhang Xiaoqing turned to go find Wen Yang, but Ning Chu quickly grabbed him. "Wen Yang isn't going either. He already told me. Why does he seem like a henpecked husband? He won't go just because you said so." Ning Chu almost swore, but took a few seconds to calm down before persuading. "Just don't go along with the crowd. Why don't we play games together in the dorm instead?" "I'm not Wen Yang. Why should I listen to you?" Zhang Xiaoqing stopped his movements, rubbing his chin, scrutinizing Ning Chu up and down, then gave a classic villainous smile. "Not going is also fine." That gaze sent shivers down Ning Chu's spine, and he instinctively crossed his arms, frowning uneasily. "Well, then, let's go to a bar tonight. I haven't been in a long time." This guy, it's either a party with multiple partners or a bar. Can't he think of a more decent place to go? "I don't drink." "That's perfect. You can be responsible for carrying us back when we get drunk." "I don't have money. I'll treat." Seeing Zhang Xiaoqing's resolute attitude towards either going to the bar or the party, Ning Chu twitched his lips and reluctantly compromised. Then the bar. Since he had never been to a bar before, his curiosity drove him to explore whether the bars in this world had bunny girls. TSK, you really can't stand seeing us have a good time, huh? Before, when Wen Yang asked you out, you made excuses not to go, and now that I want to experience succubi, you still won't let me go. If it wasn't for me, Ling Ling would already... Zhang Xiaoqing immediately shut his mouth and nodded vigorously. "Well done. I'll listen to you." "No. In the future, let's not attend such obviously problematic gatherings, okay?" Speaking as if I've attended one before. "I'm just curious." He gave Ning Chu a sidelong glance. "Just thinking about it gives me a thrill." True, this guy had strict upbringing. He had to call his family every night to report and had to go home every weekend. Let alone a party with multiple partners. He might also be a virgin. Thinking of this, Ning Chu tentatively teased. "Are you also a little virgin like Wen Yang?" Heh. Zhang Xiaokai turned and walked away. Was that response disdainful or guilty? Ning Chu looked at his retreating figure in astonishment, then heard the stern reprimand from the instructor. "Sit down. What are you walking around for?" Seeing him sit back down immediately, Ning Chu couldn't help but laugh. He looked towards the center of the field, where several classes were already showcasing their training achievements. It wouldn't be long before his class took the stage. Ning Chu stretched his legs, flexing his muscles, afraid of embarrassing himself in front of thousands of people. After a few movements, his face turned pale, and he clutched his abdomen. Is he sick? Or was it because he was disrupting the plot of the group gathering? A bar? I've never been there. I heard the drinks there are especially expensive. Wen Yang, you went last week? Tell us about it. How would I know? It was just really noisy. Later, Ning Chu sat in the back of the car, staring blankly out the window at the scenery, with the noise of several roommates in his ears. He had never been to a bar before, but he could partly agree with Zhang Xiaoqing's idea and also had some selfish motives. The bar plot had already ended completely, so he didn't need to worry about Wen Yang being seduced by the characters after drinking. That virgin was quite timid now. Ordinary girls wouldn't be as proactive as the characters in the plot, so he shouldn't worry too much. That being said, he still hoped that his roommates were all like Wang Jie, staying at home like a shut-in and being more obedient. My car is pretty good, right? My mom bought it for me on my 18th birthday. It cost over 400,000. Ning Chu glanced at the interior of the car, feeling discontent with the mentality of resentment towards the rich. Hey, you're just jealous because you can't afford it. What's with the attitude? Someone as annoying as him would get punched sooner or later. Do you guys have a driver's license? My car is usually parked in a campus parking lot. If you need it, you can take it. Zhang Xiaoqing continued to show off his car, like showing off a rare skin in a game. Anyway, I rarely drive. I'm too lazy to go out to school most of the time. No, I'm planning to get one during the summer vacation. Wang Jie shook his head. Me neither. When Yang suddenly realized a problem, if only you have a driver's license. How are we going to get back at night? After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaoqing casually replied, Stay in a hotel? The four of us can get a double room. No way. Ning Chu immediately refused firmly. Get a designated driver. Don't you have a girlfriend who can drive for us? Who was it that said we could drive your car just because we have a driver's license? Ning Chu was full of question marks in his mind, silently leaning his head against the car window, not wanting to argue with Zhang Xiaoqing. Since the school was located on the mountainside in the suburbs, even the nearest bar was half an hour's drive away. He yawned and closed his eyes, choosing to rest in the car. They had been in military training all day for the past few days, and he had no idea how his roommates could maintain such high energy. Probably after about 10 minutes, when Yang heard a steady and light breathing sound. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see Ning Chu leaning against the car door, eyes closed, sleeping soundly. Sleeping already? He's asleep already. Zhang Xiaoqing joked casually. How does he get sleepy every day? Wang Jie, is it because you snore at night and keep him from sleeping? I don't snore. The conversation in the car became much quieter, and even the speed of the car became smoother and steadier. With nothing to do, when Yang's gaze fell on Ning Chu's sleeping face. His eyelashes were long and curled like brushes, his skin fair and smooth, almost flawless. His delicate and small features. His lips were close to a pale pink, moist and glossy, especially the plump lips, which attracted attention. Perhaps due to the heavy drowsiness, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint pink. Even when asleep, he carried a vixen-like charm. When Yang nodded to himself, confirming his thoughts, this roommate of his had become even more beautiful. Before, Ning Chu's face was as tender as a young boy's, making him always unconsciously treat Ning Chu as a little brother in need of care. His face also had some flaws, unlike now, so delicate, and there was no such thing as vixen-like charm. To be honest, Ning Chu was becoming more like a girl. At first, it was just Ning Chu's petite figure that leaned towards that of a girl's. Then he noticed the slightly exaggerated chest muscles, and later the perky little but that could fill out his pants. Now, even his face seemed more feminine. Could he really be a girl? When Yang curiously glanced under Ning Chu. If he were a girl, how could he have been so surprised by his penis in the public restroom at the amusement park back then? Even the boldest girl wouldn't be shameless like this, right? What girl? Wang Jie turned around, glanced at Ning Chu, and scoffed. You're not talking about Ning Chu, are you? How could he be a girl? Are you crazy? Well, did you see those people at the art school this afternoon? Some guys look more feminine than girls. Ning Chu is considered okay compared to them. That makes sense. However, Zhang Xiaoqing had a different opinion. I think he's getting ready to go to Thailand. Hey, with the dim lighting in the bar, what if someone mistakes him for a girl? Then you'd have to give him a wig first. That's true, but what if some guys actually like that type? You always have such bad ideas. When Yang sighed helplessly. Are you two enemies from past lives or something? He glanced at Ning Chu beside him, imagining Ning Chu wearing a wig. He had seen many beautiful girls in his daily life, and logically, Wen Yang had very high aesthetic standards. But imagining Ning Chu in women's clothing, he actually felt it wasn't bad. Just a few days ago, he thought Ning Chu was just a cute and delicate boy, nothing compared to a girl. The conversation just now disturbed Ning Chu. He opened his eyes a crack, unwilling to move, and muttered softly, "Stop talking, it's annoying." We're almost there. Really? He turned his head slightly to look out the window, noticing that the deserted suburbs had turned into rows of low-rise buildings. As they entered a night market area, Zhang Xiaoqing parked the car on the side of the road and turned to the others. Get out. How about grabbing some barbecue first? Before anyone could respond, he once again showed his ugly face of a nouveau riche. My treat. Let's go. Wang Jie eagerly got out of the car first. Ning Chu yawned repeatedly, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he pushed the door open and got out of the car. He looked up at the cityscape, unable to suppress his amazement. Was this the small imperial world I wrote about? This area seemed to have the development level of a county-level city in the previous world. There were rows of 2- or 3-story shops along the street, with mostly 7- or 8-story residential buildings. In the distance, you could only see the shadows of a few tall buildings. The streets were somewhat narrow, but the greenery on both sides was well done. Looking up, the starry sky was covered tightly by the branches and leaves. It was just a recreation of the hentai world novel that I wrote about, but it had spawned such a vast and realistic world. Perhaps every novelist who writes a novel is creating a world. Ning Chu suddenly snapped out his daze, only to see Zhang Xiaoqing and Wang Jie had already run off. He subconsciously felt a little panicked, but when he turned around, he saw Wen Yang standing there with his arms crossed, looking at him. "Why aren't you going? What are you staring at?" Wen Yang couldn't help but find it amusing. "Are you from some mountainous area? You look like you've never seen the world before." "It's not that." Ning Chu shook his head, looking Wen Yang up and down. "What's wrong again? After we get to the bar, drink less. Oh, and Xiaoqing and Wang Jie too. Keep an eye on them for me. Don't let those bad women corrupt them." Wen Yang's expression turned into a black question mark emoji. After a moment of pause, he teased, "What's wrong with you? Do you have OCD? Are people who have been with women not suitable to be your roommates?" "Why, yes." Ning Chu didn't know how to explain, so he simply joked with confidence. "Wow, you can't find a girlfriend on your own, so the whole dorm has to accompany you to be single." Ning Chu had never been to a bar before, but the bars on TV were usually filled with loud music, with groups of men and women freely expressing their youth on the dance floor, which he didn't particularly like. But the bar they came to today was different from what he had imagined. The music was soothing and gentle, the voices of the guests slightly noisy, and the bartender behind the bar displayed magnificent cocktail-making skills, which fascinated several young girls. Sitting in a corner booth, Ning Chu sat somewhat stiffly on the sofa. Zhang Xiaoqing seemed as if he had returned home when he arrived at the bar, especially relaxed and natural, crossing his legs comfortably. With a rich man's image on his face, he waved his hand and ordered a bunch of cocktails. In no time, the coffee table was filled with various types of alcohol and snacks. Wang Jie seemed as reserved as Ning Chu at first, but after drinking a few sips of alcohol, his face flushed with alcohol, and his tense body quickly relaxed, chatting and laughing with Zhang Xiaoqing. Wen Yang simply sat calmly on the side, sipping his drink, his gaze wandering around the bar, looking a bit uninterested. This bar is relatively quiet, but the service is a bit lacking. Zhang Xiaoqing grinned at Ning Chu. "Otherwise, we could invite a couple of girls to liven up the atmosphere." Ning Chu had forgotten about the term accompanying girls in bars. After all, he had never been exposed to this industry before. "Want a drink?" "No, thanks." He turned his expressionless face away. Zhang Xiaoqing persistently handed him a glass. "It's just Coke, no alcohol, don't worry." Oomph. It was said that many girls in bars were deceived by such words. After a few drinks, they became unconscious and at the mercy of others. Even though he had known Zhang Xiaoqing for a while, Ning Chu still hadn't let go of his guard against the villain. He didn't even glance at the glass of alcohol in front of him. Who comes to a bar and doesn't drink? Zhang Xiaoqing grumbled, then ignored Ning Chu, took a dice, and provocatively looked at Wang Jie and Wen Yang. "Want to play?" "Sure." "Bar isn't that fun. It was just a place to drink and eat." Ning Chu lazily leaned on the sofa, slowly eating a bag of potato chips, feeling out of place compared to the others playing drinking games. Considering that this is a hentai world, he had originally expected there to be some sort of strange thing in the bar. Perhaps some playboy surrounded by many girls, sold old bastard with a little girl in tow, or some strange performances. But instead, there was only a middle-aged man on stage, singing love songs with a hoarse and mellow voice. After drinking a few glasses of alcohol, Wen Yang became slightly tipsy and gradually relaxed. He turned his head to look at Ning Chu beside him and asked, "Want to join?" "No, if I get drunk too." "Then who would get us back to the dorm?" all four of us would end up lying on the street. It won't happen. This drink is really just a beverage. Zhang Xiaoqing pushed the glass of alcohol over again. Don't believe me? Ask Wang Jie. Wang Jie nodded. I've had so much and I don't feel a thing. Seeing them like this, they would probably stay at the bar for at least an hour. If they had nothing to do for this hour, it would indeed be a bit boring. Ning Chu glanced at Wen Yang and pursed his lips. The protagonist wouldn't lie, right? He picked up the glass and took a sip, not tasting much alcohol. It was more like carbonated water mixed with Coke, sweet with a hint of aftertaste. He shouldn't have come to the bar. Letting Zhang Xiaoqing attend the villa party is not a big problem anyway. This guy won't suddenly turn evil just because he participates without organizing a group. Ning Chu rubbed his temples in distress, taking a selfie with his phone to evaluate his appearance. His eyelashes had grown longer, and there was always a hint of pink at the corners of his eyes. There were fewer flaws on his face, but the more delicate features and softer facial contours made him look more like a girl. The change this time was his face. He wondered if his roommates had noticed anything. He drank another sip of alcohol in distress, unconsciously finishing a whole glass. Give me another drink. Drinking so much cola in a short time would cause bloating and burping, but drinking this had no effect at all, and his complexion remained unchanged. Even if there was alcohol in it, the concentration was probably lower than that of beer. Another one? Wen Yang hesitated for a moment, looking somewhat surprised. He glanced at Ning Chu's slightly blurred eyes, chuckled lightly, and handed him another glass. Come on, relax a bit today. You always seem to shut yourself in. It's not good to keep things bottled up for too long. Drinking to drown sorrows is the least reliable method. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him and muttered, I don't even want to touch a drop of alcohol. Looks like I've broken my vow for you guys. Beverage, Wen Yang corrected. Do you think I'm stupid? Ning Chu sighed softly, turned his head to look at the other booths, scan around, and didn't see many pretty girls, feeling a bit relieved. He probably didn't need to worry about girls coming to flirt with Wen Yang while he was drunk. Besides the named characters in the plot, the girls here wouldn't be bold enough to make advances on men. Having only drunk 2 glasses of alcohol, Ning Chu restrained his desire to continue drinking, snacked to pass the time, and didn't know how long it had been when Wen Yang suddenly leaned his head on his shoulder. He was startled and looked down, only to see this guy's face was flushed, eyes half open, continuously burping. Wow, he's already drunk? No wonder those twins in the plot were able to get one over you. Your alcohol tolerance is really poor. Wen Yang can't handle it. Zhang Xiaoqing looked up, glanced at the situation here, and joked, with his tolerance, he might end up in the hospital from socializing in the future. He needs more practice. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him. You just want to corrupt Wen Yang. So heavy. In less than 2 minutes, the shoulder supporting Wen Yang's head was already feeling sore. Ning Chu tried to adjust the angle awkwardly, but as soon as he moved slightly, Wen Yang's body slid down his shoulder and his head landed directly on Ning Chu's thigh. Oops. Ning Chu's body stiffened, feeling helpless and trying to lift Wen Yang. But a drunk person is incredibly heavy. He struggled for a while, but couldn't move him. He couldn't just push Wen Yang to the ground, could he? He could only look at Zhang Xiaoqing with a pleading look, but Zhang Xiaoqing was already playing poker with Wang Jie, completely ignoring him. Even though there was some intimate contact, he was still a man, and Wen Yang couldn't possibly have any intentions towards him. Ning Chu simply gave up, leaning back against the sofa, staring listlessly at the ceiling. It's so hot. His vision became blurred. The after effects of the 2 drinks earlier were gradually kicking in. Unconsciously, Ning Chu's face was flushed, feeling restless and uncomfortable all over. His consciousness was slowly becoming fuzzy. Just 2 drinks. Could they really have such a strong effect? He shook his head forcefully, rubbing his temples to keep himself alert. But a mixture of alcohol and a strange scent was creeping into his nose. Ning Chu subconsciously looked at Wen Yang on his thigh. This guy's breath was blowing onto his abdomen, intensifying the heat. That unfamiliar feeling came back again. He anxiously rubbed his thigh lightly, his breathing becoming heavier. The corners of his already reddened eyes glistened with moisture, and his ears felt hot and flushed. The subtle movements brushed against his chest, and a slight throbbing pain mingled with pleasure shot through his spine. He wanted someone to hug him. Another round. No, Wang Jie, you can't handle any more than this. Zhang Xiaoqing chuckled and pushed Wang Jie's shoulder, but Wang Jie just lowered his head, not reacting for a while. Wenyang, shall we continue? He looked to the other side of the booth, only to see Ning Chu leaning against the sofa, looking dazed. His slightly vacant eyes, despite his efforts to rub them and stay awake, showed signs of being halfway drunk. In this drunken state, he looked like a girl ready for a night out. As for Wenyang, he seemed comfortable sleeping on Ning Chu's thigh. Your tolerance for alcohol is too low, Zhang Xiaoqing teased. Ning Chu, you've only had 2 drinks. Damn it, do I have to take care of you guys even when I'm treating you to drinks? Grumbling, Zhang Xiaoqing got up, beckoning a waiter. Where's the nearest hotel? Get 2 people to help me take them there. Hotel. Hearing this word, Ning Chu's slow brain immediately associated it with another term, booking a room. He jolted, shaking his head vigorously. No, I want to go back to the dorm. Why? I'll drive you home. Then tomorrow we can continue being roommates in the ICU. I'll take a taxi. Do you see what time it is? Zhang Xiaoqing was always straightforward and a bit harsh in his speech, coupled with his dyed blonde hair that made him look like he could burst into violence at any moment, leaving Ning Chu speechless and submissive. The bar upstairs was connected to a hotel. Ning Chu felt uneasy sitting on the sofa, watching the drunken Wenyang and Wang Jie being escorted away by the staff, feeling even more anxious. Now he was half drunk, his body reacting strangely. The only antagonist who was sober was trying to book a room with him. Although Ning Chu was willing to believe that Zhang Xiaoqing had no ulterior motives, there were no limits to what the antagonist in the book would do. Why did he have to write about antagonists in such a pure story? All those dark thoughts were written onto the antagonists, making Ning Chu always uneasy around Zhang Xiaoqing. Let's go, do I have to support you? Zhang Xiaoqing was a bit unsteady on his feet as he walked, putting a pack of sunflower seeds in his pocket. He led the way, arranging accommodation as he spoke. With 2 drunkards, who knows what might happen? I'll share a room with Wang Jie. You and Wenyang will share another. How about that? Ning Chu hurried to catch up. If it weren't the end of the month, and he hadn't spent all his money on a black cat, leaving him with just a few dollars, he would have chosen to take a taxi back to the dorm or book another room. Sharing a room with Wenyang was better than sleeping in a park. When they arrived at the hotel on the 2nd floor, Ning Chu stood at the front desk and could already hear the sounds of panting coming from deeper in the corridor. He already felt a bit unwell, and hearing those seductive sounds made him even more uneasy. Why is the soundproofing this bad? Zhang Xiaoqing frowned, scanning the price list. Who in their right mind would price this room at 300? Although he complained, there was no other choice. Another hotel staff member probably wouldn't continue to help 2 drunk people. Zhang Xiaoqing could only reluctantly complete the procedures. Let's go, time for bed. Okay, you and Wenyang will stay in this room. Zhang Xiaoqing pointed to the door opposite. If you need anything, knock on the door. I'm going to bed. After the bar staff settled Wenyang onto the bed and left, Ning Chu sat on a wicker chair in the hotel room, looking at the closed door, glancing at Wenyang, who was snoring on the bed without any movement. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy really didn't have any other intentions towards him. Sure enough, one isn't allowed to touch even a drop of wine if they want to be safe. He lamented, leaning back and rubbing his sore eyes. Luckily, I'm still a man now. If I had already become a girl, I might have been... How scary. Never again will he come to a bar like this. Even though he consciously controlled himself and only had 2 large cocktails, he still felt physically weak and couldn't see the road clearly. And who knows what's going on, apart from the drunkenness, a bunch of yellow garbage suddenly appeared in his brain, and it even aroused some other feelings. Ugh. Shaking his head vigorously, Ning Chu's face flushed. He supported himself on the table, preparing to take a bath to cool down. When he reached the entrance of the bathroom, Ning Chu froze in place. Why was the bathroom door transparent? You could directly see into the shower from outside. He turned his head to see Wen-yang still snoring quietly on the bed, and his wariness towards the protagonist quickly dissipated. Anyway, this guy was already asleep. If he had to worry about something, it would be being intruded upon while showering in the dorm. A bathtub. It's been a long time since he had a bath. Indeed, as expected of him, even in a drunken state, he still maintained a high level of vigilance. Ning Chu supported his head, stumbling into the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water and splashing his face. He remembered to lock the door, not waiting for the bathtub to fill up completely before lying down in it. Much better. The warm water slowly spread and rose, gently enveloping more and more of his skin. He sighed comfortably, shifting his hips to find a more comfortable position. The sound of running water startled Wen-yang, who opened his eyes slightly, staring blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling and scanning the surroundings. The room was small, with 2 beds covered in white sheets, a set of wicker chairs around a glass table, a wall-mounted TV, and a computer in the corner. Yawning, Wen-yang, who had never had cocktails before, was caught off guard like Ning Chu and passed out. He could barely remember anything before passing out, except that he seemed to be lying on Ning Chu's thigh. That thigh was quite soft, with a faint scent of a girl. It's so comfortable that he quickly lost consciousness. Though awake now, Wen-yang continued to stare blankly at the ceiling, feeling dazed. After a while, he suddenly realized he was in a hotel. He had to turn on the TV, set the air conditioning to the lowest temperature. Otherwise, it would be a waste. He rolled out of bed, preparing to use the bathroom, but only a few steps in did he notice the sound of water coming from inside. "Who's there?" he asked loudly as he approached. The sound of water suddenly stopped. Ning Chu's groggy brain instantly cleared. Glancing at the frosted glass door already covered in condensation, he calmly shouted, "Wait outside. I'm showering." Casually taking a towel to dry himself, Ning Chu's movements suddenly froze. Wait. Bathroom. Drunk protagonist entered in an accident. Why does this plot look so familiar? He couldn't wait to give himself a slap. What was he taking for granted just now? In the end, after making countless schemes to protect himself, it was still in vain. His body slid into the bathroom, his pupils shrinking as he stared straight at the door. Oh no, this is bad. The female lead is in the bathroom, and the male accidentally enters it. It's a familiar plot, but this isn't the dormitory, and he hasn't turned into a woman yet. Why would that plot happen now? At the thought of the embarrassing scenes in the plot and the subsequent event that happened to the girl that Wen-yang ended up tamed in the shower, that very well may be going to happen to him. Ning Chu's face turned pale with fear. Even if he struggles desperately, with Wen-yang's size, he could probably pin him down with just one hand. If the plot really unfolds as expected, then the chance of him waking up with a belly full of baby batter is high. Panicked, he rose from the bathtub without even drying himself, hastily trying to put on his clothes. However, as he stepped out of the tub, his foot landed on the wet, slippery tile floor, causing him to lose his balance with a slip. Instinctively, he let out a cry of alarm as he ended up straddling the edge of the tub, with a bruise forming at the base of his thigh. He gritted his teeth in pain, but then heard Wen-yang's anxious voice from outside. "What's wrong?" The tall figure had already appeared outside the door, and through the frosted glass door, Ning Chu could clearly see his silhouette. Fortunately, the glass was covered in mist, turning it into frosted glass. Otherwise, he would have been completely exposed. He glanced down at his slippery self, quickly retreating back into the bathtub. With his legs folded, he massaged the painful bruise, only poking his head out cautiously, keeping an eye on the door, afraid that the guy might barge in. "It's nothing. I'm just taking a shower. I accidentally bumped into something just now. Don't come over. I'll be done showering soon." He needs to escape from the hotel. Ning Chu was already considering alternatives like internet cafes, 24-hour burger joints, or convenience stores. Outside, Wen-yang was still a bit dazed. Yawning, he could vaguely see Ning Chu's little head through the glass door. He responded with an acknowledgement, but didn't rush in like a protagonist in a lot of hentai stories. Instead, he turned back to bed. But the slender figure from just now left a deep impression on him. Ning Chu's physique. It wasn't very noticeable when he wore loose clothes normally, but the misty glass door just now outlined Ning Chu's body silhouette. Slender waist, perky buttocks, almost flat chest, except for what could be considered just budding breasts. Even though he could only see a white figure through the mist, that hazy sensation provided him with a different kind of visual stimulation, arousing his curiosity. Why would man have such a figure? Sitting at the bedside, Wen Yang scratched his head. Due to his intoxicated state, his sluggish brain couldn't quite figure out the reason. The door opened. He immediately dismissed his curiosity and hurried into the bathroom, not sparing Ning Chu a glance. Ning Chu's heart was racing. When the door opened, he was ready to bolt, but he didn't expect Wen Yang to just go to the toilet. He turned back and glanced at Wen Yang, feeling slightly relieved. Luckily, this guy shouldn't have any interest in him. He didn't even draw out his dick in front of him. What happened just now? Wen Yang yawned as he walked out of the bathroom. I was taking a shower. Didn't you see that the toilet door is made of glass? He curiously looked Ning Chu up and down. Because of the rush, Ning Chu's skin still had some water droplets on it. His pretty face slightly flushed, and his beautiful eyes now filled with vigilance, like a wary little wildcat ready to pounce at any moment. What's wrong? We are all men. What's the big deal if I see you naked? Wen Yang shook his head helplessly. Do you need to look at me like I'm some kind of pervert? Without hearing Ning Chu's explanation, he looked at the half-open door and Ning Chu's foot already stepping out. Are you going out to buy food? Give me a bottle of Coke. With that, he went straight to bed and fell into a deep sleep in almost no time. Ning Chu only slowly retracted his foot from the door at this moment. It seems safe? Damn it. This guy kept scaring him off for no reason. The book never mentioned Wen Yang being interested in Tom Girl. Moreover, why would he be interested in those girly boys when he has better options? With so many beauties lining up to give themselves to him for free, there's no way he would even consider Ning Chu as a potential partner. Moreover, under his guidance, Wen Yang hasn't tasted the fragrance of a girl body and still remains a virgin. If the virgin Wen Yang accidentally barged into the bathroom and saw a girl bathing, he'd probably flee in panic, right? Thank goodness. Why is it so noisy over here? The door across suddenly opened, and Zhang Shaoqing poked his head out. Seeing Ning Chu still standing with the door open, he smirked. Did Wen Yang get frisky after drinking? Did he fuck you? Get lost. Ha, you're living in a room I paid for, and yet you're so arrogant. As if I wanted to live here. This place is too dangerous. Hey, how about we go for a massage tomorrow? I've already made an appointment. Ning Chu slammed the door, shut with a bang. He sat on the rattan chair, staring blankly at Wen Yang on the bed, his mind in turmoil. The drunkenness and the lewd suggestions had dissipated through the bath, but he still felt restless. Fortunately, the double room was equipped with a computer. Although the configuration might be terrible, watching videos and reading some story are still doable. It should help him pass the time. Well, let's pull an all-nighter. Ning Chu shifted the rattan chair to sit in front of the computer, pressed the power button, and rested his chin on his hands on the table, waiting for the slow boot up. It will be best to go back tomorrow directly, even if Shaoqing doesn't want to. That guy actually wants to take us for a massage. Is that a place where decent university students go? Besides, massage parlors, whether in novels or reality, are disaster zones. Ning Chu, where's my Coke? I don't have any. I have a headache. Wen Yang turned over in bed. Ning Chu didn't even turn his head. It took a minute for the computer to boot up, and he opened the web browser, picked up the nearby headphones, and then disdainfully threw them away. They're filthy. The computer configuration was indeed terrible. Even opening a web page took several seconds. Then, bookmarks appeared on the browser's homepage. Horror movies, action movies, the monitoring here isn't very strict. There was suddenly some movement near the door. Ning Chu curiously looked over, only to see a small card being pushed under the door crack. He got up to pick up the small card. Looking at the words like college girl, bunny girl, succubus, and so on, his lips twitched. These things are all scams. Too noisy. Let's get some food delivered. Wen Yang shook the plastic bag in his hand. Meat buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks sound good? I'm sleepy. The soft voice that comes out of Ning Chu's mouth sounds no different than that of a girl. Wen Yang was about to say something when suddenly he heard a sharp exclamation from Ning Chu. How did I fall asleep? Yeah, it was this noise that woke me up last night. Wang Jie outside the room nodded repeatedly, peeking inside to see what was happening. Ning Chu sat at the end of the bed, startling himself awake, first looking down at his clothes, then glancing around. Thank goodness, everything's fine. He let out a sigh of relief, then looked up at the two roommates entering the room, smelling the scent of meat buns and immediately hearing his stomach protest. Let's eat, then sleep after we're full. Wen Yang placed the breakfast on the table, a bit puzzled. What time did you sleep last night? Did I snore and disturb you? Not really. Ning Chu rubbed his sore eyes, yawning as he put on his shoes and got out of bed. I'll go wash my face first, wait. Why was I sleeping on the bed? When I woke up, you were already sleeping on the bed. Of course, Wen Yang couldn't admit that he had deliberately moved Ning Chu's position to play on the computer. Is that so? The memories before sleeping were already fuzzy. Ning Chu thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anything, so he simply agreed with Wen Yang's statement, walking to the bathroom with a puzzled look on his face. I want to go back to the dorm to play computer games. Wang Jie drank soy milk and ate breakfast, muttering, the bar isn't that fun anyway. Why did Zhang Xiaoqing drag us here? It's better to play a few games and gain some points. What if we lose points? Then the bar would be a little more interesting. In less than 2 minutes, Ning Chu finished washing up and hurried to the table. He reached for a meat bun, looking at the two sitting on the chairs, suddenly having an idea. How about we take the bus back first? Zhang Xiaoqing said last night that he would take his roommates for a massage today. Considering this is a hentai world, the chance of that massage being sexual in nature is quite high. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Anyway, he has a car, and who knows when he'll wake up. We can just send him a text message to explain. Ning Chu tried to persuade Wang Jie to join his side. Otherwise, the three of us will be bored early in the morning. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to play computer games back in the dorm? Wang Jie looked a bit troubled and glanced at Wen Yang. Wen Yang wasn't keen on this betrayal either, frowning. If you want to play games, we can find a nearby internet cafe, can't we? Internet cafe. The point is not to let Zhang Xiaoqing lead you guys astray. Seeing the two hesitating, Ning Chu decided to act decisively. He grabbed Wen Yang's wrist and Wang Jie's sleeve, pulling them towards the door. Let's go back. If Xiaoqing gets angry, I'll take the blame, all right? He rarely showed such a strong attitude. I need to catch up on some sleep when I get back. I can't sleep well here at all. Let's go. After catching up on some sleep, Ning Chu woke up in the dormitory at noon. Ning Chu ordered takeout, yawning and teary-eyed, feeling sleepy as he walked to the bathroom. Splashing cold water on his face, his groggy brain finally became a bit clearer. He looked up at the mirror and let out a sigh of despair. Since yesterday afternoon, when he decided to go to the bar with Zhang Xiaoqing, he had felt a chill in his stomach. It wasn't until he was at the bar in the evening that he realized his appearance had once again become more feminine. This time it was his face. His originally delicate, boyish face had become even more refined, with the flaws on his skin becoming less noticeable. It looked as smooth as if it could drip water. Long and thick eyelashes, slightly upturned corners of the eyes, and the crimson smudges at the corners of his eyes all made his whole demeanor appear more feminine, with a hint of inexplicable charm. You can tell she's a bad woman at a glance. The changes weren't drastic, but his boyish face had transformed into a one that a girl who was starting to grow would have. Ning Chu weakly lowered his head, not even wanting to look at himself in the mirror too much, afraid of getting high blood pressure from staring too long. He had tried so hard, but his appearance still relentlessly ran towards femininity. After returning to the dormitory and playing a game, his lunch was also delivered. Ning Chu found a game livestream to watch while eating, but just as he took a few bites, he suddenly heard the vibration of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately hung up without hesitation. The phone rang again the next second. Ning Chu, stop hanging up on me. As soon as he answered the phone, Zhang Xiaoqing's roar came through. I already booked a foot massage at the club last night. You guys just leave without saying anything. If you want to leave, at least give me a heads up. Wait for me. It must be you leading the way. Zhang Xiaoqing's sweet talk bombarded Ning Chu without stopping. After silently listening for a moment, Ning Chu simply placed his phone on the table. Thank goodness he ran away. What good could come out of a Hentai World Foot Massage Club? He had painstakingly maintained Wen Yang's virginity for so long. What if something happened at the club? What did he say? Wen Yang asked as he ate lunch, turning his head to inquire. I don't know, I didn't listen. Why don't you give it a listen? Estimating that Zhang Xiaoqing's anger had subsided, Ning Chu picked up his phone and greeted enthusiastically. Hello? Darling, I shouldn't have left you. Don't act cute with me. It's disgusting. Where'd you go just now? I wasn't acting cute. I went to the bathroom. Zhang Xiaoqing complained helplessly. Can't you just go for a proper foot massage? A proper one. After 2 weeks of military training, what's wrong with getting a massage to relax? They're all big men. They could give a good massage. Well, if the masseuse is a man, then Wen Yang should be safe. But it has become even more dangerous for him. Ning Chu remained silent, unsure of what to say. Zhang Xiaoqing sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll go home for a bit and come to the dorm tomorrow night. Come back early. As the antagonist, Ning Chu didn't want Zhang Xiaoqing out of his sight for too long either, sincerely hoping that Zhang Xiaoqing would return to the dormitory early. Get lost. He pursed his lips and put down his phone, crossing his legs and continuing to eat while watching TV. This antagonist mainly focuses on psychological health issues, and this week seems fine. It's just that this guy likes thrills. Wait a minute. Did my actions just now cause Zhang Xiaoqing's mentality to collapse and make it darken? That's unlikely, right? I'll just apologize sincerely when Zhang Xiaoqing comes back. Ning Chu suddenly turned to Wen Yang and asked, Has your club activity started? Haven't they called you to join? They did, but I was catching up on sleep in the morning, so I didn't see it. Ning Chu got up and approached, peering at Wen Yang's computer screen. Starting from 9 in the morning, someone had been urging Wen Yang to come downstairs and join the activity. Half an hour later, they even sent a location message, asking Wen Yang to come on his own after waking up. Send me the location message, too. What do you want it for? Make a report about an orgy. He gritted his teeth. In fact, the plot of a gathering with multiple people had already been disrupted and was no longer possible to happen with the male lead or the antagonist. Otherwise, his face wouldn't have turned into this maiden-like face. But that gathering of multiple men and women would still happen in the villa. As the author, Ning Chu felt obligated to rectify the atmosphere of this world. Why should he become the destined female heroine to be taken advantage of in the book? His balls have been absent for 2 weeks, while others are still carefree and happy. Wen Yang was momentarily confused and asked blankly, Report? Although we think that gathering might not be proper, we don't have any evidence, do we? We still need to report it first. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at Wen Yang. After Xiaoqing knew that the gathering wasn't proper, he still wanted to go. Don't you think there's something wrong with him? Maybe. Wen Yang didn't dare to admit that he was also a little tempted. I don't care about others, but it's disgusting if my roommate messes around outside. No way. We don't have that kind of person in our dorm, do we? Wen Yang's expression stiffened, feeling a bit guilty as he said this. With so many girls lining up to pursue him in the class, if he hadn't been held back, he figured he would already be the kind of person Ning Chu referred to as messing around disgustingly. Hello, I want to report. Ning Chu walked to his desk, already calling the hotline. He had found this phone number online on the day he learned about the gathering, originally worried that Wen Yang or Zhang Xiaoqing might have impure intentions. He kept it as a last resort to use. But now he decided to solve the problem once and for all, directly wiping out this kind of organization. To prevent the club from hosting another gathering of multiple people and getting involved with Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing again. After a few minutes, Ning Chu hung up the report call and sat back at his computer desk to continue eating. Ning Chu suddenly lowered his head and looked at the small black cat that was pouncing and biting at his slippers. Wen Yang, how old does a female cat have to be for spaying? 6 months and above, I think. Yeah, he needed to save up $1,000 within half a year for Black Bean's spaying surgery. After the surgery, even if Black Bean turned into a nekamimi, there would be no heat period, let alone any gratitude plot. Even though Black Bean's owner was now him, he really hoped the little cat could show gratitude to him. You're going to spay Black Bean? Otherwise, should I wait for her to give birth to a litter for me? Whose would those be? For some reason, when Yang felt the room got colder, he scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Of course, you're a rich kid. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him and put his phone screen face down on the table, shaking his head helplessly at Wen-yang. Forget it, I won't go to the dinner tonight. Since it involved Ning Chu's family matters, Wen-yang didn't say much more. He shrugged to show he understood. He sat back down in front of his computer, but couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. So tonight, Ning Chu wouldn't be his shadow, wouldn't interfere with his luck with the ladies. If a girl pursued him, Ning Chu wouldn't deliberately get in the way. If it weren't for Ning Chu, would he, someone who had girls lining up to chase him, still be a virgin today? That little thought made him feel guilty. He sneaked a glance at Ning Chu, but Ning Chu still looked distressed, head down, searching for something on his phone. What's up? Looking for a part-time job. Ning Chu lifted one foot onto the chair, resting his chin on his knee, muttering, preferably an on-campus job, like a supermarket clerk, cafeteria delivery, or serving food. That way I can work during class breaks and earn some money. Seeing Ning Chu's gloomy expression, Wen-yang's excitement gradually dissipated. It's the last day of the month. Isn't it normal to ask your family for living expenses? Why look for a part-time job? Didn't you say a student's primary task is to study? That was just me spouting nonsense to keep you from flirting with girls while working part-time. Did you really take it seriously? How naive. Ning Chu silently cursed Wen-yang's foolishness, not saying a word. How about joining me in game boosting? Just playing a few hours in the evening won't affect your studies much and can be entertaining. Do you remember his 0 to 18 score last time? Zhang Shaoqing sneered. The three of us carried him and still lost. You think anyone would buy his service? Game boosting. Ning Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Boosting might not work, but how about seeking companionship? Even if he was bad at games and a guy, there might still be people willing to pay for his company. Perhaps someone like the coffee shop owner who liked young boys. Wobby got lucky. He hurriedly downloaded a game companionship app, registered an account, and decided to let it sit there. If someone was willing to pay him, great. If not, he only wasted a bit of phone storage. I'm about to leave. So early, Ning Chu jolted. I need to check how many people are going to the dinner, then find a good and affordable restaurant with the counselor. Zhang Shaoqing chimed in. Don't choose that Sichuan restaurant again. It upset Ning Chu's stomach last time. Got it. Seeing Wen-yang about to leave, Ning Chu quickly got up and ran over. Wait. What's up? He glanced at Zhang Shaoqing, who was watching the show, and felt a rush of heated embarrassment. His face turned slightly red, and he lowered his voice to gently remind, don't drink at the dinner, come back early, and don't stay out overnight. I have to learn to let him go. You're just going out for dinner. You should be fine, right? But Zhang Shaoqing heard everything clearly. Hey, it's like watching a distressed wife reminding her husband to not go back too late. Hearing this, Ning Chu's embarrassment multiplied, his face turning crimson, as if it could drip blood. The blush quickly spread to his ears. He lowered his head, feeling the heat on his face, and clenched his teeth, wanting to punch Zhang Shaoqing. What an annoying guy. Wen-yang looked at Ning Chu's blushing face, the shy and delicate look tugging at his heart. Does Ning Chu really like me? He couldn't stop himself from overthinking, but still lightly nodded. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who messes around. Of course, you're a rich kid. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him and put his phone screen face down on the table, shaking his head helplessly at Wen-yang. Forget it, I won't go to the dinner tonight. Since it involved Ning Chu's family matters, Wen-yang didn't say much more. He shrugged to show he understood. He sat back down in front of his computer, but couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. So tonight, Ning Chu wouldn't be his shadow, wouldn't interfere with his luck with the ladies. If a girl pursued him, Ning Chu wouldn't deliberately get in the way. If it weren't for Ning Chu, would he, someone who had girls lining up to chase him, still be a virgin today? That little thought made him feel guilty. He sneaked a glance at Ning Chu, but Ning Chu still looked distressed, head down, searching for something on his phone. "What's up?" "Looking for a part-time job." Ning Chu lifted one foot onto the chair, resting his chin on his knee, muttering, "Preferably an on-campus job, like a supermarket clerk, cafeteria delivery, or serving food. That way I can work during class breaks and earn some money." Seeing Ning Chu's gloomy expression, Wen Yang's excitement gradually dissipated. "It's the last day of the month. Isn't it normal to ask your family for living expenses? Why look for a part-time job? Didn't you say a student's primary task is to study?" "That was just me spouting nonsense to keep you from flirting with girls while working part-time. Did you really take it seriously?" "How naive." Ning Chu silently cursed Wen Yang's foolishness, not saying a word. "How about joining me in game boosting? Just playing a few hours in the evening won't affect your studies much and can be entertaining." Do you remember his 0 to 18 score last time?" Zhang Xiaoqing sneered. "The three of us carried him and still lost. You think anyone would buy his service?" "Game boosting." Ning Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Boosting might not work, but how about seeking companionship? Even if he was bad at games and a guy, there might still be people willing to pay for his company. Perhaps someone like the coffee shop owner who liked young boys. What he got lucky. He hurriedly downloaded a game companionship app, registered an account, and decided to let it sit there. If someone was willing to pay him, great. If not, he only wasted a bit of phone storage. "I'm about to leave." "So early?" Ning Chu jolted. "I need to check how many people are going to the dinner, then find a good and affordable restaurant with the counselor." Zhang Xiaoqing chimed in. "Don't choose that Sichuan restaurant again. It upset Ning Chu's stomach last time." "Got it." Seeing Wen Yang about to leave, Ning Chu quickly got up and ran over. Wait. What's up?" He glanced at Zhang Xiaoqing, who was watching the show, and felt a rush of heated embarrassment. His face turned slightly red, and he lowered his voice to gently remind, "Don't drink at the dinner, come back early, and don't stay out overnight." I have to learn to let him go. He's just going out for dinner. He should be fine, right? But Zhang Xiaoqing heard everything clearly. Hey, it's like watching a distressed wife reminding her husband to not go back too late. Hearing this, Ning Chu's embarrassment multiplied, his face turning crimson, as if it could drip blood. The blush quickly spread to his ears. He lowered his head, feeling the heat on his face, and clenched his teeth, wanting to punch Zhang Xiaoqing. One annoying guy. Wen Yang looked at Ning Chu's blushing face, the shy and delicate look tugging at his heart. Does Ning Chu really like me? He couldn't stop himself from overthinking, but still lightly nodded. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who messes around. Ever since Wen Yang left, Ning Chu had been feeling uneasy, trying to distract himself by listening to music and watching TV, attempting to immerse himself in the shows to pass the agonizing time. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqing sidled up to Wang Jie, grinning mischievously as he started gossiping. Hey, Wang Jie, have you noticed? I think Ning Chu really likes Wen Yang. Did you see how shy he was just now? His face is getting more and more like a girl's. And look at his chest. It's flat, but there's a tiny bit there. Do you think he's secretly taking something for Wen Yang? But Wang Jie, being the dense guy in the story who wouldn't notice a woman in the dorm, even if she got gangbanged with the other two roommates every night, was momentarily stunned before shaking his head decisively. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Chu would be upset if he heard you. No, haven't you noticed how much Ning Chu cares about Wen Yang? He looked just like a newly married housewife just now. Wang Jie, focused on his game, glanced at the yellow-haired Zhang Xiaoqing out of the corner of his eye and muttered, When you were in a bad mood before, didn't he care about you too? And he clumsily tried to comfort you. Does that mean he likes you too? Recalling Ning Chu's awkward comfort and apologies before, Zhang Xiaoqing scratched the back of his head, unable to come up with a rebuttal. I think Ning Chu is just that kind of person, kind-hearted, used to looking out for his friends. Sure, he meddles a bit too much, which can be annoying, but it's nice too. Why do you always pick on him? You're making Ning Chu sound like a saint. Zhang Xiaoqing pouted. He turned to look at Ning Chu again, only to see him suddenly clutch his stomach, his face turning pale. What's wrong? Nothing, just a stomachache. Ning Chu quickly waved his hand, but couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. Having experienced it a few times, he knew that whenever the plot of a chapter storyline was disrupted, his body would react strangely, like with abdominal pain. This means his interference worked. His efforts over the past 2 weeks had made Wenyang consciously maintain his virginity. This stomachache surely meant Wenyang had actively rejected a plot event. Maybe the words he said to Wenyang before he left were also crucial. The magic has learned to defeat itself. But doesn't this mean he's going to become more feminine again? Ning Chu's smile quickly vanished, replaced by worry and sadness. He wondered where he would feminize this time. Previously, it was his chest, hips, and face, making him look more and more like a young girl just starting puberty. When he first transmigrated, Ning Chu never thought that his initial boyish weakling appearance would actually be his most masculine form. But if he left the plot unchecked, he would suffer even more. The more he thought about it, the more dejected he felt. He slumped onto the table in despair. Ning Chu, what do you want for dinner? Zhang Xiaoqing shamelessly approached him. Want to pool together for a discount? I'm going to the cafeteria later. With only a few bucks left, Ning Chu was considering buying 2 packs of instant noodles. What's good at the cafeteria? I'll treat you. Yeah, right. Not getting the answer he wanted, Zhang Xiaoqing turned and ran over to Wang Jie. Wang Jie, let's pool together for a discount. After about an hour, it was completely dark outside, and Ning Chu's stomach started to feel hungry. Slowly getting up, he walked out of the dorm, his face full of worry. Ning Chu, bring me a Coke. Wang Jie, the first to notice him leaving, shouted, I'll transfer the money to you now. Sure, I want an iced red tea and a box of ice cream. Oh, and a strawberry yogurt too. Ning Chu turned back, looking at Zhang Xiaoqing's cheeky grin, and smiled back sweetly. All right, call me Dad, and I'll get it for you. He had quickly found an opportunity to get back at him. Hey, Wang Jie didn't have to call you that. He only wants a Coke, and you want more than just a drink. Zhang Xiaoqing's face was full of displeasure. He stared at Ning Chu, his gaze so fierce that Ning Chu felt a bit guilty. Crap, maybe that was too much. Dad. The word was so faint it was almost inaudible, but it reached Ning Chu's ears. What? I've sent you the money. Hurry up. Got it. Wow, does this villain have a hidden under his side? Feeling delighted, Ning Chu left the dorm in high spirits. The dormitory area was brightly lit with street lamps. Unlike usual, red lanterns hung from the trees along the paths. He avoided the central garden of the dormitory area, afraid of running into couples in the bushes again. As he glanced at the lanterns, he was puzzled. What holiday is this? After walking a dozen meters and turning a corner, he saw a banner stretched across the road. Happy National Day? National Day. So this parallel world has the same holidays. Which means Ning Chu quickly checked the holiday dates on his phone and was surprised to find that the National Day holiday was 7 days long, starting tomorrow, October 1st. Whoa, a full 9 days with the weekend. This is heaven. No one had mentioned it to him. Doesn't this mean those vixens will have plenty of opportunities to seduce Wenyang during the holiday? The joy of the holiday was instantly washed away. Ning Chu's expression stiffened, and he stopped heading towards the supermarket, turning instead towards the back gate of the school. No, he couldn't leave it be. Unlike before when there was military training the next day, those vixens might be more cautious, but the long holiday greatly increased the chances for them to make a move. Think what heroines whose plot lines have a longer time span. There are 2 that come to mind. The first one is where the landlady had Wenyang railed her hard in exchange for paying his rent. The other one is the fox girl, who drugged Wenyang and brought her to her home, then have him fuck her hard for 3 whole days. Since Wenyang is going out just to have a meal, he won't likely try to rent a room out of nowhere, nor would he get drugged in broad daylight, right? Although it was probably just his overthinking, the unease in his heart didn't dissipate. I'll go to the supermarket outside the school, just in case. Ning Chu muttered to himself as he changed direction, his pace quickening from a walk to a jog, and eventually running out the back gate of the school and into the street. He looked around, troubled by the abundance of small restaurants lining the street. "Which restaurant are you guys at? What room?" He sent a message to Wen-yang, anxiously pacing back and forth until he received a reply a few minutes later. "At the food stall, right across from that Sichuan restaurant we went to before. We're just sitting on the street." "What's up? Are you coming too?" "You better hurry. The food's already on the table." With the location confirmed, Ning Chu quickened his pace, taking a moment to send another message. "I'm just out buying some food from the supermarket." Because of the holiday break, the street outside the back gate of the school was crowded with college students. Every restaurant was packed, and many had set up tables and chairs on the sidewalks to accommodate more customers. Walking down this street, the air was filled with the smells of barbecue, spicy dishes, and sweet and sour flavors. Every step brought a different aroma from the various eateries. Ning Chu was starving. So hungry. It was almost 8, and he hadn't had dinner yet. He jogged all the way to the entrance of the Sichuan restaurant, and from there, he spotted the food stall across the street. Wen-yang's tall and striking figure caught his eye immediately. Seeing Wen-yang eased his anxiety a bit. However, Wen-yang was accompanied by 2 girls. Luckily, he kept a respectful distance from them, showing no signs of being flirtatious. Typical protagonist charm, eating a meal and ending up surrounded by girls. Meanwhile, Ning Chu had to worry about keeping them at bay. He knew this was inevitable and didn't let it bother him too much. As long as Wen-yang remained a virgin and maintained his respect for sex, things would be fine. He didn't plan to join the crowd and only observed from a distance for a moment before continuing to the supermarket outside the school. The supermarket outside wasn't much different from the one inside the school, but it offered a better shopping experience and a wider variety of products. However, being in the mountains, the prices were slightly higher than in the city below. "I wonder which girl Wen-yang turned down," Ning Chu mused. "And I wonder what part of me turned more feminine this time." He worriedly glanced down at his chest. The large graphic on his t-shirt concealed the slight rise of his nipples, which wasn't too noticeable. Seems like there's no change in his chest. He often realized his feminization too late since he looked in the mirror every day and couldn't easily notice subtle changes in his body. After buying his things at the supermarket, Ning Chu passed by the food stall again on his way back to school. At a glance, he stopped dead in his tracks. Why was Wen-yang slumped over the table? Did he get drunk? Ning Chu thought in frustration. Didn't I tell him not to drink too much? It's like it went in one ear and out the other. And here I was just praising Wen-yang for making progress and learning to say no. Ning Chu's mind raced. What if one of the girls took advantage of the situation? He furrowed his brow, debating whether to go over and carry Wen-yang back himself or wait for the gathering to end and let the other students help him back to the dorm. The former option was difficult given his small frame. He couldn't carry Wen-yang, and even supporting him would be hard. The latter option, if a plot was triggered, Wen-yang might not return tonight. Ning Chu didn't hesitate for long. He walked straight to the food stall. Why did he suddenly collapse? Han Jingye, the counselor who had initiated this gathering, was naturally present. He sat opposite Wen-yang, chuckling as he teased. He can't hold his liquor, huh? Didn't seem like he drank much. Go inside and get a cup of hot water, he instructed one of the students. Linley, can you tidy up a table and try to wake him up? Sure. Linley giggled, her pointed ears perking up in excitement, her large tail swaying beneath her short dress. Every gesture she made exuded incredible charm, causing the few male students at the table to look away awkwardly. I can't wake him up. Linley's voice was as soft as cotton candy, sweet and alluring. Maybe I should take him back? I've had enough to eat anyway. Han Jingye frowned slightly, hesitating before nodding. I'll have someone help you. No need. I have my car. Han Jingye felt a bit uneasy, but nodded in understanding. All right, just help him into your car. This guy's nearly 1.9 meters tall. Linley, just drop him off at the boys' dormitory entrance. I'll call his roommate to come down. Got it. One of the male students helped Wen-yang up. Linley's face was full of excitement, her eyes squinting into crescents as she smiled. My car's just on the street, not far at all. She hurried over to help support Wen-yang's other arm. Subtly taking a deep breath of his scent, her cheeks flushing. Wait, wait. A frantic shout came from the street. Lindley turned to see a small figure darting across the road. Who is that? She asked reflexively, and a student quickly answered, Wen Yang's roommate, I think. His name's Ning Chu. They're pretty close. Ning Chu? A guy. Ning Chu rushed over to Wen Yang, barely taking a moment to catch his breath before checking Wen Yang's condition. Is he drunk? Seeing Wen Yang limp and unconscious, supported by two male students, he seemed more passed out than drunk. He had seen Wen Yang drunk before. Yeah, he can't hold his liquor. Didn't take much to knock him out. Ning Chu glanced at the girl who spoke, unable to control his gaze from wandering to her pointed ears and the large, swaying tail behind her. A fox girl. Just what he feared. A sense of unease washed over Ning Chu, but he nodded. All right, I'll take him back then. I was just heading back myself. You? Lindley looked Ning Chu up and down, her gaze stopping at his modest height of about 1.6 meters. She pursed her lips. Can you manage? I'll go borrow a cart. Lindley could sense Ning Chu's wariness and possessiveness towards Wen Yang. She squinted her pretty fox-like eyes, examining Ning Chu closely, her gaze lingering on his slightly bulging chest. She then smiled, leaning over and wrapping an arm around Ning Chu's neck. Ning Chu felt the chill of Lin Li's smooth skin, goosebumps rising on his own. He could smell the strong, feminine fragrance of the fox girl, and a sneaky glance revealed her ample cleavage up close. But instead of being tempted, he felt even more alarmed. This woman was on a whole different level than the previous ones. His body stiffened as Lin Li bent slightly, her lips close to his ear as she softly asked, Do you like him? Then perfect, let's do it together. No, I just want to get him back to the dorm. I've heard about you. Last time Yuan invited him to a bar, and you didn't let him go, right? Lin Li's smile was saccharine as she patted Ning Chu's head. Don't be so greedy. Big sister here is very willing to share. When Wen Yang woke up, he found himself in Lin Li's small villa, nearly drained out of his vitality. And despite finding the act of being kidnapped to be terrifying, Wen Yang had actually enjoyed himself. And if his body could have endured more, he might not have wanted to leave at all. This was the plot in the erotic novel. But Ning Chu hadn't expected Lin Li to invite him to join in, to help drain Wen Yang together. Wasn't this a bit too extreme? Were all the characters in this story so intense? No way. Oh, are you shy? Your face is all red. Shy? I'm infuriated. Ning Chu almost lost his composure, shaking his head vigorously and refusing Lin Li's suggestion again. He declared righteously, He's drunk. I need to take him back to the dorm. Scanning the area, he noticed that the two male students had almost put Wen Yang into Lin Li's car. Hey, don't put Wen Yang in her car. Just leave him here. Ning Chu felt the cold, displeased gaze from behind him, making his heart tremble. This female supporting character was not as easy to deal with as the previous ones. Able to drug, kidnap, and forcefully drag the boy she liked into a car, this girl might be classified as a yandere, right? Fortunately, this was just an erotic novel, not a slasher film. It was risque, but had no bloody elements. Lin Li probably wouldn't do anything excessively outrageous. Don't be like that. Lin Li smiled sweetly, whispering in Ning Chu's ear, Don't spoil my fun. The two male students hesitated, looking back and forth between Lin Li and Han Jingye. Following their gaze, Ning Chu looked at the counselor. He realized he wasn't a match for this mischievous foxwoman and needed some outside support. Reluctantly, he asked for help. Counselor, I'm here now. Let me take care of Wen Yang, okay? He really didn't want to get involved with Han Jingye, if he could help it. Counselor, I have a car. It'll be more convenient if I were to take him back to the dorm. Sly Fox, are you really taking him back to the dorm? Even a blind person would know you are lying. Han Jingye was a bit confused, looking between Ning Chu and Lin Li. Though they were clearly a boy and a girl, together they looked like a pair of young maiden fighting over a man in broad daylight. Counselor, she can only drop Wen Yang off at the dorm entrance. As a girl, she can't bring him upstairs. I have a car. That's your only advantage. If you were to take him using your car, many people would spread gossip about you. The students had stopped eating, watching the scene with amused expressions. Han Jingye didn't think much of it. Ning Chu's identity as Wen Yang's roommate settled the matter. Ning Chu, you do it. I'll feel more at ease. Exactly. With the counselor's endorsement, Ning Chu grinned victoriously. He glanced at Lin Li smugly and then ran across the street to the Sichuan restaurant to borrow a small cart. Once again, he had successfully thwarted the plot. It was too close. Luckily, he had decided to check on Wen Yang on a whim. The timing was perfect. If he had been even a little earlier or later, Wen Yang would have been in trouble tonight. Indeed, Wen Yang must not be left out of sight. A slight lapse, and all previous efforts would have been in vain. With the help of his classmates, Wen Yang was placed limply on the small cart. Ning Chu, steeling himself against Lin Li's murderous gaze, pushed the cart away from the food stall. So terrifying. Once they were far from the food stall, Ning Chu realized his back was soaked with sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply, and looked down at Wen Yang on the cart. He really was drugged. Despite the huge commotion, he has no reaction at all. Last time he woke up just from hearing a bit of water splashing. If Wen Yang wasn't still breathing, Ning Chu might have suspected the protagonist was about to exit this world prematurely. He took out his phone and called his roommate. Hey Xiaoqing, Wen Yang's drunk. Hurry and bring Wang Jie to help. We're on the street behind the school. Get here quick. What a disastrous day. Hanging up the phone, Ning Chu let his head droop in despair. Feeling a slight chill on his stomach, he confirmed he had successfully disrupted Lin Li's plot, but his expression was even more dejected. In just one day, twice. He couldn't imagine what changes his appearance would undergo tomorrow. The poor little buns in his behind that hadn't accompanied him for long might be ready to upgrade. He wondered if the pajamas he just bought would still fit. He didn't want a full, perky butt. His face was already feminine enough. If it became any prettier, he feared he would be forever cut off from the word man. Everyone would mistake him for a girl. As Ning Chu pushed the cart through the school's back gate, Zhang Xiaoqing and Wang Jie hurried over. What happened? How did he get this drunk so quickly? Hey, wake up! The three surrounded Wen Yang, calling out and shaking his shoulders, but got no response. Zhang Xiaoqing frowned, taking over the cart, and asked Ning Chu, what's going on with him? Yeah, he shouldn't be this drunk. It's only been a short time. Wang Jie also looked anxious. Ning Chu pursed his lips and muttered, You won't believe it, but I think Lin Li drugged him. Who's Lin Li? The fox girl in our class. Oh, her? The one with the big breast. Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly understood. She drugged him? Yes, when I arrived. When Yang was about to be put into her car. She said she'd take him back to the dorm, but I doubted it. Ning Chu knew the plot, but explained in a speculative tone. I think she drugged him. Some classmates said when Yang didn't drink much. Wang Jie murmured, Damn, what a life winner. Man, I'm so jealous. He's the protagonist, okay. Don't even think about having such luck. Ning Chu felt a pang of jealousy. He was envious too. So many beautiful girls liked him. Even a fox girl who was willing to have nonstop sex for weeks. But drugging and kidnapping was too scary. Suppressing his jealousy, he realized that despite being the main character in an erotic novel, Wen Yang was still a virgin. Poor guy. That Lin Li seems like a Yandra. I'm worried she might come after me for taking Wen Yang away. Don't worry. She might just gross you out, Zhang Xiaoqing said. Before Zhang Xiaoqing finished, Wang Jie had already approached with his phone. She's saying in the group chat that you're a girl, that you like Wen Yang, and are purposely staying in the boys' dorm. What? Huh? Isn't that true? She just figured it out. Zhang Xiaoqing laughed exaggeratedly. Oh my, she has quite the imagination. Ning Chu kicked at Zhang Xiaoqing, not caring if he missed, and asked, What are the classmates saying? Not sure. They might have a separate small group chat. Haven't seen many girls speaking up. Wang Jie continued. But the boys in class are making a fuss. Someone said they want to use this as material to write a yaoi story about you and Wen Yang. No need. I've already written one myself. I finally got him back. Ning Chu's heart finally settled after returning to his dormitory. At least there wouldn't be some fox girl seducing Wen Yang in their residence, right? Wang Jie, help me return this trolley. It's from that Sichuan restaurant we ate at earlier. Sure. Ning Chu sat on the chair backward, leaning against the backrest with his arms crossed and staring blankly at Wen Yang lying on the floor. A bamboo mat covered the ground, and Ning Chu had even placed a thin blanket over Wen Yang to keep him warm. Oh, and your ice cream and drinks. He put the drinks he brought for his roommates on the table. Please grab them yourself later. Okay, Zhang Xiaoqing yawned. What kind of mess is this? And you just happened to witness it. The corners of Ning Chu's lips curled up slightly as he mumbled, "This guy always attracts trouble. What can I do?" And that was only the beginning. He rested his head on one arm, feeling a headache coming on. "I'm going to play games now. Your roommate has been drugged and passed out, and you're going straight to play games?" Ning Chu sighed softly, then continued staring at Wen Yang's face. It must be said that the main protagonist's looks were indeed outstanding, elegant yet masculine, with well-proportioned muscles. And most importantly, as the protagonist of a hentai story, Wen Yang also has a large dick, enough to mind-break any of the girls that he end up conquered in the story. With his protagonist halo, Wen Yang's suitors were practically lining up around the block, which made him even more headache-prone. The female characters in the novel could be kept under control, but he was worried about the nameless and faceless extras suddenly swooping in for the kill. What am I going to do? Soon, Ning Chu lost interest in worrying over Wen Yang's sexual well-being. A sourness slowly brewed within his chest, making him subconsciously furrow his brow. It was obvious that his chest had become bigger. At present, it was only possible to see slight contours of his muscles from the side, but he disinterestedly pulled one hand away, glanced at Zhang Xiaoqing, who still faced away from him, then gently pressed down on his chest. What had been merely a thin layer of soft flesh not long ago was now noticeably thicker. Ning Chu's lips twitched slightly. He suddenly regretted his decision. If he let the plot run its natural course and allowed Wen Yang to be a Chad who conquered women left and right, perhaps he wouldn't have transformed from short child to a trap in 2 weeks' time, becoming some kind of gender-bent freak whose appearance couldn't be easily identified as male or female. At least, the time he would end up becoming a woman would be longer than what is now, right? Not only that, because he repeatedly stopped Wen Yang from having sex with the named female characters, he'd unwittingly offended quite a few girls. He had no cash left and couldn't even afford to buy food. The days ahead would undoubtedly be difficult, all thanks to Wen Yang. Seeing that Wen Yang was still lying on the bamboo mat without moving a muscle, Ning Chu decided to take a bath and check with the system exactly where his feminization was occurring and how severe it was. But just as he stood up and opened the wardrobe, the cell phone resting on the table vibrated once again. Ning Chu glanced at the caller ID. Only one word was noted above, Mom. He paused, then frowned slightly before pursing his lips and picking up the phone to walk toward the balcony. Leaning against the railing, he answered the call but didn't immediately speak. He really didn't know what to call her. "Hello, little Ning. It's almost a holiday. When are you coming home?" The voice from the other end of the line was lively yet gentle, the tones soft like that of a young maiden, yet filled with love for her child. Ning Chu felt a prickling sensation at the tip of his nose, and his heart twinged slightly. He suddenly realized that this voice sounded very much like his late mother's. "I probably won't be able to make it." "You won't." Without asking why, the other side let out a cheerful laugh. "Then Mom will go traveling by herself." Even her personality seemed very similar. "You don't have money at the end of every month again, do you? Mom transferred 2,000 yuan to your account. It should be enough for you to spend." "It's more than enough. Eat some meat and buy some fruit every day. I remember how short you are." Ning Chu remained silent, listening to his mother nag about the usual things: food, clothes, whether he had found a girlfriend, and his grades. He always responded with silence, occasionally acknowledging her words. As he recalled his mother from back then, he realized that although he felt as if he remembered her clearly, upon careful reflection, he couldn't recall what she looked like, or even what they talked about. By the time he hung up the phone, half an hour had already passed. His expression was blank as he stood dumbly on the spot, leaning against the balcony railing, unconsciously gazing skyward. In the endless darkness, a single star shone faintly amidst the void. Suddenly, Ning Chu realized that perhaps traveling to this world wasn't entirely bad for him either. Ning Chu, a raspy male voice, came from behind him. Without thinking, Ning Chu turned around only to see Wen Yang holding his head while leaning against the doorframe. "Why am I in the dormitory? And how come your eyes are red?" Ning Chu quickly pulled himself together and guiltily avoided Wen Yang's gaze. "Well, I was passing by the food stall when I saw you drunk outside. I brought you back here on my way home." "What?" Zhang Xiaoqing's desk happened to be right next to the balcony door, so he leaned back and tilted his head, calling out with astonished delight, "Oh, wow. So you didn't see Wen Yang fainting and then crying outside?" "Fainted?" Wen Yang started. Ning Chu's face darkened, completely dissipating that fleeting hint of emotion from earlier. "Don't just make stuff up. Why would I cry?" Zhang Xiaoqing darted out of the dormitory at top speed, leaving Ning Chu fuming behind him. Only then did Ning Chu turn around to explain to Wen Yang, "That fox girl drugged your drink, and I happened to stumble on you before she could do anything about it." "Drugged?" Wen Yang shuddered. "Sounds terrifying. In the original novel, you seemed quite pleased about it, and by the end of it, even reluctant to leave their bed. But this kind of thing happening in reality is indeed terrifying." Moreover, Wen Yang only felt the terror of being drugged. He hadn't yet experienced the comfort of having sex with a mature fox girl. "I told you not to drink." Ning Chu crossed his arms, his voice low and threatening as he shook his head. "The world nowadays is full of treacherous people. If she took you away, who knows where you'd end up? Maybe even in a black mine forced to work under dangerous conditions. Judging by your physique, you could probably replace 2 workers. Or maybe they just cut out your kidneys and sell you off somewhere as a sex slave. Who knows?" Ning Chu continued mockingly. Wen Yang's face paled from fright, feeling his kidney ache slightly. "Be more careful in the future." Seeing that his words had taken effect, Ning Chu's mood immediately lifted quite a bit. "All those girls out there are wicked." Wen Yang solemnly nodded, then turned to look at Ning Chu with eyes that were warmer than usual. He let out a bitter laugh and sighed. "From now on, I won't drink alcohol outside. That's right, you can't touch a drop of liquor or smoke a single cigarette." He didn't know how to thank Ning Chu, whose worry had caused him to secretly cry on the balcony. What a good roommate. If only Ning Chu were a girl, Wen Yang would gladly marry him. It got bigger. If his chest originally was like a small soup dumpling from Japan, which is not even as big as his own hand and felt rather empty inside, now it had become a breakfast bun, plump and juicy, with clear contours. It became increasingly conspicuous. Early in the morning, while Ning Chu sat at his desk eating breakfast, he could clearly feel Wen Yang's gaze drifting toward his chest every so often. That guy immediately noticed Ning Chu's change. "Why don't you go become a police sketch artist, if your observation skills are that sharp?" Wen Yang brought back breakfast from the cafeteria. After waking up, he'd already placed a bag of food on the table. "I'm going home. See you all in a week." Wang Jie packed his luggage, then shouted from the doorway while dragging his suitcase, "I'll be off." Zhang Xiaoqing bit down on a piece of bread as he played a game, but Wen Yang shot him a glance before returning his attention to Ning Chu's chest. With his head lowered over breakfast, no one among the 3 roommates spared him a single glance. "Bye," Wang Jie grumbled as he opened the door, ready to leave. "Oh yeah, remember to bring some local products when you come back." Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly remembered something and called out a reminder. "Don't forget. Bon voyage." Ning Chu raised his hand and waved goodbye, then added, "Don't get lost on the way home." As if that could happen. Though it was a 7-day-long holiday, 3 people remained in the dormitory for various reasons. After finishing breakfast, Ning Chu threw away the trash and turned to Zhang Xiaoqing. "Aren't you going back for the long weekend?" "No. I told my family that school isn't off and that we're having classes instead." "Oh, Wen Yang, what about you?" "My house is too far away, and train tickets are expensive, so I figure I might as well work during the break." "You're going to get me into trouble again." Ning Chu's eyes widened, staring at Wen Yang with shock. "Where do you plan on working?" "HM? Let's see. I'll take a stroll around town later, Wen Yang suggested. Why don't we go together? We can keep each other safe. Now, this sounded like something he could get behind. Zhang Xiaoqing had no interest in working, and he yawned as he complained, "You two should just marry and live together permanently. You're always glued together anyway." Enough chatter. Since it was a long holiday, Ning Chu also began considering how to handle Zhang Xiaoqing matter. The yellow-haired young master's mood was rather unstable, prone to mental breakdowns upon encountering any sort of stimulation. And now, their most precious cat-girl companion was their biggest concern. Ning Chu's tone immediately softened, and he suggested to Zhang Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, let's gather everyone from our dormitory for this week. How about we help you win Ling Ling?" Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes lit up momentarily, but quickly dimmed again. Forget it. She was dumped by Wen Yang before. Her mood is still bad. Wen Yang sinned deeply. Wen Yang's forehead filled with confusion. Huh, we've never even held hands. At the time, Ling Ling had been pursuing Wen Yang, who had reluctantly agreed only after being annoyed by her persistent advances. Over the course of a few days, they barely spoke, yet were invited to rent a room late at night to play cards. According to the plot, even if there was no emotional foundation between a man and woman, the girl would still take the initiative due to her desire for Wen Yang's body. After one night, everything from the appropriate to inappropriate would have occurred. Yet now, Wen Yang voluntarily stayed behind to play games with Ning Chu instead, then directly broke up with Ling Ling afterward. Xiaoqing, do you know why Ling Ling didn't accept you? In terms of looks, you're not inferior to Wen Yang, and in terms of family background, you're far superior. She always saw me as her older brother, right? Ning Chu analyzed this seriously and said, she likes Wen Yang, so perhaps there's some quality he has that you lack? If you learn from Wen Yang, maybe she'd fall for you too. Zhang Xiaoqing's face darkened as he turned to look at his computer screen. Why is your pride so strong? Rolling his eyes at the back of Zhang Xiaoqing's head, Ning Chu let out a sigh and got up, walking toward the bathroom. Yesterday, Wen Yang had shown initiative by rejecting the girl on his own, and later, Ning Chu had ruined the Fox Girl schemes. Having twice thwarted the storyline, it was likely that his gender bending would be more pronounced today than usual. His chest certainly had become fuller, transforming him into a steamed bun. But what about other areas? Stepping inside the bathroom, Ning Chu wiped down the mirror with a paper towel, then leaned forward to peer at his reflection. His face seemed unchanged. He still looked indistinguishable between male or female. He stepped back 2 paces to examine himself from head to toe. Compared to before, his body clearly appeared fuller, though not fat. He just looked softer overall. Nothing else seems to have changed either. At least but hasn't gotten bigger again, otherwise I'd need to buy new pants. Now then, it's time to check the most important part. He turned around and locked the door from inside, followed by removing his pants to check his dick. What the hell? How did it shrink so much overnight? His face was filled with shock, trembling slightly from disbelief as he reached out to the below part of him to steady himself while going to the restroom, only to accidentally touch nothing but air. What is this little bug? As Ning Chu fled the bathroom in a daze, Wen Yang happened to be washing clothes on the balcony. He glanced at Ning Chu's crestfallen expression, curious despite himself. What's wrong? Ning Chu's lips moved, unable to speak. Wen Yang couldn't understand Ning Chu's closed-off appearance. It was almost like the young man had suddenly arrived during his period, becoming irritable, withdrawn, and explosive, like a fuse that could easily be lit. It seemed that every so often, Ning Chu would exhibit these symptoms, as if he were suffering from premenstrual syndrome, short temper, isolation, and irritability, as though he were a bomb ready to explode at any spark. Moreover, Wen Yang noticed changes in Ning Chu's body every so often, and now, the latter's chest muscles were noticeably more defined, soft and plump, shaking slightly when he performed vigorous movements or exercise. Ning Chu leaned both arms against the railing, head lowered, long hair draping down to conceal his face in shadows. I asked a friend for help earlier and got invited into a part-time job group. Wen Yang brought up the idea of getting a part-time job as expected. I looked through it, There's a factory position that pays 100 yuan per day. The location is in the outskirts, so meals and lodging are included, but I heard it's quite exhausting. No, interested. Oh, there's also a street promotion opportunity at the city center. It'll be hot with such large crowds out under the sun. Still not interested. Judging by Ning Chu's current state, he would have no interest in any work. When Yang shrugged, then, I'll become a tutor. Absolutely not. Ning Chu reacted abruptly, turning his head to stare wide-eyed at Wen Yang with those large almond eyes, firmly opposing him. Absolutely not. Tutoring was a hot spot for gender-bending scenes. In the original plot, Wen Yang even conquered some of his tutor students. Whether or not this time's tutoring gig was the same situation, once the storyline was triggered, either Wen Yang had to tame the frisky female student himself, or Ning Chu had to get overly affectionate toward him. Neither outcome was particularly good for him. The sudden opposition startled Wen Yang, who lowered his voice and felt inexplicably guilty. Tutoring makes a lot of money. Hell, with that scornful tone, Wen Yang felt even more uneasy, like becoming a tutor meant cheating on his girlfriend. In the end, Wen Yang chose the tough street promotion job. After all, street promotion was done on busy city streets, with no risk of privately chatting up girls. The only downside was the scorching weather and poor working conditions. Ning Chu was unhappy because of his feminized body, feeling like his little buddy had turned into a bug. Nevertheless, he got on the bus to the city center with Wen Yang. It'll probably take 2 hours. Sitting side by side in the back of the bus, Wen Yang secretly glanced at Ning Chu's chest. So long. It's okay. There's air conditioning on the bus. You can take a nap to recharge, so you won't be tired later. Ning Chu still seemed listless, resting his head against the bus window. His head gently bumped against the glass with the bus's movement. Are you in a bad mood? Yeah. Wen Yang pondered. He didn't know why Ning Chu was feeling down and cautiously asked, "How about I buy you some milk tea? Something sweet might cheer you up." Forget it. This poor guy never even buys drinks for himself, let alone milk tea. Ning Chu yawned and closed his eyes. I haven't thanked you for last night. No need to thank me. Talking about last night, his tone suddenly became a bit agitated. Wen Yang was stunned and realized that Ning Chu was still upset about him ignoring his warning, drinking, and being drugged into unconsciousness. I promise I won't drink again. Like I care. That little tantrum made him look like a girl for a moment. I'm taking a nap. Don't disturb me. Ning Chu yawned, resting his head against the seat back, and closed his eyes. He had stayed up late again last night, reading various Hentai doujinshi, playing our 18-plus games, and watching some eki TV shows until the early morning. Unfortunately, no matter how much he read or watched, his little buddy showed no signs of improvement, and today it even shrunk further. It's simply too depressing. Helping Zhang Xiaoqing pursue Ling Ling had to be put on hold. His main goal was still to prevent the protagonist from doing anything. Lost in thought, his consciousness gradually faded into darkness. Suddenly, Wen Yang felt something heavy on his shoulder. He turned to see Ning Chu leaning against him. He didn't mind, but the smell of Ning Chu became more intense. Thinking about it, apart from being drunk, this seemed to be the closest he'd ever been to Ning Chu. Although Ning Chu seemed friendly, he always kept a certain distance. With the proximity, it became easier to observe Ning Chu's chest muscles. Looking down through the wide collar, he could faintly see a small white mound. That doesn't look like chest muscles. When Yang's eyes quickly averted, feeling a mix of excitement and guilt like he was peeping at a girl. He suddenly remembered the rumor Lin Li spread in the class group. Ning Chu was actually a girl who sneaked into the boys' dormitory because she liked him. Could it be true? Wen Yang's gaze drifted back to Ning Chu's face. Unknowingly, that youthful boyish face had turned into a tender girl's face. Although there were still some masculine features in his brows, in terms of looks alone, he was already comparable to the girls who pursued him. As for his figure, this little bit of chest muscle wouldn't even make an AA cup for a girl. However, the male characteristics combined with a feminine appearance made Ning Chu more attractive to Wen Yang than the girls chasing him. At least Ning Chu would play games with him, even though he was terrible at them. Wen Yang's gaze softened as he tried to stay as still as possible, letting Ning Chu sleep comfortably on his shoulder. Smelling Ning Chu's faint fragrance, even a boring 2-hour bus ride, didn't seem so bad. "Wake up, we're here." Huh. When Ning Chu lifted his head, Wen Yang saw a trail of drool at the corner of his mouth. His hair was a bit messy, and his face was full of the dazed confusion of someone who had just woken up, his large eyes still unfocused. His expression was so adorable it made people want to tease him. "Where are we?" Next stop. Ning Chu gradually came to his senses, stretching and finally looking more energetic. He looked around the bus, noticing it was now packed with passengers. His previously dazed gaze quickly turned alert, scanning all the female passengers. Thankfully, even in this hentai world, there weren't that many perverts. Time to get off. Okay. He followed Wen Yang, squeezing through the crowd, and got off the bus from the rear door. As soon as they got off, they were met with the scorching heat. Ning Chu quickly ran to the shade, curiously observing the city center. Above them was a massive overpass, and looking into the distance, towering skyscrapers rose from the ground, with endless streams of traffic. There are so many people. The sidewalk was packed with pedestrians, making Ning Chu frown unconsciously. Everything around him was unfamiliar, and considering the countless perverts lurking in the dark corners of this world, he felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, Wen Yang was by his side. As long as he stayed near the protagonist, he shouldn't encounter any weird dangers. "Where are we going now?" Ning Chu moved closer to Wen Yang, looking up at him. "You don't even know where we're going? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off?" He was taken aback, but shook his head firmly. Whether it was the harem protagonist in the book or the shy boy in front of him, neither would do such a thing. If Zhang Shaoqing had said this, he would have run away immediately. "But why do you look even gentler now?" Ning Chu felt goosebumps from Wen Yang's soft gaze, turning his head to hide his uncomfortable expression. "Why does this feel more and more wrong? Did I say something wrong? Follow me. This time it's for an app promotion. We'll check in at the company first, then promote at the subway entrance where there's more foot traffic." Okay. Ning Chu was short. Although his legs were proportionally long, they were still shorter than Wen Yang's, so he had to jog to keep up. "When do we start and finish?" Ning Chu had no idea about this part-time job, just here to monitor Wen Yang's romantic prospects. "Once we complete 30 downloads and registrations, we can leave. The pay is 300 yuan, with bonuses for extra work." Wen Yang glanced back at Ning Chu, seeing him struggling to keep up with his short legs, occasionally running to match his pace. He slowed down and smiled. "Tell me if you can't keep up." "No problem. I can keep up." Ning Chu's eyes lit up. "Only 30? We'll finish quickly and go home." It's already 8 in the evening. Ning Chu sat on the roadside flower bed, exhausted and dejected, his head hanging low. Why is it that no one pays attention to me? Street promotions weren't as simple as he had imagined. It seemed like he just needed to get passers-by to download and register an app, but in reality, no one wanted to bother with him. Today, Wen Yang completed most of the tasks. It wasn't that Wen Yang was particularly eloquent or experienced, but as the main character, he was naturally a charming sight. Just by standing there, several young and pretty girls eagerly gathered around him. After a few minutes of not paying attention to Wen Yang, Ning Chu turned to see 2 more girls by his side. He sighed heavily, slowly getting up to approach them, just in time to hear one of the girls excitedly ask, "If I register and download, can you add me as a friend?" Yeah, if you add us as friends, we'll download it." Wen Yang kept shaking his head, but he couldn't fend off the enthusiastic girls until Ning Chu's voice came from behind. "No. If you want to download, just scan the code and do it. If not, leave and stop blocking the way." Not only did he have to complete the street promotion task, but he also had to ensure Wen Yang wouldn't be swayed by enthusiastic girls. Why hadn't he thought of this from the beginning? He has a girlfriend. Turns out he likes flat chests. Hearing the girls' conversation as they left, Wen Yang felt a bit flustered. He guiltily turned to look at Ning Chu, afraid of another lecture, but Ning Chu just yawned, seemingly not caring about the girls' comments. "Shouldn't we be a bit nicer?" Wen Yang tentatively asked, "Like earlier, just adding a friend. It's not a big deal." It's already so late, and we've only completed half of our task. Wen Yang's voice gradually lowered, his eyes avoiding Ning Chu's gaze. Indeed, he did have a personal motive of finding a girl he could talk to, but wasn't it for the sake of work too? Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him and sighed deeply. Let's go back. So early? It's past 8. By the time we get back to the dorm, it'll be 10. Ning Chu took out his phone, showing him the time. The orders will all count under your name anyway, since I didn't do much. Wen Yang suddenly remembered that Ning Chu never went out at night. Perhaps due to strict family discipline or simply a fear of the dark. Usually in the dormitory, Ning Chu would not go out after 8 or 9 o'clock. Just a bit more to go, Wen Yang frowned. It's okay if it gets too late, we'll find a youth hostel to stay in. It's only about $50 per person. If we do that, we can still go out and explore tomorrow morning. It's better than spending 4 hours on the bus every day. A youth hostel. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Chu shook his head and refused. No. Then will you go back first? Apparently, he felt a bit rejected. Ning Chu, pressing his lips together, also didn't feel comfortable leaving Wen Yang alone. He knew if he was more assertive, Wen Yang would probably go along with his idea, but being so controlling, like a parent, could easily provoke Wen Yang's resentment. If he was truly hated, stopping the development of the plot in the future would be a fool's dream. After some memory surfing, there seems to be no plot line where Wen Yang is doing it in a youth hostel or hotel scenes in the story. Fine. Ning Chu reluctantly agreed, picking up the flyers and heading towards the pedestrians again. The city's buses stopped running promptly at 10. After finishing the day's work, Ning Chu and Wen Yang ran to the bus stop, just in time to see the taillights of the last bus disappearing down the road. Well, we have to stay at a hotel. Wen Yang wasn't disappointed. In fact, he seemed quite happy. He instinctively put his arm around Ning Chu's shoulder, smiling as he asked, "How about we find a snack street to explore? We earned over 600 together today." Ning Chu stiffened, his eyes quickly glancing at the arm on his shoulder, feeling uncomfortable and struggling slightly. "Just do what you want. Most of the money was earned by you. I was just dragging you down. By the way, I haven't properly thanked you for last night. Tonight, I'm treating you to everything." Feeling wealthy, Wen Yang immediately took on the demeanor of a tycoon. He had come out to earn money from part-time jobs to improve his life, and now that he had money, he wanted to spend it immediately. Ning Chu's steps stiffened as Wen Yang led him towards the nearby night market with his arm around his shoulder. He didn't like being too close to Wen Yang, but given their current relationship, if he even rejected a friendly gesture, it might seem overly sensitive. This guy's hand is so hot. Today, Wen Yang was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. Even the way he looked at him was gentler. Is this guy already unable to wait for him to turn into a girl? The thought sent chills down Ning Chu's spine. A bit past 10 at night, just the peak time for the snack street. Wen Yang's face was full of joy. He bought one snack after another, stuffing them all into Ning Chu's hands. But Ning Chu felt like he was in prison, eating everything without tasting it. Why is this guy so excited to hang out with another guy? Ning Chu, let me have a bite of that lamb skewer. I've already taken a bite. I don't mind, but I mind. Is it possible that I've accidentally gotten too close to Wen Yang? But then again, if Ning Chu had a dorm mate who always ruined his dates, he'd wish the guy dead. Maybe Wen Yang has too many options, so he doesn't really care? Ning Chu reluctantly handed over the lamb skewer. Wen Yang didn't even take it. He bent down and took a bite directly from the skewer. Although such behavior among close male friends wasn't exactly gay, they'd only known each other for a month. He saw Wen Yang's happiness and forced himself to hide his displeasure, trying to smile. He still needed to maintain a good relationship with Wen Yang. Endure humiliation. Once the novel's plot was over, chewing on the lamb, Wen Yang's gaze fixed ahead, pointing to a sign in the distance. "There's a hotel right there. I'll go check the prices. Didn't you say staying at a youth hostel would save money? A small hotel's double room is only about $100, almost the same." He quickened his pace towards the hotel. "Anyway, I'm treating tonight. Why are you so picky?" "True." Ning Chu sighed softly, following slowly behind, watching as Wen Yang walked into the hotel. His eyelids suddenly twitched, sensing something ominous. Just as he was about to quicken his pace towards the hotel, he saw Wen Yang already running out, his face full of panic. "Let's go." Ning Chu didn't have time to ask why. Running while glancing back at the hotel's glass door, he saw several girls inside looking disappointedly at Wen Yang. After running more than 10 meters and stopping under a tree, Ning Chu finally had a chance to ask, "What happened?" "It's not a proper hotel. It's so hot." Standing beneath the tree's shade, Ning Chu fanned himself with the promotional handle while yawning from time to time. Street promotions really wasn't a good way to make money. His social skills were average, and he was by no means outgoing or shameless. If it weren't for Wen Yang's protagonist halo, perhaps today's part-time job wouldn't have been possible. Ning Chu had already found his niche as support. "Wen Yang, why don't we take a break?" "Sure." Stretching lazily, Wen Yang returned to the shade of the tree and sat down casually, accepting the ice water Ning Chu handed him. He gulped half the bottle in one go. "You're not doing any more after this?" Ning Chu passed him another pack of tissues. "I'm not great at these kinds of things either. I'm just getting in your way." He would never feel guilty about being a burden. The main issue was that the sun was extremely fierce, and temperatures over the past few days had approached 40 degrees Celsius. With no wind blowing, even sitting under the tree made his head spin. It was hotter than their training camp. Wen Yang wiped away his forehead sweat and turned to look at Ning Chu, hesitant. "Then, why don't you go back? The street promotions are quite lucrative." Ning Chu didn't respond. How could he agree to something like that? He let out a soft sigh. "Forget it. I'll stay with you then. At least we won't be so bored together." Still, staying indoors blasting AC while gaming felt more comfortable than anything else. Rubbing his temples, he heard Wen Yang tentatively ask, "I do have an indoor job with air conditioning, which also pays well. Would you like to try it?" "I'm not really short on money. If you go, I'll definitely tag along too." Indoors where they could keep the succubus at bay. Even if the work inside was inferior compared to their current situation, it wouldn't be worse than enduring 40 degrees outside all day, right? "Sure. What kind of work is it?" "You're in." Wen Yang's eyes lit up momentarily before quickly darkening again. He nodded calmly and said, "Waiter, I'll take you over tomorrow." They're desperately short-staffed for their event, so the pay will be negotiated upon arrival. "Waiter? That's something I can handle." Ning Chu didn't notice anything strange and smiled brightly, having worked as a waiter before and possessing some experience. Perhaps it would be quite busy, but at least he could still enjoy the air conditioning while working indoors. During non-peak hours, he could even take a break to rest by sitting down and playing with his phone. Upon recalling this, he was certain there were no related plot lines about waiters in the story. "Then I'll book a shift directly with the boss tomorrow morning. Just walk right in?" "Yes." Ning Chu nodded, wanting to get up and buy another bottle of water, only to feel dizzy and kneel on the ground instead. Wen Yang stared dumbly at the little bottom facing him, then hurriedly stood and helped Ning Chu up. "What's wrong?" "I think I might be suffering from heat stroke." He supported Ning Chu, scanning their surroundings for a nearby pharmacy across the street. "Let's go inside to rest, grab some medicine, and drink some water." His limbs felt heavy, his chest tight, and his face scalded with fever. Ning Chu's gaze was hazy. His eyes were half-lidded as he leaned heavily on Wen Yang, panting. Suddenly, he felt his feet leave the ground. The sensation of losing balance instantly sobered him up, and his eyes widened as he realized Wen Yang had picked him up bridal style. "SSS. I've been carried bridal style by Prince Wen Yang." Before he could protest, Wen Yang began to sprint, violently jolting Ning Chu so much that he instinctively wrapped his arms around Wen Yang's neck and buried his face against his chest. "Damn it! Why is he running so fast? Stop! Stop! Slow down! Slow down!" Ning Chu's brain went blank with fright, his eyes squeezed shut, and screams spilled from his mouth uncontrollably. Apart from when he was still an infant, this was the first time someone had ever run while holding him tightly against their chest. It was terrifying. In what seemed like just a moment, once Wen Yang gently lowered him back on his feet, he trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. They had arrived at the apothecary. On the verge of tears, Ning Chu stared up anxiously at Wen Yang, lips quivering. "That's so scary," he whispered. "You scare me half to death." Seeing his pitiful state, Wen Yang's anxious expression eased slightly. "Heat stroke might not be anything serious, but there's a chance that Ning Chu would get a heart attack, which is something far more serious." Ning Chu let out a breath, then suddenly realized that his hands were still tightly clutching Wen Yang's collar. He quickly let go, scooting closer to the bench seat as if nothing had happened, pulling himself away from Wen Yang. The doctor arrived at the store. "What happened?" "He may have a heat stroke. Drink some Huahong Zhengqi water." The doctor opened the glass door to increase ventilation, pointing the fan inside toward Ning Chu. "Rest for a while. It's easy to get heat exhaustion under this weather, so buy a few more bottles for backup." "Okay." Wen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and happily followed the doctor to pick up medicine. Meanwhile, Ning Chu's expression remained dark. Heat exhaustion symptoms made him dizzy, but even more unsettling was the fact that he'd once again been so intimately close with Wen Yang. A princess carry. He seriously suspected that before he could even change into a girl, he would first become Wen Yang's girlfriend. Before any plot line could develop, he'd need to make an appointment at the hospital's colorectal department. "Ning Chu, take your medicine." Ugh, it tastes gross. How could medicine be tasty?" Wen Yang wanted to laugh at Ning Chu's pitiful state. "You know to bring water for me, so why didn't you prepare a bottle for yourself?" "I wasn't particularly thirsty." Then finish this half bottle first." With his mouth filled with the strange taste of the Hushing Jinchi pill, Ning Chu took the water and gulped it down, finally feeling the foul smell in his mouth wash away. But then he froze, realizing another problem. Had Wen Yang already drunk from this bottle? It might still have traces of salivic. You wouldn't think about something like second-hand smooches, would you? Seeing him spacing out, Wen Yang teased him playfully while standing before him. Only straight men think that way. After taking his medicine, Ning Chu felt slightly more energized and retorted smoothly. "Looks like your head's a bit crooked too?" Wen Yang fell silent. Ning Chu's expression grew even more stunned. Hey, talk to me. Can't we just communicate normally?" "Judging by appearance alone, clearly you're the one who's a little crooked." Only then did Ning Chu let out a sigh of relief. Good thing Wen Yang continued teasing him. Otherwise, he really would suspect that the man had developed an interest in him. This was illogical. After all, Wen Yang had plenty of pretty young women pursuing him. How could a mere man hope to compete against those bewitching charms? "Rest up first. I'll continue outside." Wen Yang stood straight and looked at the streets outside the medicine shop. "I'll be right outside." He had already learned to take the initiative to stay within Ning Chu's line of sight. It's all to avoid having to make Ning Chu look like he did back at the amusement park, teary-eyed and anxious as he searched for him everywhere. "Okay. Good grief. You actually remember to come back." A full 2 days and night. The date lasted long enough. Upon entering the dormitory door that night, Ning Chu heard Zhang Shaoqing's sarcastic tone. He lifted his head to glance at this annoying villain, silently rolling his eyes. Without arguing, he walked toward his desk with a face devoid of emotion. So tired, Ning Chu lay lifelessly on top of his desk, his cheek pressed against the ice-cold wooden surface, lips slightly parted as he panted. Even though Wen Yang was quite considerate after his heat stroke episode, finding a place with air conditioning where they could rest, he still felt exhausted after working for 2 days. He hadn't slept well last night either, since he's having difficulty falling asleep in unfamiliar surroundings. "Ning Chu, here's your wage today." Ning Chu waved his hand. "Here, it's all yours." Although he wasn't intentionally causing trouble, he was definitely holding them back, and most of the work had been done by Wen Yang anyway. He felt uneasy accepting this payment. "You didn't ask for yesterday's. Weren't you paying for last night's dinner and lodging?" "I haven't done much these past 2 days." Seeing that Wen Yang was still hesitant, Ning Chu raised his voice slightly. "Stop dragging your feet. It's not like you're some delicate flower." "Fine. Tisk, tisk." Ning Chu is already handing over his wages to his husband. He picked up the empty bottle on the table and tossed it toward Zhang Shaoqing's face. Ning Chu shot Zhang Shaoqing a glare, then turned away with a dark expression to take out pajamas from the closet before heading off to the bathroom. Facing his own increasingly feminine body once again made him lose heart as soon as he stepped inside, and he leaned against the door, sighing miserably. Although his chest was still small, his figure had begun to resemble a developing teenage girl's. If only this were the body of his girlfriend. But no, it belonged to himself. While Ning Chu was wallowing in the bathroom, Wen Yang excitedly counted their earnings from the past 2 days within the dormitory. After deducting the costs of accommodation and meals, they'd managed to save around 300 yuan. And if they added the 200 yuan bonus for convincing Ning Chu to work as a waiter. Only now did Wen Yang have time to check his phone without fear of startling a naked Ning Chu behind him. He prepared to send a message to the cafe owner. Hey, I've already taken care of Ning Chu. Just as Wen Yang was about to send it, he hesitated. He realized that his actions were akin to betraying Ning Chu. Clearly, Ning Chu seemed somewhat hostile toward the owner, whether due to their age difference or other reasons. Wen Yang scratched his head, feeling a slight headache coming on as he pondered whether he should continue deceiving Ning Chu into becoming a coffee shop waiter. Shaoqing. What? A wealthy woman likes Ning Chu, but Ning Chu seems quite disdainful of her. Should I help the wealthy woman by being her wingman? Zhang Shaoqing turned around in shock. With someone as short as him? Ning Chu is pretty handsome, isn't he? Maybe she's into his type. That would be painful. He analyzed this with utmost seriousness. Do you think Ning Chu might be pretending to be aloof and acting like he doesn't like her just to catch the wealthy woman's eye? Or maybe he genuinely doesn't want to play second fiddle right now, but cultivating some connections with a wealthy woman could pave the way for a brighter future. That way, if he changes his mind later, he can always return to bask in the wealth. Wen Yang was stunned by these words. Did it make sense, didn't they? Besides, it was only a part-time job at a coffee shop. The owner wouldn't eat Ning Chu alive. Tisk, you're rewarding his wrongdoings with virtue again. Do you see how much havoc Ning Chu has caused for your dates? Wen Yang didn't seem to mind this so-called wrongdoing. Plenty of girls had pursued him before, and even after those 2 incidents, there were still many more waiting behind him on the sidelines. Moreover, what Ning Chu said earlier made sense. They should be responsible toward women instead of wanting to jump at any pretty face they saw, so finding a girlfriend required more caution. What are you guys talking about? Dressed in a white shirt and bare-legged, Ning Chu walked into the room, glancing suspiciously at Wen Yang sitting quietly before his computer screen. Was this guy planning another date with other women behind his back? It hadn't been an hour since he returned to the dormitory. Was he already looking to go out tonight? Ning Chu rushed up to Wen Yang, without bothering to put on pants, whispering devilishly by Wen Yang's ear. What were you talking about just now? You look guilty as hell. Are you going out tonight to meet some girl? Huh? No. The faint scent of shower gel wafted into Wen Yang's nose, making him rub his nose and turn around, but his gaze landed precisely on Ning Chu's thigh. The long shirt covered his buttocks and underwear, making it seem like he wasn't wearing anything at all from the waist down. His supple, snow-white thighs peeked out beneath the hem of the shirt, subtly quivering with every movement. Under similar heights and weights, men's legs tended to be thinner and straighter, while women's legs were fuller and more sensual. But Ning Chu's legs, though slim and straight, also possessed fullness and sensuality. From his slender waist, through his perky little butt, to his thighs, they formed beautiful curves that were elegant and graceful. These legs combined the best features of both sexes. They were simply perfect. After swiftly appraising Ning Chu's thighs from a professional perspective, Wen Yang gave them a score of 90 points. Then, without missing a beat, he calmly lifted his head to look at Ning Chu, gaze steady. What was wrong with admiring another man's legs? Nothing whatsoever. Ning Chu didn't notice anything amiss either. He only looked at Wen Yang in confusion. Then why did you sound so guilty earlier? Just about that cafe owner we met earlier. Ning Chu immediately picked up interest and sat on a chair, crossing one leg over the other. Ah, the owner, huh? Man, she had such great curves. Seriously, Between the age of 25 to 30, she looks like an experienced woman. I bet the owner is at least D cup. Zhang Xiaoqing chimed in. I think compared to succubi's superficial attractiveness, this shop owner is much better. Right. You've seen her before. Wen Yang silently lowered his head and sent the message he had prepared earlier to the owner. Sis, I've taken care of Ning Chu for you. Judging by Ning Chu's reaction, it seemed that he was indeed interested in the owner. Then he wouldn't be betraying his friend, but rather helping him out instead. Shortly after, the owner sent over 200 yuan as a tip along with the message. All right, will you also come tomorrow to help? I bought a suit of uniforms. They look quite handsome. A uniform suit? That certainly did sound quite handsome, though on Ning Chu, it would likely become more adorable. Wen Yang gladly agreed. By the looks of it, the owner planned to attract new customers with the bodies of young men. It seems hard to find a suit of size S for Ning Chu. He's only 160 centimeters tall. Huh? Who said Ning Chu will wear a butler suit? He'll be wearing maid attire. Wen Yang blinked, confused, then suddenly grew excited upon processing the information. So, why did you suddenly bring up the cafe owner last night? Oh, so this side job you mentioned is here. Ning Chu followed Wen Yang with a look of resignation, with Zhang Xiaoqing joining in for fun. You don't want to do it? Of course I do. It's hundreds yuan a day, and there are very few customers in the cafe. It's like getting free money. Why wouldn't I do it? A cafe can't compare to a milk tea shop. It can't become mainstream among college students. Passing by this cafe a few times, he noticed that there were usually only 2 or 3 customers inside, and the owner herself could handle serving them. It's just easy to get hit on by rich women. If the owner doesn't have any strange quirks, then it's not a problem. Crossing the zebra crossing, Ning Chu stopped at the entrance of the cafe, looking at the poster on the glass door. The third event of the school season. They've already done 3. On the left side of the poster, there was a boy in a steward's outfit, looking like a character from the anime Black Butler, elegant and handsome. On the right was a girl in a short skirt maid outfit. The cafe owner wore a maid outfit every day, so it wasn't unusual to see it on the poster. Probably because of this event, the owner needed 2 part-time servers temporarily. Let's go. Without having time to look closely, Ning Chu was urged by Wen Yang to enter the cafe. At 8 in the morning, the cafe wasn't open yet. The owner was busy arranging the tables and chairs. Seeing the 3 of them enter, she greeted them warmly with a smile. You're here. The nearly 30-year-old owner was still in her black and white short skirt, low-cut maid outfit, exuding mature charm as she approached. You 2 go change in the back. Have you had breakfast? I'll make you some. This gentleman, is he also here for the part-time job? Zhang Xiaoqing waved his hand and casually found a seat. No, I'm just here for fun. I was bored being all alone in the dorm. Is that so? Tell the servers what you want to eat later. The owner turned back with a smile, only to see the 2 part-timers still standing there dazed. Go change your clothes. Where do we change? Wen Yang scratched his head, looking confused. I'll take you there. The cafe looked small, but behind the door next to the counter, there was a small storage room, a bathroom, and a rest area. The owner led them to the rest area, went in first, and then took out 2 unopened uniforms, handing them to Wen Yang and Ning Chu, and reminded them, the store opened in half an hour. Today there's an event, so there will be a lot of customers. Get ready, you won't get off until 9 tonight. So long, Ning Chu muttered. The salary is 500 yuan a day, plus 10% commission on sales. So much. Wow, 500 yuan a day. 15,000 yuan a month. What kind of server gets paid that much? Seeing his eyes widen in surprise, the owner covered her mouth and laughed. But there's a condition. You have to call the customers master when they come in. Ning Chu fell silent. He instinctively turned to Wen Yang for his opinion, only to see Wen Yang's eyes light up, nodding without hesitation to accept the owner's condition. Money grubber. He muttered and nodded as well. All right. Sign an agreement, so you don't run off halfway. You have to work for at least 3 days. Why so formal? After signing, Ning Chu left with the cafe owner and pursed his lips as he walked into the break room first. The break room had only a wardrobe and a bed. He locked the door and leaned against it, patting his chest in relief. Luckily, the owner seems normal this time. At least she hadn't teased him like last time, which had made him nervous and anxious, thinking she was some kind of perverted rich woman. Although there was still a bit of a naughty touch, it was tolerable. All he had to do was call the customer's master. The high salary was worth that bit of dignity. He suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, as if the current situation was like a plot he had seen in a story before. Give the waitress a dildo vibrator, and then have her put it on while having her work in a maid cafe, while occasionally increasing the power of the vibration. I can't believe I didn't write such an exciting plot in my book. Ning Chu muttered as he opened the package of clothes. When he spread them out, his eyes widened. In front of him was a maid outfit identical to the owner's. So the owner really is a pervert. Good thing he hadn't written the story of a maid with a vibrator in her plot. Otherwise, it might have happened to him today. Ning Chu, hurry up. Wen Yang's urging came from outside the break room, but Ning Chu directly pushed the door open and walked out, blushing and pointing at the maid outfit in his hand, questioning, "Why is mine a maid outfit?" Wen Yang was stunned, seeing Ning Chu's cute, embarrassed, and red face. Then he immediately shifted the blame. "I don't know. Ask the owner." "Boss, what is it? What is it?" The owner hurried over, looking puzzled. "What's wrong? What's the hurry?" Ning Chu continued pointing at the maid outfit, angrily saying, "My uniform." It's a maid outfit." "Yes, it is." "Yes, what?" The owner's lips curled up, and she couldn't hide her amused smile. "Why else would I pay you 500 yuan just to be a server?" "I'm done." Wen Yang opened the door of the break room. He was dressed in black pants and a black shirt with a white shirt underneath. The nearly all-black outfit highlighted his straight figure, and his usual charming smile now had a touch of elegance. On normal days, he was already someone who made girls' eyes light up, but now he might make random female bystanders swoon. Ning Chu turned around and sneered. "What's with getting all handsome? Trying to charm the girls?" "Ning Chu, hurry up," Wen Yang urged. "I'm not doing it. It's just a part-time job, and they want me to wear women's clothes." "For the job." Hearing his righteous tone, Ning Chu suddenly looked up, staring straight at Wen Yang. "You knew all along, didn't you?" Wen Yang nervously scratched the back of his head. "I didn't know. Little brother, be professional. You agreed to it." The owner hooked her arm around Ning Chu's shoulder, the scent of her perfume filling his nose, her voice seductive. "If you leave now, where will I find another server?" "Ugh, can you stay away from me? You wicked woman. Go. You wouldn't want to leave Wen Yang to serve so many customers alone, right? And besides, you signed an agreement." "Agreement? So this was the trap?" Ning Chu stiffened as he was pushed back into the break room. "Don't come out until you're fully dressed. Don't forget the stockings." "This is bad." He sighed and, with stiff movements, laid the maid outfit flat on the bed. Sitting down, he grimaced and slowly lifted his leg to put on the black stockings. Somehow, he started to feel a bit excited. No, I'm a man. What am I looking forward to? In the mirror, there was a face that was hard to distinguish between whatever it's the face of a male or the face of a female. It's a youthful and delicate face that is filled with hint of allure. Ning Chu's gaze dropped downwards. From his neck to his upper chest, almost nothing was covered. His fair skin and tight collarbone were exposed to the air, while his fitted top clung tightly to his chest, making the originally petite curves appear more pronounced. As his gaze continued downward, it settled on his slender waist, accentuated by a cinched outfit that seemed as if it could be easily encircled by two hands. The short skirt, swaying gently and covering half his thigh, revealed long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings. Through the stockings, a hint of flesh could still be seen. His bangs hung past his eyebrows, and the hair on either side covered his ears. For a man's hairstyle, it was clearly a bit too long and untidy, but under the owner's meticulous grooming and paired with his youthful, delicate face and maid outfit, it seemed just right. "Tisk average." Ning Chu calmly evaluated himself, though his face was already flushed with embarrassment. If it weren't for the part-time agreement he signed with the owner, and the worry that when Yang might get flirted with by girls while working alone. Well, truthfully, he wanted to see what he looked like dressed as a girl. After all, I'll become a girl eventually, might as well get used to in advance. His expression dimmed a bit, sensing that day wouldn't be far off. The shame dissipated slightly due to his gloomy mood. Ning Chu lowered his head and quickly scanned through the erotic novel he had written on his phone. Yeah, there's no plot related to the restaurant in the book. The only thing related to maids is when Yang having a maid ex-master roleplay sex with a cold beauty CEO of China's biggest company. Did I really write about her stomach visibly bulging due to a Yang dick? Was I too over the top? Can any girl's body actually be able to endure that? Blushing furiously, Ning Chu put down his phone and cleared his throat. He carefully reread that short chapter and confirmed once again that there was no risk of them triggering any plot today, at least not any explicit risk. Feeling reassured, he hesitated before standing up and slowly pushing open the door of the break room. Outside, when Yang had been waiting for a long time, upon hearing the door open, he turned around and complained, "Why are you so slow?" However, when his gaze fell on Ning Chu, the latter half of his sentence got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. The recurring question flashed in his mind once again. Is this kid Ning Chu really a guy? Usually, in loose-fitting men's clothes, Ning Chu's figure wasn't that noticeable. But now look at that waist accentuated by the corset. Look at those budding curves. Look at those long legs wrapped in black stockings. Though there was still much room for improvement in his figure, he didn't look like a man at all, right? With short hair and a youthful face and body, he looked like a junior high school girl. Compared to the fleeting glimpse he had at the hotel last time, Ning Chu seemed a bit more mature now. At least his chest was broader. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Ning Chu threatened expressionlessly. The somewhat scary threat paired with his flushed cheeks actually made him seem more endearing, as if he was playfully resisting. When Yang awkwardly turned his head away, "I've never seen you in women's clothes. I accidentally looked a bit too long." He couldn't help but ask, "Your chest, pectoral muscles." Ning Chu's calm answer made Wen Yang almost lose his composure. Though not exaggerated, who has such prominent pectoral muscles? There's even a bit of cleavage. Let's go, we've wasted enough time, it's time to work. Ning Chu kept his head down, his face expressionless but his cheeks flushed. He followed Wen Yang with small steps to the shop floor. The cafe had just opened. The owner was preparing the usual best-selling pastry pre-orders, and aside from the staff, the place was empty, and then his gaze fell on Zhang Xiaoqing in the corner. Damn it, this guy is still here. Almost simultaneously with Ning Chu spotting him, the hentai antagonist flashed a chilling smile and waved at Ning Chu, calling out, "Hey, little maid, come here, I want to order." Ning Chu's face darkened, his cheeks burning with waves of embarrassment. He felt as if his brain was about to be cooked into mush from the shame, but his body moved forward step by step, gradually approaching Zhang Xiaoqing. "One latte." Ning Chu glanced down at the menu and asked, "Would you like sugar or milk?" "You decide. I don't like coffee anyway. If it tastes bad, I'll complain." "You damn. Little brother, you have to call the customer master, and you can't lose your temper at the customer." The owner's reminder from afar made Ning Chu's fists clench involuntarily, and his customer service smile was on the verge of breaking. "Call Zhang Xiaoqing, master." Wouldn't that just awaken his villainous tendencies even more? All right, Ning Chu forced a smile, his lips barely curving as he nodded and turned to leave. "Wait." Zhang Xiaoqing crossed his legs and asked with a smirk, "Didn't you hear your boss? You need to call me master." "Master." The word seemed to grind out from between his teeth. When Ning Chu turned back around, Wen Yang saw his deeply blushing face, the red spreading to his neck and ears, and his clenched fists trembling slightly. Clearly, if the yellow-haired youth let out a few more taunts, Zhang Xiaoqing's face might end up kissing the clenched fist of Ning Chu. Damn it, if it weren't for worrying that Wen Yang might get flirted with by girls while working alone. Ning Chu muttered to himself, trying to suppress his embarrassment. Indeed, even knowing that he would eventually become a girl, wearing women's clothes for the first time was still hard to accept. and this torment had to be endured for 3 days. Welcome. You need to say master. Welcome, master. A girl who had just entered the cafe glanced curiously at Ning Chu's flushed face, but in the next moment, her eyes locked onto Wen Yang, who was serving coffee to Zhang Xiaoqing. God damn, the girl gaped, continuously sucking in breaths. Ning Chu's eyebrows furrowed, sensing something amiss. He immediately abandoned his embarrassment, stepped forward, and blocked the girl's view with a smile, asking, Master, where would you like to sit? What would you like to drink? I think this spot by the window is great. You can see the street view and admire the handsome guys passing by. No, I recommend the new coffee in our shop. It comes with beautiful latte art, perfect for taking photos and posting on social media. Would you like a cup? The new product is on sale, only 12 yuan. Ning Chu subtly shifted his position, blocking the girl's line of sight toward Wen Yang again. Don't you dare come closer. Ning Chu stood vigilant, fearing Wen Yang might attract another admirer. Plot-related admirers mentioned in the story could be dealt with by avoiding contact or quickly disrupting the plot. However, unexpected admirers like this one were completely unpredictable. Hey, Ning Chu, stop spacing out. Someone's looking for you over there. Again, Ning Chu hadn't even had a moment to rest before he reluctantly walked towards the customer. Before he got close, he noticed the customer's gaze lingering on his legs. A leg fetishist, kindred spirit, but can't you find someone else's legs to admire? With an internal sigh, Ning Chu forced a professional smile and approached. What would you like to order? Just bring me something. The customer glanced at the menu, then looked at him with an interested smile. When you get off work, I'll treat you to dinner. Ning Chu frowned, suppressing his discomfort, and took a step back, shaking his head firmly. I'm a guy. A guy. Oh God. Why do you look even more excited? Ning Chu was stunned. He could understand customers who wanted to add him as a friend, seeing it as hitting on a pretty girl, but this one seemed ready to devour him. The proportion of perverts in this hentai world is really high. No, I'm very busy. Sit down and chat with me for a bit. I'll pay for your time. His face darkened, and he turned to leave, but the pervert suddenly stood up and reached for him. Startled, Ning Chu quickly stepped back, clutching his chest to avoid the grab. Are you crazy? Playing hard to get? I like it. The pervert continued to reach for him, undeterred. Hey, you, what do you think you are doing? Before he could finish his sentence, a furious voice erupted from behind him. Wen Yang rushed out from behind, slamming the pervert onto the table. Amidst the gasps of the cafe customer, Zhang Xiaoqing silently picked up a metal chair. Ning Chu was dumbfounded, standing there in shock. Wen Yang! Wen Yang! The owner hurried out from behind the counter. Don't fight. Let go. I'll handle this. Damn it. Wen Yang shoved the pervert away, wiping his hands as if they were dirty, then turned to Ning Chu. Are you okay? Ning Chu was panic-stricken. It was the first time he saw Wen Yang so angry. He was shocked and confused. He had never expected Wen Yang to appear at such a moment. You still want to make a move? What's wrong with you? Wen Yang glared at the pervert fiercely. Zhang Xiaoqing, now standing behind Ning Chu with a metal chair in hand, cast a sinister look at the pervert. Why'd you let him go? Should have held him down and break both of his arms. My family can afford to pay for the damages. Ning Chu looked at Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing. Since when did he become so important to his roommates? Hey, Ning Chu, stop spacing out. Someone's looking for you over there. Again, Ning Chu hadn't even had a moment to rest before he reluctantly walked towards the customer. Before he got close, he noticed the customer's gaze lingering on his legs. A leg fetishist, kindred spirit, but can't you find someone else's legs to admire? With an internal sigh, Ning Chu forced a professional smile and approached. What would you like to order? Just bring me something. The customer glanced at the menu, then looked at him with an interested smile. When you get off work, I'll treat you to dinner. Ning Chu frowned, suppressing his discomfort, and took a step back, shaking his head firmly. I'm a guy. A guy? Oh God. Why do you look even more excited? Ning Chu was stunned. He could understand customers who wanted to add him as a friend, seeing it as hitting on a pretty girl, but this one seemed ready to devour him. The proportion of perverts in this hentai world is really high. No, I'm very busy. Sit down and chat with me for a bit. I'll pay for your time. His face darkened, and he turned to leave, but the pervert suddenly stood up and reached for him. Startled, Ning Chu quickly stepped back, clutching his chest to avoid the grab. Are you crazy? Playing hard to get? I like it. The pervert continued to reach for him, undeterred. Hey, you. What do you think you're doing? Before he could finish his sentence, a furious voice erupted from behind him. Wen Yang rushed out from behind, slamming the pervert onto the table. Amidst the gasps of the cafe customer, Zhang Xiaoqing silently picked up a metal chair. Ning Chu was dumbfounded, standing there in shock. Wen Yang! Wen Yang! The owner hurried out from behind the counter. Don't fight. Let go. I'll handle this. Damn it. Wen Yang shoved the pervert away, wiping his hands as if they were dirty, then turned to Ning Chu. Are you okay? Ning Chu was panic-stricken. It was the first time he saw Wen Yang so angry. He was shocked and confused. He had never expected Wen Yang to appear at such a moment. You still want to make a move? What's wrong with you? Wen Yang glared at the pervert fiercely. Zhang Xiaoqing, now standing behind Ning Chu with a metal chair in hand, cast a sinister look at the pervert. Why'd you let him go? Should have held him down and break both of his arms. My family can afford to pay for the damages. Ning Chu looked at Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing. Since when did he become so important to his roommates? What kind of bad luck is this? I was just working hard to earn some money, and I run into such an idiot. Wen Yang cursed as he walked out of the cafe. Normally, he hardly ever swore, but today he was cursing at an unusually high rate. But if you're going to curse, can you at least not drag me along? Ning Chu was being pulled by the wrist, stumbling after Wen Yang. Wen Yang had already changed into his regular clothes, and today's work was completely ruined because of what had just happened. It wasn't that the owner had kicked them out, but Wen Yang preferred to leave without getting his pay, dragging Ning Chu along with him. Ah, damn it, that bastard ruined my chance to see Ning Chu in women's clothes. What bad luck! Ning Chu silently rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaoqing. Seeing that this guy was about to help with a chair earlier, Ning Chu decided to let go for now. I say you two should stop working and stay in the dorm to play games with me. $10 a game, Zhang Xiaoqing said in his usual careless manner. Otherwise, I get bored staying in the dorm alone when you two go to work. No way, after something like this. Who still has the mood? Let go of me. It hurts. Wen Yang quickly released Ning Chu's wrist and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. It's all bruised. Why did you use so much strength? Ning Chu complained unhappily. And earlier, you scared me to death. I was just being protective. Wen Yang defended himself, kicking at Zhang Xiaoqing. Missing his kick, Ning Chu looked up at Wen Yang's somewhat nervous face and suddenly smiled. Well done. That pervert disgusted me. He deserved to be taught a lesson. As long as you're okay. Wen Yang smiled a bit too. Just a lesson? It wasn't enough. Wen Yang, you should have just beaten him up, pinned him down, and broke his arm. Zhang Xiaoqing egged on from the side. But why did something feel off? Ning Chu hadn't actually interacted with that pervert for long, yet Wen Yang acted immediately. It was clear that Wen Yang had been secretly watching him even while working, as if he was wary of any girls hitting on Ning Chu. Was it really just because of friendship that Wen Yang acted, or... Anyway, seeing Zhang Xiaoqing's excited face, he probably just wanted to start a fight. Ning Chu sighed dejectedly. I wore women's clothes for nothing, such a waste. And you called me master twice. Zhang Xiaoqing teased gleefully. How about you wear a maid outfit in the dorm from now on? I think it suits you. Get lost. Although this guy looked quite cool standing up from earlier, his current annoying demeanor made Ning Chu want to punch him. Wen Yang is still the best. He was the first to act, doesn't act like a jerk, and is honest. Ning Chu then noticed Wen Yang was missing, and when he turned around, he saw a girl blocking his path. Wen Yang was awkwardly shaking his head, trying to refuse her. He attracts so many troublesome women. Feeling exasperated, Ning Chu walked over and, without a word, grabbed Wen Yang's hand and dragged him away. Why don't you just refuse directly? Why do you always get entangled with these women? I refused. Be more decisive. Be stern. Just curse at them. But they're girls. That's why it's always a hassle. If Ning Chu had been able to firmly refuse rich women himself, they wouldn't have had today's incident. Zhang Xiaoqing chimed in. Where to now? How about we get something to eat? Sure. The three of them found a small, nondescript eatery off campus. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup cost them less than 90 yuan, which wasn't too expensive on average. The place was unadorned, and the hygiene looked questionable, but none of them minded. Zhang Xiaoqing, the rich kid, ate the most enthusiastically. Sitting next to Wen Yang, Ning Chu didn't have much appetite due to the heat. After a few bites, he put down his chopsticks and rested his chin in his hand, gazing out at the street. There would definitely be more incidents like today in the future. The proportion of perverts in this hentai world was way too high. At present, Ning Chu was just a boy with a somewhat feminine appearance, but it wouldn't be long before he might turn into a real girl. When that time came, his roommates wouldn't always be there to protect him. Or maybe these 2 roommates were the most dangerous ones of all. Ever since he brought Wen Yang, who had been drugged unconscious, back to the dorm a few days ago, Wen Yang's attitude toward him had been noticeably different. He was evidently more caring and concerned, and his gaze was gentler. Ning Chu even suspected that Wen Yang's feelings for him might have evolved from friendship to love. That would be too scary. What are you thinking about? Wen Yang lowered his head and whispered in Ning Chu's ear. Are you still thinking about what happened earlier? It's nothing. Running into perverts occasionally is normal. Mainly, if it had been a girl instead of a guy. Ning Chu pursed his lips. No, I don't take it to heart. Encountering perverts was expected, something he was mentally prepared for. The focus was on you. Wen Yang moved closer, his warm breath on Ning Chu's earlobe, creating an indescribable sensation that made Ning Chu blush and feel weak. He tried to pull away from Wen Yang, but heard him teasingly ask, When will you call me master? Pervert. It was clearly a tease, but why did it sound like flirting? Hey, what are you 2 whispering about? Zhang Xiaoqing looked up from his meal and immediately noticed the 2 whispering. Look at Ning Chu blushing. What sweet nothings are you 2 sharing? Wen Yang then noticed Ning Chu's face was as red as a tomato. Slightly surprised, Wen Yang straightened up and put some distance between them. Laughing as he explained, he called you master, but never call me that. It's not fair. Jealous? You were the waiter, not the customer. Zhang Xiaoqing laughed, looking at Ning Chu, ready to tease him further, but then noticed Ning Chu staring wide-eyed at something behind him. What are you looking at? Just as he was about to turn around, Ning Chu urgently stopped him. Xiaoqing. Under the table, Ning Chu's elbow nudged Wen Yang's waist. His face was pale with nervousness, and his heart raced. Forcing a smile, he said, Didn't we say we'd help you win over Lingling during the National Day holiday? Yeah, but then you 2 went off to work. So what if we fail? What if she finds someone else? Zhang Xiaoqing was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly, his expression turning despondent. Oh no, oh no. Ning Chu was most afraid of his silence. He nudged Wen Yang's waist again with more force. Wen Yang cleared his throat. I think there are plenty of girls out there. No need to focus on just one. Exactly. There's more than one cute cat girl. Why do I feel like you 2 are hiding something from me? Zhang Xiaoqing frowned, turning to look behind him through the glass door towards the street. Nothing at all. Fortunately, Lingling and her boyfriend had already walked past. Otherwise, if Xiaoqing saw Lingling being all over affectionate with her boyfriend, there's a chance Zhang Xiao... Wen Yang, what do we do? What do we do? Ning Chu paced back and forth on the dormitory balcony, speaking incessantly. Xiaoqing confessed to her before, and she turned him down. Now she's got a boyfriend. What are we going to do? Wen Yang, not understanding why Ning Chu was so agitated, leaned against the balcony railing with his arms crossed and asked, Isn't unrequited love pretty normal? Considering it's probably Xiaoqing's first love, it's even more understandable, right? Why are you more anxious than him? Ning Chu halted his steps, opened his mouth, and found an excuse. I'm worried he'll be heartbroken. There are always going to be moments like these. It's a part of growing up. But Ning Chu continued to pace, and After a few seconds, a bad idea struck him. How about we beat that guy up? Force him to break up with Ling Ling. Ling Ling being in a relationship was one thing, but if she had already slept with the guy, Xiaoqing might lose it completely. This guy usually had a good attitude. Even when he treated friends to drinks at the bar one day, and Ning Chu stabbed him in the back the next day, he didn't mind too much. But when it came to his controlling family and Ling Ling, just mentioning them made Xiaoqing's face darken as if he was ready to hit someone at any moment. How can you just go around beating people up? Wen Yang said, half amused and half serious. You won't solve anything that way. It's better to tell Xiaoqing and let him handle himself. Let Xiaoqing handle it himself? Ning Chu remembered the first plot scene where Xiaoqing appeared in the book. He drugged an unsuspecting Ling Ling under the guise of friendship and tamed her. That definitely won't do. If this reckless rich kid actually became a criminal who deserved to be shot. Surprisingly, Ning Chu's first thought wasn't about his own safety in the plot, but rather a deep sadness for Xiaoqing's potential descent into darkness. Ning Chu, Wen Yang, want some milk tea? Chip in for the delivery. The balcony door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Xiaoqing, having taken off his headphones, peeked out at the balcony. What are you two chatting about so happily? Come join us. How much coffee did you have this morning? And now you want milk tea in the afternoon. Wen Yang walked into the room. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Fat my ass, I have six-pack abs. Ning Chu quickly followed Wen Yang inside and whispered, Don't tell him yet. I know. The air conditioning was set to 26 degrees, but the room still felt a bit stuffy. Ning Chu, sitting back at his computer, was worried about Xiaoqing turning to the dark side. He looked around for the air conditioner remote and found it on Xiaoqing's desk. Xiaoqing, turn the air conditioning down a bit. 26 degrees is the most energy efficient. Why lower it? This rich kid was lavish when it came to treating people, but he always found strange places to save money in his daily life. Savings on delivery discounts, electricity bills. The money he saved in a month wasn't even enough for Xiaoqing's occasional nice meal. Thinking about how Xiaoqing's childhood sweetheart was now with someone else, Ning Chu didn't want to argue. He sighed sympathetically, turned on his computer, and logged into the game. Log in and invite me. I'm definitely winning a match for you today. I don't believe I can't do it. Wen Yang, hurry up. Ning Chu wasn't very interested in gaming, but since they were on holiday and not working part-time, there was nothing else to do. He occasionally glanced at Xiaoqing with worry-filled eyes, debating whether to tell him about Ling Ling. Xiaoqing might either turn dark instantly or, like a normal person, feel sad for a while. From what Ning Chu had observed of Xiaoqing over this period, the former seemed more likely. Ning Chu remained silent while gaming. The dorm was filled with Xiaoqing's sweet talk and occasional curses from Wen Yang. The atmosphere felt somewhat strange as the three of them played together. After 2 rounds, Xiaoqing looked at Ning Chu's poor performance and sighed heavily. You're really bad at this. We lost again. You know I rarely play games. You're like a mute while playing, never talking, and you keep zoning out. Wen Yang tried to defend Ning Chu. He's not familiar with the maps and heroes. Don't expect too much from a newbie. PSH. Xiaoqing complained a bit more before starting another game. Ning Chu thought for a long time and finally decided to keep quiet about Ling Ling. He rubbed his temples, climbed into bed, and prepared for a nap. The accumulated fatigue from part-time jobs and the constant worry had left him mentally and physically exhausted. As soon as he lay down, his mind started to drift. Despite the busy days, he hadn't earned any money, but he did notice that Wen Yang was getting better at rejecting women. With a bit more training, Wen Yang might avoid the plot's pitfalls even if he left Ning Chu. Damn it! A sudden curse from below startled the half-asleep Ning Chu. Annoyed, he turned to look down and saw Xiaoqing's face as dark as coal, his expression twisted with anger, instantly dispelling Ning Chu's irritation and sleepiness. What's wrong? He asked worriedly. None of your business. Xiaoqing's irritable tone made Ning Chu shrink back. It wasn't in his nature, but given his smaller stature and physical disadvantage, it was wise to be a bit cowardly. Could it be that he found out about Ling Ling's new boyfriend? But who told him? Wen Yang turned around, frowning at Xiaoqing. If something's wrong, say it. Don't take it out on Ning Chu. If you don't want to talk about it, don't go crazy in the dorm. Wen Yang's firm tone made Ning Chu peek down at Xiaoqing, signaling with his eyes not to provoke him further. After a moment, Xiaoqing turned back, still angry, but less so than before. He handed his phone to Ning Chu on the bed. See for yourself. Ning Chu glanced at the screen, and his mouth twitched. Damn it. Ling Ling posted a couple's photo on her social media. In the photo, Ling Ling nestled in a man's arms, making a simple heart shape with her fingers, while the man looked at her lovingly. On the table was a small cake, and behind them was a double bed with white sheets, looking like a hotel room. No wonder Xiaoqing suddenly looked like he was having a stroke. Ning Chu sighed, trying to console him. It's okay. There'll be someone better. Wen Yang, although not having seen the photo, understood the situation from Ning Chu's words and softened his tone. Should I go buy some beer? Let's drink together tonight. Ning Chu nodded eagerly. Yes, let Wen Yang drink with you. A few drinks and you'll feel better. He's just worried that after a few drinks, Xiaoqing might completely lose it. It's better for him to lock the door while drinking. Xiaoqing took back his phone without answering, standing still with a frown, lost in thought. I'm going to find her at the hotel. Hey, don't. Ning Chu quickly tried to get out of bed, but Xiaoqing had already left the dorm. Annoyed, he complained to Wen Yang. Why didn't you stop him? It should be fine, right? What if Xiaoqing catches them mid-coitus? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wen Yang abruptly stood up. I'll go after him. What's the situation now? Ning Chu paced anxiously around the dorm, muttering to himself. He glanced at his phone from time to time, hoping for a reply from Wen Yang. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase after them, but his short legs wouldn't get him far. He would only slow them down. There are so many hotels near the school. Xiaoqing might not run into them. But what if he really catches them in bed? Zhang Xiaoqing would be the third wheel. The term didn't seem quite right, but Ning Chu didn't want to quibble over details. He kept muttering as he paced around the dorm. It's taken so much effort to get Wen Yang sorted, and now Xiaoqing has a problem. If he really turns dark, recalling the antagonist actions in the plot, Ning Chu couldn't help but shiver. Maybe I should just leave now? Even if I don't go to school, working in a factory would still allow me to live comfortably. Which protagonist in a time travel novel had it this bad? Not everyone gets a yacht, beauties, and wealth, but working in a factory? Come on. And this world is quite dangerous. Although the hentai world maintained a semblance of societal order, the chances of encountering a pervert were higher here. Plus, some settings originally intended for fan service could lead to terrible outcomes for Ning Chu if he randomly encountered someone and ended up getting used. If it was half a month ago, when he encountered the situation that Zhang Xiaoqing was very likely to turn dark, he would definitely rush out regardless of the consequences, instead of handing Zhang Xiaoqing over to Wen Yang like he is doing now. Before he could think further, he heard footsteps in the hallway. Ning Chu hurriedly opened the door and peeked outside. He saw Wen Yang and Zhang Xiaoqing returning, with Wen Yang in the lead. Nothing happened. Ning Chu rushed out of the room and stood in front of Zhang Xiaoqing, his face tense with worry as he asked, "How did it go? What's the situation?" Wen Yang turned back and explained, "We didn't run into them. He contacted Ling Ling, but she didn't reply." That's good. Ning Chu breathed a sigh of relief. He observed Zhang Xiaoqing's expressionless face, which seemed devoid of emotion, and followed the two back into the dorm. Zhang Xiaoqing still said nothing. He silently sat down at the computer, and Ning Chu shuffled over to Wen Yang, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear. His state seems very bad. What should we do? The voice was so soft that Wen Yang, confused, leaned closer to Ning Chu's lips. He's in a bad state. Yeah, it's understandable. How could he be in a good mood after his first love was stolen? But the problem is he's not talking, not crying or acting out. He just sits there, which is really scary. The soft feminine scent in Ning Chu's breath as he spoke made Wen Yang glance at the close-up rosy lips and teeth, then look towards Zhang Xiaoqing. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I'll order 2 boxes of beer for him. Maybe drinking a bit will help him let it out." Yes, order quickly." Ning Chu nodded eagerly. He hoped that the care and comfort from his roommates, coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, would help Zhang Xiaoqing release his pent-up frustrations. Otherwise, his turning into the dark was inevitable. He now missed the cheeky, brash, yellow-haired rich kid. When Yang reluctantly started ordering takeout, glancing at Ning Chu from time to time. I've never seen anyone care so much about a roommate. We're all friends, but we've only known each other for just over a month. It might make sense for friends who've known each other for years, but they'd only been in the dorm for just over a month. Ning Chu naturally explained, "It's just my personality. I like to meddle. True, without you, I'd have a girlfriend by now." That sounds like you're complaining about me." Although his tone was very calm, just lightly puzzled, Wen Yang instinctively felt a bit flustered. He turned his head guiltily. "No, how could I?" He immediately chose to change the subject. "Why don't you go comfort Xiaoqing? The beer will take half an hour to arrive." Actually, drinking in the dorm was against the rules. The school's convenience stores didn't sell alcohol, but the delivery guys always had their ways to get it up to the dorm. Ning Chu looked at Zhang Xiaoqing's back, racking his brain for a solution. Drinking to drown his sorrows wouldn't help in the long run. Once he sobered up, Xiaoqing would still have to face the reality of his childhood sweetheart being taken. Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly moved, standing up and taking a pack of cigarettes from the drawer. He walked to the balcony, and soon the sound of a lighter clicking came from outside. Smoking again. Actually, this guy didn't usually smoke much, maybe 2 or 3 a day, only smoking more when he was emotionally troubled. Ning Chu hesitated for a long time, unable to think of a solution. He sighed lightly and followed Zhang Xiaoqing to the balcony. The smoke made him cough twice. Soon, 2 cigarette butts had already accumulated at Xiaoqing's feet. "Smoke less. Leave me alone." The tone carried obvious annoyance, making Ning Chu reluctantly stand silently in the corner of the balcony. He raised his eyebrows slightly, observing Zhang Xiaoqing's expression. For some reason, he seemed to see a puppy that was usually very noisy, destructive, and annoying, but today had injured its leg and was unusually quiet, licking its wounds silently. He heard some noise inside the room and turned back, seeing Wen Yang leaning against the window with his arms crossed, looking outside. Wen Yang noticed his gaze. The two exchanged looks, showing helpless expressions. What to do? Maybe try comforting him like a caring older sister? But Zhang Xiaoqing seemed to reject that kind of behavior. Ning Chu knew that many people prefer to be alone rather than comforted when feeling depressed and agitated. He himself was that type. "How about playing a game?" he tentatively asked Zhang Xiaoqing. "You can use my account and beat up some noobs to cheer yourself up." Having broken the ice, Ning Chu mustered the courage to continue persuading. "Hey, Xiaoqing, you're good-looking and from a good family. You'll definitely find someone better and more suitable than Ling Ling, right? If she doesn't appreciate you, it's her loss. Let's just play games. Girls are not as fun as games." Ning Chu looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, hoping he would suddenly show a cheeky smile and say something like, "You don't think I'd be upset over a girl, do you?" But he didn't. "The beer's here, Xiaoqing. Come in and have some." The balcony door opened, and when Yang called to Zhang Xiaoqing, "I also got some snacks to go with it." Only then did Xiaoqing slowly walk into the dorm. So, having a heart-to-heart conversation is not the way to comfort men? Ning Chu pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. He had said so much, but Zhang Xiaoqing had no reaction. Yet, Wen Yang just called for a drink, and he went in right away. Perhaps it was due to his previous experience in the bar. Zhang Xiaoqing has a good alcohol tolerance. He barely ate any of his food, and soon, several beer cans were already on the ground. But he remained silent and continued to drink with a calm expression. After the experience of almost triggering the plot in the hotel last time, Ning Chu didn't dare to touch any alcohol this time. He just sat on one side of the small square table, eating a few bites of snacks from time to time, looking at Zhang Xiaoqing with concern. "Wen Yang, you couldn't drink much, drink less." He glanced at Wen Yang, who was already flushed and slightly tipsy, and reminded him, "It's not that I care about Wen Yang. I'm just worried that this guy will do something stupid after drinking." "Well, I didn't drink much." Ning Chu bent down quietly, rested his arms on his thighs, supported his chin with his hands, and looked eagerly at the 2 men in front of him. Ever since he came here, he has been troubled by these two men almost all the time. Wen Yang is fine, as he still remains a virgin and is able to firmly reject women who try to seduce him in the right way. He is still a popular college student and has not become the protagonist. Zhang Xiaoqing, on the other hand, hasn't shown any significant signs yet. Besides that one club gathering, Ning Chu hasn't triggered any villain-related plot. But now, because of his childhood friend's behavior, it seems Zhang Xiaoqing is on the path to truly becoming the villain from the story. But now, because of his childhood sweetheart's gift, this guy seems to be following the path in the plot and truly becoming the villain. Some keywords related to the villain, such as mindbreak, props, domestication, hypnosis, yandere, human pet. Just thinking about these plot elements gives Ning Chu a headache. Back in the day, his preferences were quite broad. When it's simply some hentai works, seeing these keywords would make the viewer excited, but now, when it's applied to the real world, if Zhang Xiaoqing becomes the villain, who knows how many girls will suffer in the future? And although Ning Chu is still a man now, there's no telling whether he would become Zhang Xiaoqing's first pet or not. If I can't appease Zhang Xiaoqing today, I will pack up and run overnight. I don't bother to care about the dangers I might encounter. At least those dangers are invisible and intangible at the moment, and are always more illusory than the crisis in front of me. Ning Chu looked at Zhang Xiaoqing's expressionless face. He had drunk quite a bit of wine, but this guy was still gloomy and silent, and he didn't speak for a long time. Then he glanced at Wen Yang. Well, this guy isn't good at talking anyway, being the silent type. If it weren't for his good looks and being the protagonist of this world, so many girls wouldn't be lining up to chase him. So Wen Yang really just drank and looked down at his phone from time to time. He had no intention of using the alcohol to chat with Zhang Xiaoqing. Xiao, Ning Chu, drink 2 bottles with me. As if to shut Ning Chu up, Zhang Xiaoqing pushed 2 bottles of wine in front of Ning Chu. He swallowed back what he was about to say, frowned, and looked at the 2 bottles of wine at a loss. He really doesn't want to drink. What if he gets dizzy and loses his rationality after 2 bottles? Besides, if Zhang Xiaoqing really turned into a villain tonight, a drunk Ning Chu would be the easiest target. Ning Chu shuddered. He didn't want any close encounters with any man, especially since he's still a man himself. I'll pass, he mumbled, shrinking his neck. Isn't Wen Yang drinking with you? Saying this, he glared at Wen Yang, who immediately understood and said, Xiaoqing, just drinking isn't fun. How about we play a game? Loser drinks a bottle. Yes. Playing a little game might help relieve Zhang Xiaoqing's frustration. Ning Chu nodded eagerly, but Zhang Xiaoqing glanced at them and said, not interested. Although rejected, at least he spoke, right? Ning Chu sighed inwardly, nibbling on a couple of peanuts. Drink. Can't a man handle a little alcohol? I'm allergic to alcohol. Under Zhang Xiaoqing's oppressive gaze, and fearing that defying him would accelerate his villainous transformation, Ning Chu had no choice but to reluctantly take a sip of beer. He couldn't understand what was so good about beer. Cocktails from bars were at least passable as drinks. I've known Ling Ling for 15 years. Zhang Xiaoqing lowered his head, sighing. I've liked her for over 10 years, but she only sees me as a brother. Ning Chu's eyes lit up. If he was willing to talk, things would be easier. While the problem couldn't be solved, at the very least Zhang Xiaoqing could vent his frustration through talking, reducing the chance of him turning into the hentai villain. He quickly handed 2 more bottles of beer to Zhang Xiaoqing and echoed, She never felt your feelings for her before? No. When I confessed, she seemed quite surprised. She's always seen me as a brother. But she should know your feelings after you confessed, right? But she still doesn't like me. Zhang Xiaoqing sighed. I also know the guy she's dating. He's our high school classmate. First Wen Yang, now a classmate. Ning Chu glared at Wen Yang. This protagonist was truly a sinner. Wen Yang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I didn't know back then, but I never touched her. I had never even held her hand. Since he's a high school classmate, can't you talk to him? Like last time, previously. When Wen Yang learned that Ling Ling was Zhang Xiaoqing's childhood sweetheart, he had immediately broken up with her. But this time, Zhang Xiaoqing shook his head, downing half a bottle of beer in despair. Forget it. Then, what should we do? He glanced at Ning Chu's worried face, then looked at Wen Yang, who silently drank with him. Just let me be alone for a couple of days. Although he knew that emotional wounds couldn't heal quickly, Ning Chu was still a bit anxious. Who knows what Zhang Xiaoqing might be thinking in a couple of days? But he still went along with Zhang Xiaoqing's words. Yes, time will make it better. Then he swallowed, cautiously asking, Xiaoqing, you wouldn't want to take revenge on Lingling, right? Zhang Xiaoqing turned to look at him, eyes dazed. Don't stay silent. Silence means agreement, right? Ning Chu shivered, already preparing to flee overnight. No, before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoqing's head hit the table, and he slumped over the small table. Ning Chu breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were able to hear Zhang Xiaoqing's thoughts. At least he didn't think about revenge today. I don't know what he likes about Lingling. That girl is quite open, Wen Yang muttered. We had only known each other for a few days, yet she said she wanted to spend the night in my bed. Feeling guilty, Ning Chu crouched down to pick up the scattered beer bottles. When he wrote the book, he didn't care if the girls were open or not. The point was to make it exciting. Logic? Who needs that in erotic fiction? In the end, he was the real culprit. Zhang Xiaoqing woke up with a splitting headache. He opened his eyes and saw the ceiling fan above him trembling, as if it might fall at any moment. There was a rustling sound next to his ears. He turned his head and saw the legs of a chair. He looked up along the legs and saw Ning Chu's white feet stepping on the chair. You're still up? Ning Chu, who was squatting on a chair playing on the computer, shuddered and suddenly turned around to look at him with a look of worry and vigilance. He quickly put down his feet and put on slippers. What time is it? 3 in the morning. Zhang Xiaoqing clutched his head as he sat up, noticing Ning Chu's luggage nearby. Are you planning to go home? No, he was planning to run away if things went south. But now, it seemed like Zhang Xiaoqing was behaving normally, just packing away some useless stuff while I have time. Want some water? Ning Chu turned around and handed him a glass of cool water. Sure. The dorm room fell silent again. Zhang Xiaoqing drank the water quietly and then sat on the bamboo mat on the floor, playing with his phone. Ning Chu couldn't focus on his TV show, glancing down at him from time to time. He still seemed pretty down. If it were a normal day, Zhang Xiaoqing would already be teasing him with a mischievous smile. It was the middle of the night, and Wen Yang had already gone to bed. He usually had a regular schedule and couldn't stay up past midnight, while Ning Chu often pulled all-nighters, especially on holidays. I've been wondering what's wrong with me, Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly said, seemingly talking to himself. Ning Chu almost instinctively shook his head. There's nothing wrong with you. He looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, trying to find some strengths in this blonde-haired guy. You're handsome, generous, outgoing. In a world full of good-looking people, looks didn't stand out much. And as for personality, well, he was outgoing, not exactly everyone's favorite, but definitely not hated. So maybe his only real advantage was his generosity. Ning Chu paused, trying to find the right words. Maybe you're not her type. From what I've seen, both Wen Yang and her current boyfriend have tall, stable-looking builds. You're more refined-looking and lively. Zhang Xiaoqing nodded thoughtfully. You really want to go the route of a caring sister. I'm going to the bathroom. He got up and headed to the balcony. Ning Chu finally relaxed a bit. At least he was still able to joke around, unlike last night when he seemed on the verge of a breakdown. What a mess, he sighed, putting the suitcase back into the wardrobe. At least I dodged another bullet. No immediate threat of being targeted now. Feeling much better, Ning Chu was overcome with a wave of fatigue. The dual exhaustion of body and mind over the past few days was catching up to him. Yawning, he shut down his computer and prepared to go to bed. As for Zhang Xiaoqing's mental health, at least for now, it didn't seem too bad. He'd check again in the morning. When he woke up, he heard the pitter-patter of rain outside. His body felt extremely heavy, and he could barely open his eyes. Weak and sore all over, he turned over in bed, letting out a hot breath. Struggling to open his eyes, he weakly called down to Wen Yang. What time is it? Noon. Stayed up late again last night. Yeah, until 3. He glanced around the dorm. Where's Xiaoqing? Went out. Was it safe to let Zhang Xiaoqing out in this state. He might have already turned dark and was just hiding it, going out to harm girls. Ning Chu jolted awake, trying to get out of bed in a hurry, but collapsing back down weakly. This was bad. After running around with Wen Yang under the sun for part-time work, his body was already exhausted. In addition, he stayed up late last night and drank some wine, which lowered his immunity. It seems he's sick. Wen Yang. He called down anxiously. Do you know where Xiaoqing went? He probably went home. I didn't see him this morning, but his car keys were gone. Wen Yang finally looked up at him and noticed his feverish, red face. Smiling, he asked, Your face is red. Got a fever? Seems like it. Wen Yang was stunned, almost thinking Ning Chu was just joking. But then he stood up and came over to Ning Chu's bed, gently feeling his forehead with the back of his hand. You're burning up. He frowned. I'll get a thermometer. Hold on. What about Xiaoqing? Forget about him for now and take care of yourself, all right? Wen Yang spoke to him in a firm, no-nonsense tone. I don't get you. You're sick, but you're still worried about Xiaoqing. Take care of your own health first. Wen Yang rummaged around for a while, then straightened up, frowning even more. I remember bringing a thermometer when we started school, but I can't find it. Wait here. I'll go buy one from the store downstairs. Hey, Ning Chu was about to stop him, but Wen Yang had already left. He could only stare at the door, muttering anxiously. He's gone out too. Won't he run into some plot? He should have at least taken an umbrella. He couldn't help worrying about Wen Yang being alone, but he was too sick to do anything. Because of the holiday and the rain, the dorm area was almost empty. Wen Yang braved the drizzle, running all the way from the dorm to the store. He hurried to the counter and asked, Do you have thermometers? Where are they? Over there. Wen Yang quickly walked to the shelf, scanning it swiftly, but suddenly he smelled a fragrant scent. He turned to see a fox girl smiling seductively at him. Lin Li's eyes lit up. The moment she saw Wen Yang, she had some ideas. She was about to speak when Wen Yang asked first, Have you seen any thermometers? Thermometers? She followed him closely, her beautiful fox-like eyes scanning the shelves, trying to seduce him. Wen Yang, are you free later? It's the holiday, and I'm so bored alone in the dorm. As she spoke, she leaned in, wrapping her arms around Wen Yang's, pressing her ample chest against him. Wen Yang glanced down at her, smiling suddenly. She got him. Sure enough, no man could resist feminine temptation. Lin Li's eyes sparkled, and she tightened her legs, but Wen Yang squatted down, picking up a thermometer from the bottom shelf. Here it is. No wonder I couldn't find it. Bored? I heard you were planning to drive home the night of the dinner party, but stopped midway. Standing up, Wen Yang's expression was cold and sarcastic. What? You didn't go because I didn't get in the car. This wicked woman. If Ning Chu hadn't saved him then, he might be missing a kidney by now. Huh?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.